You and your husband. I am Roderick, Duke of Glenross, and Laird Montgomery." Glacial blue eyes passed over him with the same interest as everyone else in this bloody clan, but there was a malevolence beneath it that Brandt felt to his bones. The Duke was not a good-humoured man. Something dark and ominous glinted in the pale depths of his eyes. Brandt remembered what Sorcha had said he was called, Mad Montgomery, and he made a vow to keep an eye on him. "Though," the laird went on, "I was surprised to hear of your nuptials. Were you not betrothed?" Sorcha nodded, her face giving away nothing. "The betrothal was broken." Roderick's frigid eyes cut to Brandt, and assessed him as one would a piece of exotic horseflesh. "You've the look of a Montgomery," he commented. "Where are you from?" "England, your grace," Brandt said. "Essex." The Duke's eyes widened at his clipped English, and an odd expression broke across his face. "'Tis a very long way, England. What brings you here, Sassenach?" "My father was kin to the Montgomery. He passed several years ago, and bid me come pay my respects as his last dying wish." He felt Sorcha tense next to him at the white lie, and the lack of mention of the ring. Something told him to keep the ring hidden from the Duke. He did not trust the man. Neither did Aries, who whinnied a few feet away and seemed agitated. Roderick noticed. "What's wrong with your horse?" "He's injured, your grace," Brandt said. "He would be happy for a good meal and a warm place to rest, if you have room in your stables." The Duke raised his arm, and 2 stable boys hurried forward. Brandt watched as Aries and Lockie were led away. Brandt wasn't worried. The horses the warriors had ridden earlier had seemed in good health. They were treated well, and Lockie and Aries would be too. He and Sorcha, on the other hand, were a different matter. The gazes from the clansmen had not abated in the least, and Sorcha was also getting her fair share of attention. "Come then, be welcome, daughter of Dunranach." Roderick frowned. "How is your father faring these days? Heard he lost some land to an English marquess when his uncle was proven guilty of associating with the Jacobites." "He's well, thank you, your grace." She said nothing about her uncle or about Malvern, and after a moment Roderick continued. "And your mother? She was a bonny lass for a Sassenach." Something in the way he said it was insulting. His gaze scoured Sorcha, his mouth curling in a leer as they rested on her scars. A flush suffused Sorcha's face, but she did not drop her chin, even when his eyes lowered to her breasts in the borrowed green gown. The man was coarse and seemed adept at playing games. Brandt shifted his footing and brought himself closer to her side, the act earning him a sideways glare. "She's well, too," Sorcha said sweetly. "And my brothers and my sisters, and all my cousins, they are all well." If the Duke sensed the underlying irritation in Sorcha's sugary tones, he did not remark upon it. They followed the laird into the keep. Surprisingly, the great hall was pleasantly kept with fresh rushes before the fireplaces and beautiful tapestries adorning the stone walls. Nothing about it was familiar, though he felt a strange kinship with the stones of this place. Had he been born here? In the castle or in one of the cottages that had dotted the rambling hillside? If he was indeed the son of one of the Duke's relations, was she still alive? Brandt's mind roiled with question after question. The keep was bustling with people, though the expressions were the same, morose and stern. Other than the laughing children, Brandt had not noticed a single smile on any of the adults. The happiness of a lord's people said a lot. Though Archer was a stern man, his tenants in Essex and his other estates respected and loved him. They had always nodded and called out a pleasant greeting whenever he and Archer had ridden through, while inspecting the farms and properties. And Archer would often stop and chat with all of them. The solemnness of these people made Brandt uneasy. All was not well here. "Morag will show you to your chambers," Roderick said before leaving the keep again. "We sup at 8. A slight figure hurried forward and bobbed before her laird, then turned to them. Morag was an older woman with a shock of cinnamon hair and a lined face. Kindly blue eyes shone and widened when they took in Sorcha's scars. Her mouth fell open when she looked at Brandt. Morag didn't speak until she'd led them into a large chamber at the end of the hall. It held a grand bed, a pair of throne-like wooden chairs set before a hearth, and a table and mirror, though a thin layer of dust had gathered upon the furnishings. Their packs and belongings had been removed from the horses and set on the floor in the middle of the room. "The laird and lady were not expecting guests," she said apologetically. "The chambermaids will see that 'tis cleaned while you're at sup." "Lady?" Sorcha asked. "Lady Glenross," Morag said. "The Duchess is in the village to tend a birth." Brandt was surprised. "She's a midwife." "Nay, but she has a gift for handling difficult births. Our people say that Lady Glenross has the touch of the fairies." She trailed off into silence as her gaze fell upon him once more. Disbelief and confusion warred in her eyes as she drank in his features. Unlike the other women, she did not make the sign of the cross, but she did look as if she'd seen a ghost. Since her eyes were the first warm pair he had met upon arriving at Montgomery, Brandt shot her a wry smile. "I look like your laird." Morag shook her head. "Nay, lad, you've the look of the laird's brother, Robert." Her hand flew to her mouth in horror as if something had occurred to her. "Her ladyship will not be expecting it, to see the very image of her husband back from the grave." Brandt frowned, wondering whether the old woman could be of use. Morag was certainly old enough to have been around for a long time. "Does the laird have any sisters or female cousins?" he asked. "Two sisters and many cousins," she replied, squinting at the odd question and opening the door to admit some servants with water to fill the wash-basin. They, too, gawked at them before Morag shooed them from the room. "Tongues will be wagging all over Montgomery today. A ghost and the beast," she broke off in horror, her aggrieved gaze darting to Sorcha. "Begging your pardon, my lady, I didn't mean any insult." "None taken, Morag." Sorcha smiled kindly at the woman's aghast face. "It's truth, I am a beast. Ask any of my brothers, and they'll swear to it." Morag shook her head. "You were such a bonny lass." Sorcha's eyes widened. "Did you know me?" "Your father brought you here as a wee lass one summer. I wept when I heard the news of the wolf attack." Morag had tears shining in her eyes. "But 'twas not as bad as I expected. You're still bonny, ye ken." Her gaze slid to where Brandt stood. "And you're married to this strapping man." Sorcha opened her mouth, as if to contradict the statement, and then closed it. Regardless of his opinion on the matter or what had happened between them, in the eyes of the clan and everyone else, they were wedded. Morag looked like she wanted to reminisce more, but she straightened and made for the doorway as though suddenly frightened. She stopped at the door. "Be on your way as soon as you can," she whispered. "'Tis not safe here. The devil roams these lands." The door slammed shut behind her before either of them could respond, but her ominous words remained in the air like a warning. Brandt exchanged a glance with Sorcha, but she looked as bemused as he felt. "That was odd," he said. "Highland folk believe in their legends." She moved toward the wash-basin. "It's said that when the old duke died, a curse fell upon the land. Perhaps that is the devil she speaks of." Sorcha glanced at him over her shoulder, and when their eyes met, hurt and resolve passed over hers. "I wish to wash in private." Brandt frowned. His wife's voice had taken on the same chilling reserve from earlier that morning, when they'd broken camp by the river. He missed their easy camaraderie, but he'd hurt her with his dispassionate remarks about what had happened at the river. Eventually she would appreciate the sense of his actions, but for now, the more space between them the better. He nodded and left the chamber. Brandt had half expected to see a guard posted outside his door, but there was no one there. The occasional maid scurried by as he passed several closed doors that he assumed led into other bedchambers. He walked down a long hallway until he came to a large gallery. Immense portraits hung on the walls, spanning from floor to ceiling. His breath caught as he saw the similarities in some of the older paintings, but it was certainly nothing to lose one's accounts over. He strode deeper into the room, hoping that perhaps there would be a painting of the laird's sisters. Deep down, Brandt felt that he would know his mother, but other than a few paintings of some older women and one painting of a family with 2 girls and 2 boys, one of which Brandt wagered was the laird at a young age, there was nothing that gave him any hope at all. Frustrated, he'd turned on his heel and headed back down the gallery when his gaze fell on a curtained portrait in an alcove at the end of the hall. Black silk hung over its surface, as if someone had wanted to banish the person in the portrait from the others. Brandt held his breath as he lifted one edge of the silk. His heart sank as his gaze took in a pair of strong male legs, encased in boots and a kilt. It was not a woman. He tugged harder on the silk, and to his dismay, the delicate fabric tore into ragged pieces and floated to the ground at his feet. But the portrait was fully exposed. It showed a man on a horse, a warrior in a Montgomery tartan with a broadsword held high and a proud look on his face. Brandt staggered back, suddenly understanding what all the clansmen had been whispering about. Laird Robert Montgomery was Brandt in the flesh. From the deeply bronzed red of his hair to his stern features and long, brawny stature. The only difference was the eyes. They were the same wintry blue of his brother's. Brandt drew his fingers along the edges of the man's plaid. Had this been his uncle? Had he been the one to send Monty away with the newborn babe he'd fathered with one of the Duke's sisters? Had it been some form of revenge? Punishment? Brandt's heart ached for his father, who'd been banished so callously from his clan for falling in love with a woman he could not have. Sisters of dukes did not marry stable-masters, and neither did daughters of dukes. Suddenly Brandt couldn't care less about his parentage. His heart ached for the woman he'd left in his chambers, the one he'd cut down so callously, before she'd had the chance to offer him her misguided affection. He had nothing to offer her in return, though, and if he accepted or encouraged her esteem, she would pay the price for her foolish choices, just as Monty had. Chapter 15. To Sorcha's surprise, there was a knock on the door and men waiting at Morag's side with a wooden tub. She had just splashed her face with the cool, refreshing water in the basin, and though she'd been grateful for the chance to wash away the half-day's worth of travel dust, she longed for a bath. No sooner had she thought it than the knock had come. The servants emptied pails of steaming water into the tub until it was full. Some of them stared openly at her, and Sorcha resisted the urge to duck her head. "Will you need help, lass?" Morag asked. Sorcha shook her head, and the old woman curtsied, shutting the door behind her. Stripping bare with a delicious sigh, she sank into the warm water, scented with rose petals and lavender. God, she missed baths. She loved riding and hunting, but being on the road took its toll. It made her long for the simple luxuries of home. After scrubbing her entire body from head to toe, she wrapped herself in a long length of toweling and sat before the fire to dry and comb her hair. She heard the chamber door open and close, but it was only Morag with a gown in hand. Still she crossed her arms over her chest. "Yours was filthy, so I brought you another one." Morag studied the pale blue muslin she held with a critical eye. "You're a tall lass, but it should fit." "Thank you," Sorcha said with a grateful smile as the maid curtsied and left. She'd brought no other suitable gowns with her, and all of the clothing in her pack needed washing or mending. She hadn't wanted to go to dinner in the laird's hall looking like a pauper with borrowed threads from charity, but she didn't have any other choice. At least now she would not bring shame to Maclaren or her husband. Not that he would care if she appeared clothed in rags. Sorcha blinked. She hadn't allowed herself to think of Brandt since they departed for Montgomery. After what had happened between them at the river, she'd wanted to kick herself in the teeth, repeatedly. The bluntness of his response had burned through to her bared heart, like hot embers upon an open wound. Even now the memory scolded. What had she expected? That he would fall to his knees and confess his devotion? In truth, a small part of her had hoped he would, but his cruel words had shattered her girlish fantasies. He did not want marriage, nor did he want her. Oh, he wanted her body. She'd felt his arousal on the way to the keep. But Brandt appeared to view any intimacy between them as weakness, or idiocy. It seemed he was far more adept than she was at keeping his desires separate from everything else. Perhaps all men were built that way, able to take pleasure and only pleasure when it was given, without the inconvenient entanglement of feelings. Well, no matter. Soon they would be at Brodie, and she could put Brandt Pierce behind her for good, as he clearly wanted. The chamber door opened and closed again, and she did not look up, thinking it was only Morag. But after a moment of strange silence, she did glance up. It wasn't Morag. Brandt stood watching her, his pale face as if he'd seen a ghost himself. Sorcha did not want to care, but she couldn't curb her tongue or her sudden burst of concern. "What is it?" she asked. A muscle jumped in his stubbled jaw as he scraped his fingers through the bristle. "I saw a portrait of the old laird," he said. "The clansmen were right to stare. I look like him." He drew a slow breath. "Exactly like him." Brandt walked toward the bed and sat on the edge, one hand raking through his hair. Sorcha clutched the toweling tighter as she stood, setting the comb down on the chair. "What is it you're thinking?" she asked, her mind reaching for possible explanations. The resemblance to Roderick was strong, and the stares of the Montgomery people had been too pointed to ignore. "That your mother is one of the Duke's sisters." She walked toward him, her bare feet cold upon the stone floor. Brandt had asked Roderick earlier about other siblings, and she suspected that was the reason why. "Perhaps, and she must have had a tryst with Monty," he answered, his hand falling from the crop of hair he'd been clutching in frustration and landing upon his thigh. Without thinking, Sorcha reached for it, curling her fingers over his with a soft squeeze. He needed comfort, and she couldn't be so cruel as to withhold it, no matter if she still wanted to throw an overflowing chamber pot at his head. "If she's married, she may not be here then," she said, thinking of her own sisters, sent far away to other lands when they'd wed. Brandt nodded, his fingers shifting to wind around hers. "I know. My father told me my mother had already been married when I was born, but perhaps she had been staying here at the keep only for a time. I don't know." It could have been the long shadows of the fading light outside and the flickering flames from the fire, but for the first time Sorcha noticed circles under his eyes. He'd been sleeping lightly in order to keep watch over their encampments every night for days on end. He had to be exhausted. "I'll dress and you can bathe," she said, attempting to pry her fingers from his. "We are eating soon." He held on, though, his thumb rubbing the heel of her palm in slow strokes. "It wasn't an act," he whispered, looking up into her eyes. "It wasn't just a row." He was speaking of that morning. "We needn't discuss it again," she said, dropping her eyes and twisting her hand to free her fingers from his. He stared down at his hand, looking torn, like he wanted to say more. After a protracted moment, Sorcha expelled a slow breath. Regardless of the hurt she suffered, she knew he would need her for what was surely to come at supper, and like a touch, she would not withhold it. "I'm here for you, Brandt, with the Montgomerys." His eyes met hers. "How can you be so kind after I've been such a beast?" Kindness was the least of her worries. She wanted to shake him until his teeth rattled. She wanted to run from this dank, ugly place with its maudlin ghosts. She wanted him to let go of the past that haunted him. Sorcha shook her head and formed the brightest smile she could manage. "The only beast here is me, and don't you forget it. Now bathe, or we shall be late." She kept the toweling around her as she took up the blue muslin dress Morag had left for her and moved toward a wood-panelled privacy screen. She dressed and braided her hair while Brandt washed. After a decent amount of time had gone by without splashing noises, a furtive peek through a thin gap in the screen showed he had finished and had dressed himself in a pair of clean buckskins and a linen shirt. Which was well and good, for if she had to look upon his sleek, muscled limbs again, the keen ache she already felt for him would have sharpened into something unbearable. Once she'd wound her braid into a loose knot and secured it with a few of her own pins and combs, she and Brandt walked together toward the great hall. They had both agreed that it would be wise to leave her wedding ring tucked away in Brandt's pocket, at least for the moment. Sorcha expected to hear a boisterous cacophony of voices and laughter, along with the clink and crash of cutlery and glass as they entered the hall. But instead she found a muted din. There were 2 long tables with benches set up in the hall, each one filled with Montgomery clansmen. Sorcha's feet faltered as she and Brandt walked toward the dais at the end of the cavernous room upon which the laird's table stood. Though there was a fire within a giant hearth, candles on every table, and a number of guttering wall torches, the room was still cloaked in shadows. Eyes turned toward them as they approached the laird. Stares were nothing new to Sorcha, but what Brandt had whispered earlier was unmistakably true. These stares were not solely aimed at her and her scars. These were fastened on Brandt. There were 5 open seats at the laird's table, the one to Roderick's right, and 4 more placed farther down the table, 2 on the side closest to them and 2 next to 2 younger men. Each man stood, their resemblance to the Duke clear, though one was fairer than the other. The dark-haired one to the right of the Duke speared Brandt with a narrow-browed stare and an unmasked grimace. "Welcome, my honoured guests," Roderick boomed, banging his tankard down on the table so that the entire hall went silent. Sorcha was certain she didn't miss the sarcastic emphasis on honoured, as if it was some kind of well-intentioned slight. Or maybe it was the way the laird enunciated each syllable with such cold, courteous precision. It felt like she was caught in a Shakespearean production she'd seen once in London with her mother. "Thank you, Your Grace," she heard Brandt say. "These are my sons," Roderick said, a loose hand gesturing toward the 2 men. "Patrick," he said, and the dark-haired man nodded once, "and Callan." Patrick looked to be Brandt's age, perhaps a few years younger, and Callan the lighter-haired one closer to Sorcha's own age. He pulled out the chair beside him, and Brandt took it. Sorcha started to sit beside Brandt, but the Duke cleared his throat. "You are to sit over there, Lady Pierce," he said, indicating an empty seat on the other side of the table. Surprised, Sorcha paused, but she kept her back straight and her shoulders pressed down, and moved toward the 3 open seats on the other side. She had always been welcome to sit wherever she liked at her father's own table, and when visiting other keeps she would sit beside one of her brothers. It was also customary at Maclaren, and with most other clans, for wives and husbands of the laird's family to sit beside each other. She would have liked to have been able to sit beside Brandt as his wife, if only for the familiar comfort of the only face she knew within the room. But as she took the seat farthest to the left, directly opposite from Brandt, she refused to show her unease. Tankards were filled with ale and goblets with wine, but the food had yet to be served. Sorcha was starving, and yet she knew she wouldn't feel like eating a bite of anything the maids would be whisking in on large platters soon. Across the table she met Brandt's eyes. They were hard and watchful. He didn't like this place any more than she did, and she had no doubt the endless looks being thrown his way every few moments were frustrating him. She understood how wearying it could be. Patrick and Callan got to their feet as a young woman entered the great hall, her strides swift and sure as she approached the tables. She appeared to be no more than 16, with sparkling brown eyes set in a heart-shaped face. Her long, fair hair matched that of Callan's, and had been woven into one thick plait down the centre of her back. Brandt stood as well, though Sorcha noted Roderick did not. "Father," the young woman said, stopping at the head of the table to bob a curtsy to Roderick. "Mr. Pierce, Lady Pierce, this is my daughter, Isla," Roderick announced, and when Isla turned to bob a curtsy to Brandt, she did not falter or stare as the others had. Perhaps she had already heard about his resemblance, and she was too well-bred to make any open notice of it. Isla then turned to take her seat on the left-hand side, and Sorcha prepared herself. It was instinct, really, the steeling of her spine before meeting a person for the first time. But again the girl only smiled and murmured a soft, pleasant greeting. Her eyes stayed firmly hitched to Sorcha's own, without roving over her scars. "Welcome to Montgomery," she said, leaving the chair directly next to Roderick open. "Thank you," Sorcha replied. Just then a few words rose above the subdued conversation in the room. Face, and, worse than I heard, reached her ears before Isla picked up her goblet of wine and asked her a question, loudly, as if trying to distract her. "Where do you and your husband travel to, Lady Pierce?" She took a sip of her wine, and looking into Sorcha's eyes, smiled. She was a pretty young woman, a few years younger than Sorcha. She had sharp, memorable features, with a wide mouth, pale hair, a sprinkling of freckles over the bridge of her nose, and a pair of eyes, not brown as Sorcha had first thought, almost the colour of copper. "West," she answered, thankful for Isla's attempt to spare her from the gossiping tongues of the Montgomery men. It hadn't been necessary, and it made her feel only guiltier for lying about their destination. But she didn't like the bleak, tense air of this keep, or the pointed, appraising way Roderick looked at her and Brandt. If Malvern's men tracked them here, she didn't trust him or his people to guard the truth of their true destination. Isla, perhaps sensing her reticence, did not ask for anything more specific. Another kindness. "Your husband," Isla said next, her attention flicking down the length of the laird's table. "He's Sassenach." Her eyes lingered on Brandt for a few moments. "No," Sorcha answered. "Scottish-born, with Montgomery kin." Isla turned back to her, her coppery eyes wide. "Montgomery?" Sorcha didn't know if it was her place to give away her husband's father's name or not, but she sensed something within Isla that she had in Morag, a willingness to help. Perhaps also the possession of answers. But Sorcha wasn't able to speak before the men in the hall rose yet again. Looking toward the entrance to the hall, she saw another woman threading between the row of tables. Lady Glenross, she determined. Though older, with fine lines near her temples and around her mouth, she was beautiful, like Isla. Lady Glenross had given both Callan and Isla their fair colouring, and as she approached the table, Sorcha noted the regal poise of her back and chin. She'd nearly reached the laird's table before her steps slowed, then stopped completely. Her attention seemed to be hinged on Brandt, who'd also stood in greeting, but the moment he lifted his gaze, hers floundered and fell away. With every passing second, Lady Glenross's pale complexion grew more pallid. Her initial expression had been shocked, as if she had not been forewarned in advance of their visitor, or his uncanny resemblance to her dead husband. Recalling Morag's words, Sorcha's gaze swung to the Duke, who was watching his wife with narrowed, calculating eyes. Of course, he'd planned it this way. Roderick was relishing every moment of what had to be an awful shock for her. It was clear the lady still grieved the loss, and it was also abundantly clear that the current Duke resented it. Something was at play here, something sinister. Sorcha didn't like it. Isla stood. "Mother?" The woman faltered on her next step, and Callan's chair scraped against the stone floor as he pushed it aside. He reached Lady Glenross within seconds, but by then she was already shaking her head and apologizing. "I am fine, perfectly fine. I was a little dizzy for only a moment," she said, Callan leading her to her chair anyway. 2 bright spots of colour had suffused her cheeks by the time she sat beside Roderick, and as she reached for her goblet of wine, Sorcha noticed her hand was trembling violently. Roderick, who had also remained seated for his wife's entrance, let an uncomfortable, somewhat punishing, minute pass by, before finally opening his mouth and introducing her. "Mr. Pierce and Lady Pierce, this is my wife, Katrina, the Duchess of Glenross." "'Tis my pleasure." Lady Glenross kept her eyes on the table, though no food had yet been delivered. She had not greeted Sorcha as warmly as Isla had, but it wasn't due to blatant rudeness. No, Sorcha knew from the woman's dazed and distant expression that she was 1,000 miles away in her own mind. The goblet rose to pale lips in an unsteady hand until the entire glass of wine was drained. It was just as quickly refilled by a waiting servant. Sorcha glanced toward Brandt and found him sitting rigidly in his chair. His jaw was tight, his nostrils flaring. She cursed Roderick and his stringent rules separating the men and women at the laird's table. It wasn't normal asking an honoured guest to sit apart from her husband, but nothing about this wretched hall was normal. Though the men conversed, it was in low, controlled tones, not the boisterous noise she was used to in her own keep, interspersed with the animated sounds of laughter and praise. "Pierce," Roderick said as the first tired of serving maids entered the hall with large trenchers in their hands. The appearance of food distracted the Montgomery men, but not Sorcha. She cut her eyes to the Duke. At last, perhaps his game would be made clear. "You've come all the way from England to pay respects to your dead father's kin." Brandt was still as stone in his chair when he answered, his voice tightly leashed. "Yes. 'Tis a long way for such sentiment. His name?" Roderick asked. Brandt seemed to pause, considering his reply and how much of the truth he should impart. "Montgomery Pierce," he answered, adding, "He worked in the stables." Lady Glenross's glass lifted to her lips, but Sorcha was intent on the Duke. "I can recall him," Roderick said quickly, not having taken enough time to truly try to remember. He just as swiftly directed his attention to his left and met Sorcha's stare. "Though I do recall the name of the man you were betrothed to, Lady Pierce, the Marquess of Malvern, the very Englishman your traitor uncle lost his lands to." Though she had not set eyes upon him since Selkirk, the mere sound of Malvern's name was enough to sour and turn her stomach. "Yes, it was the Marquis." "And he released you from the betrothal, so you could marry this Sassenach." A platter of roasted venison was set on the table before her, and she felt even more ill. "No," she answered. "We eloped." The lie was like a mouthful of salt. So focused was she on not meeting Brandt's eyes that she did not realize that the Duke was staring at her with his mouth set in a white line until she became aware of the eerie silence descending upon the table. "You eloped? You've broken your betrothal contract, you foolish chit," he said in a low yet strangely pleasant voice. It made Sorcha's skin crawl, and every hair rose on the back of her neck. She'd always trusted her instincts, and right now they were signaling danger. The Duke of Glenross was not an ally. If 'tis asylum from Malvern ye seek here, then I canna help you. It is you who have wronged." His pale eyes flicked to Brandt as he went on in the same conversational tone. "Have you no honour, you coxcomb? She was given to another. A contract was signed. She was her father's property to do with as he wished, and 'twas his wish for her to marry the Marquess of Malvern, ye ken." Sorcha felt her temper rise and fought to control it, but something inside of her snapped. Perhaps it was the combination of the subdued hall, the insult to Brandt, or the stricken look on Lady Glenross's face, but she couldn't curb the words that leaped to her tongue. "I am not property," she hissed, drawing the consternated eye of every man in the room. "Promised or not, would you marry your own daughter to a man such as Malvern? A man whose cruelty and greed touches every corner of Scotland?" Waving his arm for Chatter to resume, Roderick arched an eyebrow, impaling her with his reptilian stare. "Aye, Isla will do her duty, even if 'twere my wish for her to wed a dog." Sorcha saw the young woman stiffen beside her, but Isla did not utter a word. Clearly the man was a despot. And if that dog bit and mauled her? The Duke smiled. "'Tis a husband's right." A man such as Roderick would not hesitate to put his hands on his wife if she disobeyed him. And even now Lady Glenross remained silent, her gaze upon her plate. If Sorcha's father dared speak to her mother like that, said dishes would be flying. She felt sick to her stomach. "Then any daughter of yours has my deepest condolences," Sorcha muttered, uncaring of what her words might provoke. "And also your wife," she added, with a look to the lady who had taken on the hue of a ghostly wraith. "Why, Malvern is a marquess," Roderick said, his lip curling. "A powerful, wealthy English lord. You have betrayed your family and forgone your duty for what? A quick tumble in the woods. Perhaps that encounter with the wolf did more to you than disfigure your face." "Roderick!" Lady Glenross gasped. Once more his words made the hall go quiet, his vile insinuation echoing in the silence, that she was little more than an animal herself. Flushing with shame, Sorcha opened her mouth, but Brandt shoved his chair back slowly and pushed to his feet. "Do not insult my wife," he snapped through clenched teeth as the Duke's sons both stood, ready and bristling. "I married her because I wanted her. If you wish to take offence with someone, do so with me. We have sought sanctuary here, but perhaps it's best if we leave." The Duke smiled and speared a piece of meat with the tip of his knife. "Rest easy, Mr. Pierce. Apologies to you and your lady if any insult was felt." The insincerity in his voice was clear, as was the fact that he hadn't truly apologized. "There are untold dangers roaming the fells at night. Be assured, Montgomery is welcome to you for as long as you require." Though Sorcha had the forbidding feeling they would be better off out there than in here, they had no choice. The journey to Brodie, in the remotest part of the Highlands, could not be made upon a lame horse. Brandt would not leave Ares behind, nor would she ask him to do so. 2 days, she thought, 3 at the most. Perhaps by then Brandt would be able to find the answers he sought, and Ares would have had enough time to heal. She would just have to stay out of Roderick's way before she did something stupid and truly unforgivable, like sink her dirk into his blasted eye. "'Tis all right, Brandt," she whispered, and then lifted her voice and her chin. "No insult taken, your grace, but you can be sure my father, the Duke, will be pleased to learn of your kindness." Roderick's pale eyes narrowed at the veiled threat, but Sorcha did not cower. She stared right back at him. Maclaren was a powerful clan, and he knew it. Insulting her father with his wide-reaching influence would not be wise, no matter how protected Montgomery lands were. She only hoped she hadn't lost her father's support. No use making threats that wouldn't come to fruition if Dunranach had disowned her. Lady Glenross cleared her throat, breaking the silence and the tension, and lifted her goblet. "To new friends," she said. Everyone, with the exception of the laird, lifted their glasses and echoed her toast, and as Sorcha sipped her wine, she couldn't help noticing Roderick and Brandt engaged in a silent battle of wills, the resemblance between them more marked than it had been earlier. Her skin grew chilled, as if touched by the spirit of whatever it was haunted these halls. She suppressed a shiver. She recognized the expression on Roderick's face, having seen a similar one on Malvern. It was full of calculated malice. She realized then that Roderick had never inquired about the identity of Brandt's mother. Sorcha was willing to bet anything it was because Roderick already knew exactly who she was. Chapter 16. Once the Duke of Glenross had finished his ducal posturing, the dinner conversation took on a lighter, more jovial tone, as much as one could be jovial in such a suffocating atmosphere. Brandt was glad for it because he was 2 breaths short of tossing the Duke on his privileged arse in front of all his men in his own keep, and teaching him a much-needed lesson. He'd known men like Roderick before, men who believed women were meant to be seen, not heard, that they were little more than possessions. Men like him wielded their power and cruelty with equal ferocity. It was clear in the way he'd tried and failed to intimidate Brandt. In that respect, Roderick was very much like Malvern. It made him regret that he'd brought Sorcha here. He spared her a glance. She was deep in conversation with Isla, and the worry that had been written all over her before had disappeared. He had not told her how beautiful she looked in blue. The light colour made her creamy skin luminous, and her eyes glow like sapphires. Brandt had been proud of how well she'd stood up to Roderick's interrogation, but he hadn't been about to let the man insult her. It was only by a slim thread that he'd been able to stop himself from calling the Duke out. Not that he doubted his own skill at 20 paces, but he'd made a promise to Sorcha to see her through to Brodie, and he couldn't do that if he were wounded or dead. Still, Brandt wondered if anyone would miss the Duke if he met an untimely end. His sons, perhaps. His wife and daughter, not as much, he'd wager. Other than having the blonde colouring of her middle son and daughter, he hadn't taken much measure of Lady Glenross. Though she was tall, she seemed frail and delicate. Her features were fine-boned, much like her daughter's, and she had long, elegant hands. Shadows slunk beneath her eyes, and like the rest of the women in the keep, she seemed beaten down. Brandt wondered if she would be amenable to questions about her sisters-in-law, their whereabouts, or any secret bastard children born out of wedlock. Brandt's gaze tumbled to where Lady Glenross was moving the food around her plate. Other than her earlier toast, she hadn't spoken once. Neither had she looked up. The Duchess's reaction upon seeing him had been expected, especially after he'd seen the portrait of the late Duke in the gallery, though the depth of her surprise had been puzzling. The previous Duke of Glenross had been dead over a score of years. Brandt wondered at loving someone so deeply that, no matter how long they had been gone, they never truly left you. His gaze flicked back to Sorcha, and he felt an unfamiliar sensation compress his lungs. He couldn't imagine ever forgetting her. Not in a week, not in 20 years, not in a lifetime. Brandt gave his head a hard shake. He would have to. He sighed and speared another mouthful of poached fish. The food, to his surprise, was delicious and flavorful. The roasted fish was seasoned with herbs and cooked in a buttery wine sauce that hinted of French origins. The Duke clearly did not spare the expense to employ a superb cook, which Brandt knew was uncommon for the Highlands. It was another thing about the man that rankled. He was a duke and chieftain of Montgomery, but he acted like a king, a pampered, spoiled king. Callan, the younger of the 2 brothers, cleared his throat, drawing Brandt out of his thoughts. "Whereabouts do you hail from in England?" "Essex," he replied, with a longer look at the lad sitting beside him. He seemed to be about 20 and wore a less constipated look than his elder brother. "Have you been to London?" Brandt nodded. "Many times. White's?" Callan's brown eyes had grown more animated. Brandt understood the allure. White's was the most famous gentlemen's club in London. He'd, of course, been to it only with the Duke of Bradburn, but to any young man, White's was the exclusive crowning glory of a gentleman's social life in London. Before he could reply, the Duke's voice interrupted. "White's is a members-only establishment, ye ken," he scoffed. "How would the pauper son of a stable-master ever set foot in such a place?" Brandt tented a slow eyebrow. "Perhaps by not being as poor as you've assumed." He turned his attention to Callan. "And yes, I can assure you I've been to White's." "How is that possible?" Callan asked, with a nervous glance to his father. "If you're not a lord, ye ken. The Duke of Bradburn is like a brother to me." Brandt was not a title-thrower, but he hoped his double entendre was clear. If anything should happen to him, or his wife, no stone would be left unturned, not even in Scotland. Though Malvern was indeed a powerful marquess, Bradburn's sphere of influence was unrivalled. There weren't many men in England or the continent who had not heard of Lord Archer Croft. "Bradburn, aye," the Duke remarked. Brandt smiled. "Indeed." After a while Roderick stood and moved to confer with one of his men who begged a word, the big older warrior who had met them on the road on the way into Montgomery. They shifted out of sight of the great hall. At the Duke's departure, Lady Glenross seemed interested in the conversation. In fact, for the first time since she had arrived, it seemed as if she could breathe. Yet again, Brandt frowned at the thrall Roderick Montgomery held over them all. "You said your father was a Montgomery?" Patrick said. It was the first time the Glenross heir had spoken directly to him. Brandt nodded. "As far as I understood it, yes." "My father doesn't recall such a man." Brandt inclined his head. Perhaps it was before his time as laird. Lady Glenross's head snapped up, though her eyes did not meet his. Patrick, too, seemed to notice his mother's unusual response. She did not look at Brandt, but her low-pitched, musical voice was clear. "What did you say his name was?" Brandt noticed that Sorcha's attention had become focused on him. "Montgomery Pierce." "We had a Ferson Montgomery once," she said softly. "A loyal lad who worked in the stables." Brandt's frown deepened. Monty had been all of 18 when Brandt had been born, and he'd fled Scotland. It was conceivable that his name could have been Ferson. It wasn't that far from Pierce. Perhaps he had simply reversed the two for anonymity after he left the only home he'd known. Once more Brandt felt a compelling need to determine the identity of his mother, for Monty's sake. "I didn't recall anyone of that name either," Patrick said. "You were not even a glimmer in my eye yet, dear heart," Lady Glenross replied, smiling at her son. It was a smile that contained so much love that Brandt could feel its warm force, like a wave cresting over him. She loved her children, that much was clear. Even the stoic Patrick, who seemed to be his father's man in the flesh. "'Twas a long time ago, long before any of you were born, when I was but a young lass." To Brandt's surprise, Patrick's eyes softened, and, reaching for his mother's hand, he leaned over to place a kiss on her knuckles. "You never talk of your childhood." Lady Glenross stared affectionately at her son, her gaze falling to Callan and then to Isla. "My life found renewed purpose and hope when you were born. A wounded heart was restored." Wounded from the death of her husband, the previous duke? The Duchess looked up then, her dark gaze catching Brandt's for the briefest of moments in the flickering light, and he was filled with the strangest feeling. He could see knowledge swirling in their glittering depths before she cast her gaze away. Lady Glenross knew more than she was letting on. He would stake his life upon it. He had to keep her talking before her husband came back. Sorcha seemed to have the same idea, because she was the one to ask the next question. "Who was he?" Fersen Montgomery." A fond smile graced the Duchess's lips. "A stable boy, with the bravest heart a boy could have. He was my dearest friend." It was an odd answer, cryptic at best. He didn't understand why the laird's wife would have remembered Monty as brave, if indeed his father had been this Fersen she spoke of, or even how he would have won the friendship of the lady of the keep to begin with. Had he impregnated the laird's sister? Had he been forced to leave Montgomery? "What happened to him?" Brandt asked. "He never told me why he left." But before she could answer, the laird came stalking back to his seat at the table, and the Duchess stared once more into her plate. Brandt swallowed a curse at the lost opportunity. The Duke did not sit. Instead, Roderick hooked a hand toward Patrick. "Declan reports that there has been an incident at the mill. Come," he commanded brusquely, before turning to Brandt and Sorcha. "My apologies for my absence. I'm sure you understand." "What kind of incident?" Patrick asked, but was quelled by the glacial look in his father's eyes. He rose and bowed. "I bid you good night, Mother. Mr. Pierce, Lady Pierce." Patrick nodded to his sister and brother and followed his father out of the hall. A dozen Montgomery men stood to fall in line with their laird, leaving the hall half empty. Callan called for more ale. Brandt was surprised he hadn't been allowed to accompany the laird, but perhaps it was the way things were done. The young man's sour face indicated that it wasn't the first time he'd been left behind. "You wish to go with them?" Brandt asked. "My father likes to keep us apart," Callan said, after a long draught on his mug. "Patrick is being groomed for the role of laird, and I am but a nuisance." "You're not a nuisance," Isla said loyally. Callan grumbled, but sent his sister a grateful glance. They were allies, then, Callan, Lady Glenross, and Isla. Brandt could sense it in the easy way all three of them were acting together now that the laird, his heir, and half the men in the hall had gone, though he suspected Patrick cared deeply for his mother as well. Katrina sipped her wine, relaxed again. In her husband's absence, it was as if another woman had taken her place, a vibrant hint of the woman she used to be. "I've not met the Marquess of Malvern, but I've heard of him. I cannot blame you for marrying another man, Lady Pierce. But pray tell, how did you and Mr. Pierce meet? In England?" She cast a curious look in Brandt's direction, but the moment he met her eyes, she glanced away again, concentrating instead on Sorcha. His wife had gone pink-cheeked, her lips pressed tightly. Roderick had shamed her enough for eloping. Should the Duke learn the truth, that she'd coerced a man into marriage in exchange for a horse, too, his disgust would only be renewed. "At the Common Lands Festival in Selkirk," Brandt answered for her. The hell if he'd let one more thing humiliate her. "I caught sight of her as she was competing in a sword fight against a much bigger, much stronger man." Sorcha's eyes widened, as if pleading with him to be quiet. He only smirked, his gaze trained on her. So much had passed between them since then, since that moment he'd first laid eyes on her, but Brandt would never forget the memory of her, ferocious and beautiful in equal measure, a virago in battle armor, flush with victory. And yet she bested her opponent with her skill. I was watching from afar when she pulled off her helm, and I realized she was a lady, not a boy as I'd assumed. Isla gasped and grinned, turning to stare at Sorcha with awe. Callan huffed an impressed laugh and drew from his tankard. "I knew I had to meet her," Brandt went on, Sorcha's alarm setting the tips of her ears afire. "And when I did, I knew. She wasn't just a swordswoman. She was a sorceress." Brandt raised his tankard to her. "Because I immediately fell under her spell." Sorcha's tensed shoulders fell, and though her cheeks and ears stayed bright with colour, she was breathing easier. Suddenly shy, she couldn't seem to hold his stare. It wasn't as though he'd strayed that far from the truth. He'd withheld only the specific terms of their agreement, but he had been mesmerized by her from the very start in that paddock. "Athena," he'd thought her. Though now, as he had discovered, that comparison failed to come close to the reality.
Love at first sight, you ken.
Isla sat back in her chair with a sigh, a hand covering her heart and girlish stars in her eyes.
'Tis so lovely, so very romantic.
Brandt saw Sorcha shake her head slightly, and he smiled. Their meeting had not been romantic in the least, despite his gawking, and he knew it was exactly what his wife was thinking. What was romance, anyway? A collection of words, maybe, said to another person, promises made. Though words were forgotten, promises easily broken. It was action Brandt admired, loyalty and resolve. Sorcha was a stubborn, unflinching, maddening woman, and yet she would not give up. She'd proven her mettle in the last handful of days as they'd travelled, fighting Coxley and Malvern's hired men at every turn. Laying herself bare to him at the river, that had taken courage too, and he'd belittled her for it. Isla sighed again, though the sound had taken on an edge of despair.
Truly I only wish I could meet a man as you did. With my luck I'll be married off to the Buchanans for the sake of an alliance.
She scowled and then laughed.
Or a dog, though I ken I'd marry the dog over Dougal Buchanan. 'Twould smell heaps better.
Callan snorted with laughter. Aye, dinna fash yourself, Isla. Patrick and I would toss the Buchanan into the loch before he put one finger upon you. She stuck her tongue out at her brother.
I'd elope with a handsome Sassenach over that lout.
Hush, Isla, Lady Glenross said with a nervous glance over her shoulder, as if expecting her husband's return any moment.
How did you and the Duke meet?
Sorcha asked, and then clamped her hand over her mouth with an appalled look. It was well known how they had met, Brandt knew, and well rumoured that the late Duke's death had been fratricide. However, the Duchess did not seem troubled by the question. Brandt felt her gaze linger on him for a protracted moment before she answered.
I was married to his brother, Robert, she said. He died in a fall, and Roderick was there to share the burden of my grief. We married shortly after the mourning period had passed.
She shrugged delicate shoulders.
'Twas the best thing for the clan.
Brandt grasped at the opening. That must have been hard for you and the lad's sisters. Where are they? He asked. Did they grow up here at Montgomery? Were they of comfort to you as well? He didn't care if he sounded oddly inquisitive. He didn't plan to remain under Roderick's roof much longer, and he still wanted answers.
Aye, 'twas a difficult time, but Jean and Una had already married. They visited, of course, and mourned their brother's death, but they had their own lives. I was inconsolable, and Roderick was the only one there to pick up the pieces.
Brandt exhaled, his fingers clenching into fists on his lap. Did Jean and Una have any children? Lady Glenross blinked at the question, her pale brows coming together in concern.
Several. Why do you ask?
No reason. And Brandt had none that would be acceptable. He had no way to ask outright if either of the Montgomery girls had been ruined by her friend the stable-boy and given birth to a son some 25 years before. He wished that Monty had given him more to go on, a name even. But the names Jean and Una were not familiar. Brandt was certain Monty had never mentioned either of them.
What was your father like?
The soft question came from the Duchess. Monty? He smiled, noticing that Sorcha had also leaned forward in interest. Brandt didn't see any harm in talking about his father now that Roderick had left. He was a good man, brave, principled, believed in the inherent goodness of men, and that one did not need to be born a nobleman to be noble. He managed the Duke of Bradburn's stables for years, and when he died, I took over. Nostalgia for the old codger crept over him. It had been a long while since he'd felt such a sharp yearning to see him again.
Was he kind to you?
The Duchess was focused on her hands that were knotted tightly together on the table, but she waited intently for his reply. Yes, he was. Monty didn't have a malicious bone in his body."
"And your mother?"
she asked, her voice wobbling slightly. Her bloodless fingers weaved and cinched together as if in agitation, though her countenance remained rigidly composed.
"Was she there with you in Essex?"
"No," Brandt replied, not curbing his bitter tone. "My mother remained in Scotland while my father raised me on his own. I was born a bastard." Isla gasped, as did Sorcha. Callan watched with interest, but it was the Duchess's response that stunned Brandt the most. Her shoulders curled backward as she gave a short bark of laughter, and then leaned across the table to meet his stare directly. "You're not a bastard." The furious intensity of her reply hit him first, but Brandt couldn't breathe. All the oxygen was sucked out of the room the minute her eyes connected with his and held them. They weren't dark as he'd initially assumed. They were hazel, flecked with gold and green. Fey eyes. His eyes. Everything tilted on its axis. The floor, the hall, his entire world. Brandt lifted narrowed eyes to the woman seated across from him. "Who are you?" Lady Glenross's mouth opened and closed, but then she stood. Tears replaced her laughter and streamed down her cheeks as she rushed from the hall. Brandt's chest felt too small to contain his hammering heart, but if he had her eyes, and he looked like the dead Duke, then that would mean— Good God! It was impossible. No. Monty was his father. His mother had to be the lad's sister. It was the only thing that made sense. Unless Monty had lied. The room spun in tune with his brain as Monty's broken parting words came back to haunt him. "I never told you. Truth. I'm not. His father. He'd been about to say, "Not your father." Chapter 17. The torches had all been lit and the fire stoked by the time Sorcha and Brandt returned to their room. As she'd promised, Morag had sent a few maids in to clean and tidy during sup. Neatly tied sprigs of bog myrtle and thistle lay on the pillows, and Sorcha smelled freshly laundered sheets along with the soap she'd used during her bath, rather than the musty closed-up air of the room as they'd first found it. Though she'd barely touched her food, she didn't feel hungry. Her stomach churned, but it was from unease, and the silence Brandt had wrapped himself up in ever since Lady Glenross had fled the great hall. Their conversation had gone from pleasant and polite to murky and barbed within moments, it had seemed. "Who are you?" Brandt's question had sent Roderick's wife running with tears in her eyes. Isla had excused herself to follow her mother, and soon after Callan had also bid them a good night. All the while, Morag's hushed and fervent advice to Sorcha and Brandt earlier to leave as quickly as they could, that it wasn't safe here, and that devils roamed these lands, repeated in the back of her mind. There was something wrong with the Montgomery, and as Sorcha towed off her slippers and felt the shock of the cold stones against her feet, she wanted only to lock the door and stay safely tucked away in her room with Brandt. He went to stand before the hearth, his jaw screwed tight just as it had been since the great hall. She watched the shadows play over his profile, the strong, sharp lines of his forehead and nose, the concerned furrow of his brow, and wished she could read his mind. She had her suspicions. All the talk about Monty had likely dredged up memories, though before, when speaking of his father, there had been a softness to Brandt's expression, a softness that was not there now. "Tell me," Sorcha whispered. Brandt turned his ear to her, not bothering to soften his reply. "Tell you what?" She flinched at the bleakness in his voice. "What was that with Lady Glenross?" The Duchess had been appalled at Brandt's confession that he'd been born a bastard, affronted even. The woman seemed to believe that he had not been born out of wedlock, which hinted to her knowing much more about Brandt than she'd led them to believe.
But then she'd fled the hall like the very devils Morag had spoken of were at her heels. Brandt didn't answer Sorcha's question, only giving an abrupt shake of his head. Clearly he didn't wish to speak about it. And why should he confide in her? Her heart had swelled during sup, when Roderick had insulted her and he'd risen in her defence. But Sorcha also knew that had he stayed quiet, Brandt would have been pegged as a weakling, a man of no courage. Perhaps her husband had only stood in her defence to prove that he would not be trifled with. The excuse hurt, and it also rung hollow. She wanted to believe he'd meant his words, and that his defence had been genuine, but he kept changing his mind, this obstinate man, and the moment Sorcha thought she knew what he was about, he seemed only to go and prove her wrong. One moment he couldn't keep his hands off her, the next he was walking away. She wanted him to at least talk to her, the way he had during their travels here. But most of all, she wanted to chase off the haunted look in his eyes. Sorcha went to him, her feet padding across the floor, swept clean by the maids and covered in spots by rugs and animal pelts that had not been in place when Morag had first shown them the room. Brandt seemed to sense her approach, and she saw the muscles in his back and shoulders tense. "You should get some sleep," he told her without turning around. "Take the bed, and I'll take the chairs here. It will be hours yet before I will be able to close my eyes." Standing so close to him, she couldn't stop her hands from reaching for the knots of tension in his shoulders. He inhaled audibly when she touched him, her fingers pressing firmly into his bunched muscle. "Don't be daft," she replied. "That bed is big enough for the two of us and our horses." "I don't think Morag would appreciate that mess." She caught sight of his profile again as he tilted his chin, and saw his lips break into a smile. Sorcha massaged his shoulders some more, and his head lolled back, a soft groan expelling from his throat. Her thumbs dug into the muscled flesh beneath the soft linen of his shirt, kneading and rolling, until she felt the largest of the knots start to loosen. "You have strong hands," he murmured. "Sit," she told him, gently leading him into one of the cushioned chairs in front of the hearth. "Sorcha." She pushed the heels of her palms into the tops of his shoulders. "Let me do this for you, Lennon." "What does that mean?" Sorcha hadn't realized what she'd called him. She felt herself flush. "It's a silly Gaelic term of endearment. It means nothing." Without giving him a chance to protest her touch or react to her stupid slip, calling him sweetheart, Sorcha sank her fingers deep into the muscle tissue just above his clavicle, wringing a deep groan from him as she squeezed firmly. She kept the pressure on while following circular motions with her thumbs along his upper back. She worked for a few minutes in silence, punctuated only by the sounds of pleasure escaping his lips. The small moans tugged at places deep inside her own body, but Sorcha kept herself focused on the task. She wasn't able to stifle a small gasp when she slipped her fingers inside the neckline of his shirt to palm his warm skin. She loved to touch him, the feel of his bare skin against hers. Any part of her. His muscles leaped reflexively beneath her touch, but she calmed them with wide, stroking oscillations. She wanted to press her lips to the hollow where his neck met his shoulders, follow in the path of her fortunate fingers, and trail her lips along the length of his spine. Sorcha marveled at the texture of his skin. He was steel overlaid with silk, strength wrapped in tenderness. Her fingers crept into his soft hair as she massaged his scalp, threading through the long burnished strands. Brandt sighed with pleasure again, and this time her entire body responded. The more she touched him, the more she craved. Sorcha kept going, even after she'd felt the tension dissolve and his flesh become malleable. She was only torturing herself, she knew, but she was so drunk on the sensation of him that she couldn't stop if she tried. "That feels incredible," he murmured. "Good, I'm glad. You're as stiff as an old branch." His chuckle was low and deep, striking a pleasant chord within her.
Stiffness seems to have become my Achilles' heel these past few weeks.
Perhaps you need to stretch more, she suggested innocently.
Brandt made a choked sound and then forcibly cleared his throat. "Are you volunteering your services, milady?" A heated blush overtook her at the underlying innuendo, and she was grateful she was out of his range of sight. Their banter was most dangerous when combined with desire. She took the coward's way out.
"Only my fingers."
"I give myself over to your leisure, then," he said softly. Cheeks scorching, Sorcha returned to the muscles around his collarbone, thinking of how his fingers had pleasured her, how his tongue and mouth had done the same, pleasing him now, giving him the same sensation of complete release as she massaged the worry and stress he'd built up inside over the last many days, made her feel powerful. In the moments when Brandt had brought her to ecstasy, there had been nothing in this world she wouldn't have done or given or said to be able to continue what she was feeling. In those moments, he'd held complete sway over her. He'd had the power. Now, as his head relaxed against the back of the chair, and her fingers delved under the collar of his shirt, she knew she was the one who held sway. For a tantalizing moment, she wondered if she were to walk around the chair and climb into his lap, whether he would continue to succumb. The scandalous thought made her dizzy. The smooth feel of his bare skin was heaven and hell in equal measure. She wanted to lick his sleek neck, bite into the corded muscle, rub her breasts against his bare back in wicked abandon.
"I want you, Lennon. I want you."
Every rational bone in her body argued that she should move away, but she couldn't stop. He needed this. He needed her, even if he wouldn't admit it. She moved from his neck to his shoulders once again, the breadth of them and the heavy muscle under her palms strumming a violent chord of want inside her. It throbbed along the insides of her ribs and cascaded down to her thighs in molten ribbons. Her senses were so heightened it wouldn't take much to push her over the edge, the same precipice he'd brought her to twice before. Sorcha squeezed her legs together, and her breath snagged. Gee, what he did to her was beyond sinful. Exhaling somewhat shakily, she concentrated on rubbing her thumbs into the base of his neck and working them in slow, circular strokes. She aimed for safer ground with serious conversation.
"Do you think your Monty could have been the man Lady Glenross spoke of? The one she knew as Fersen?"
A muscle jumped reflexively against her thumbs before settling down again. "It's possible," he answered. She'd put him at ease enough to speak to her about it at least.
"She spoke well of him,"
Sorcha added. "Yes," Brandt replied, his voice hitching lower. "It did sound as if she'd been fond of him." Sorcha heard the suspicion in his tone, and the knots in his neck suddenly became harder to massage. She lowered her lips to his ear.
"Tell me something about him. A memory."
Anything to direct his mind along a different path. He sighed, and she breathed in the warmed spice of his skin. This man drove her desire like nothing she'd ever imagined possible. Just the deeply masculine scent of him made her want to touch her tongue to his ear, press it against his neck, and feel his pulse leap. But she restrained herself. He needed more than one kind of release. Brandt needed to talk. "A memory," he repeated, again turning pliable beneath her constant ministrations. "I was young, maybe 8, and my stepmother, Anne, had just passed." He started, his lashes having fluttered shut. "We didn't make it a habit to celebrate birthdays, but that year Monty attempted to bake muffins. He burned them to crisps." Brandt chuckled, the sound reverberating up through Sorcha's hands and into the small bones of her arms. I managed to choke down 2 before he insisted we give the rest to the hogs, but even they refused to eat them, and hogs eat anything. He was a terrible cook. She smiled at the lightness of his voice.
He sounds like he was a good man." He opened his eyes, and from her vantage point she thought she could see a flicker of doubt. But then he spoke, and the admiration he held for Montgomery Pierce, or Fersen Montgomery, was indisputable. "He cared for me, and I cared for him." She stilled her hands. "Then why is it you sound so sad?" Surely he missed his father, but from what she recalled it had been many years since his death. Sorcha also couldn't help noticing that he hadn't used the word love. Perhaps she wasn't the only one he was running from. "Because he never told me the truth," he answered, "though I think he might have tried, near the end. I can't be sure. The words were muddled and he never finished his sentence. At the time I thought he was trying to reassure me that being a bastard shouldn't matter. But now, after Lady Glenross insisted I wasn't bastard-born—" "What do you think he wanted to tell you?" she asked. Brandt shrugged. "That I belonged somewhere, that I had a home with kin and people who shared my blood. But blood doesn't necessarily mean family." He paused as if thinking through his words. "Family is in the heart." "Then why did you want to come here?" He went quiet for a long time, though his body remained calm. He shifted, digging into his pocket to retrieve the ring he'd tucked in there earlier. They both stared at it, cupped in his palm. The Montgomery colours seemed to burn brighter, the thread of gold shimmering through the blue and green crest on its surface. "You could show her, you know," Sorcha said softly. "Rings like these are heirlooms for a laird's family." He twisted the ring in between his thumb and forefinger. "Which was why I thought it was one of the laird's sisters. But now I'm not so certain." His voice broke slightly upon his whispered confession. "We have the same eyes, Sorcha, Lady Glenross and I." Sorcha stilled. She'd been sitting on the Duchess's left, and the woman had never once looked at her directly. Her mind tumbled over itself. There was little resemblance between them, if any at all. She was fair-haired and slight, while his looks and build favoured the laird. What did he mean they had the same eyes? Did Brandt think he was her son? With Monty, or the late Duke? If it were the latter, then that would make him— Gia, the Montgomery heir. "Brandt, do you think the Duchess is your mother?" His entire body stiffened at the hushed incredulity in her tone. "I'm not entirely sure what to think." A new rush of tension coiled underneath his skin, and Sorcha wanted only to soothe it away. Her attempts to get him to talk had worked, but besides the memory of those birthday muffins, thoughts of his father, or the identity of his mother, only seemed to make Brandt more upset. She wanted him to unwind, to bask in the soothing sensation of her fingers, as she always did his. Even now she worshipped the feel of his body. She wanted more, though, more than just touch, and she wanted to give him more. Blushing at what she was about to do, Sorcha forced her fears away. He was her husband, at least for this moment. She might not know much about marital accord, but she knew he wanted her, and want was a powerful motivator. She leaned forward, over his shoulder, pushing her hands lower under his shirt, across his front. Her palms filled with his hard pectorals, his muscles leaping at a touch. Her fingertips brushed over each nipple, and she saw him shift his hips, readjusting his seat in the chair. His body went tense, but it was a different kind of tension. This one made his pulse speed up, his heartbeat quickening beneath her fingertips. Primal satisfaction curled through her. "What are you doing?" His voice was a dark rasp that scraped along her senses. "Touching you." He inhaled sharply as her fingernails grazed gently over his nipples once more. "I don't think—" "Then don't think. At least not right now," Sorcha whispered, her lips so close to Brandt's earlobe that she could not help but dart her tongue out to taste it. "How does this feel?" He made a grating noise in his throat before clamping his hands down upon both of her wrists.
dangerous," he said, his voice slightly hitched. Brandt held her so firmly that she'd instinctively arched backward before she relaxed into him, letting her breasts come to rest against his shoulders as she'd craved doing earlier. The scent of his warmed skin wafted into her nostrils, and she inhaled deeply. Her mouth watered, and her nipples ached from under the confines of her bodice. Once more she gave in to the inclination to taste him, scraping her teeth along the column of his throat beneath his ear. His body jerked as Sorcha lapped and nibbled her way down his neck, while her trapped fingertips scoured the shelved muscle of his torso. She wanted to taste every heated inch of him.
"We both seem to tempt danger," she whispered into his ear. "Don't we?"
"Why are you doing this?"
She tried to be as blasé and self-possessed as he had been with her. "It's just pleasure, Brandt, nothing more. Let me do this for you." In response, he angled his chin upward and caught her lips with his. The kiss was dark and carnal, his hot mouth clinging to hers. A moan escaped her as his tongue delved deep in search of hers, finding it and coaxing it between his teeth until her knees felt like rubber. Her fingernails scraped gently against his taut chest, and the low, fierce growl in his throat made her wild. Sorcha kissed him back just as fiercely, just as possessively. Still gripping her fingers, Brandt released her mouth and her hands and drew her around the side of the chair. The heavy-lidded look in his eyes made every drop of blood burn in Sorcha's veins and turn to liquid fire between her hips. God, one scorching glance from him was all it took to make her want to tear her clothes off and throw herself at his mercy. "Sorcha, we both know where this road leads." Brandt's words were at odds with his eyes and the thumb insistently stroking over her knuckles. He wanted her to resist him, as if she could do such a thing. She was hanging on to decency by the slimmest of threads, and she had no intention of walking away. Not from this, not from him. She licked her lips, and his eyes settled on her mouth. "Do we? Are you a savant now?"
"It is unwise," he murmured.
"Don't worry, Lennon. Your virtue will be quite safe, I promise."
Brandt chuckled as Sorcha made the decision for him and sat in his lap. He was aroused. Impressively so. He groaned as she wriggled against him, the rigid length of his erection settling in between the gap of her thighs. This time, slowly, teasingly, she leaned forward to catch his mouth with hers. His eyes darkened as her tongue slipped out, licking the inside of his upper lip before biting gently upon his full lower one. Brandt's arms banded around her, pulling her flush to his chest, and he took her mouth with a ravenous, uncontrolled hunger. A pulse of worry wicked through her. Not worry exactly, more like breathless thrill, excitement. She had never seen him like this. Brandt had always been so controlled, so in possession of all his impulses, but now he seemed almost feral, as if driven by dark desires he no longer wanted to keep at bay. Sorcha responded in kind, biting, sucking, licking deep, and when his mouth moved to her throat, she flung her head back in abandon. She wanted him to see exactly what he did to her. She could feel his arousal beneath her, growing harder by the breath. Cradling his head, she gasped as he massaged her breasts over her bodice, and when his fingers closed around one of the aching peaks, pinching gently, she moaned her approval. His mouth moved to her neck, trailing down in wet nudges and bites that made her senseless. The day's growth of stubble abraded her skin deliciously as he laved and sucked her flesh. Sorcha couldn't wait. She wanted to feel him. Lifting her weight slightly, she slipped her hand beneath her legs to close around him. Brandt tore his mouth from her skin, his stormy eyes darting to hers when her fingers gripped the thick length of him through his trousers. Without taking her eyes from his, she slipped off his lap and onto her knees, wedging herself between his parted legs. "Sorcha," he said in a hoarse voice, his hand falling on top of hers at his groin. The hard flesh beneath her hot fingertips jumped.
"Let me,"
she whispered. After a searching look, Brandt lifted his hand. He was just as lost to passion as she was, perhaps more so, and Sorcha wanted nothing more than for him to lose every bit of himself in pleasure. Briskly she undid the fastenings to the fall of his buckskins. She had felt him against her at the river, caressed him in her palm, but nothing prepared her for the proudly erect sight of him. He was beautiful and so devastatingly masculine it took her breath away. Sorcha swallowed hard as her fingers cautiously encircled his girth. He was thick and warm and heavy in her grip, his body pulsing in hot, powerful surges. "Bloody hell, Sorcha," Brandt swore, clutching the sides of the armchair with brute force. Suddenly, she was gripped by a paralyzing anxiety. Brandt's face was contorted, his jaw clamped tightly and eyes screwed shut. In pleasure? In pain? Was she hurting him? She had no idea what she was doing. He'd liked her massage before. Perhaps it would be the same for this part of his body. With a tentative motion, she rolled her fingers along the shaft, pressing gently, trying to gauge his reaction. Brandt's eyes flew open, dilated, and a muscle hammered to life in his cheek. "Do you like this?" she asked. "Yes," he gasped, one hand reaching out to cover hers. He stroked hers up and down from base to tip, and then back again. "Like so." She was an apt student. Once she got a rhythm going, his hand fell away, and indistinct sounds of pleasure left his lips. Emboldened by her success and his response, Sorcha dragged her thumb over the rounded, blunt end of him, fascinated by the pearl of moisture she found there. His skin was boiling hot, so sleek and silky hard that she couldn't help herself. She leaned forward and pressed her lips to him. Brandt almost bucked out of his seat as his entire body shuddered. "You don't have to do that," he gritted out. But she wanted it. Sorcha wanted to bring him the same bliss he'd given her. She opened her mouth and took him inside. Her husband's growl was primal and bestial. It made lust explode within her with the force of 1,000 stars. She drew him deeper, teasing the ridge with her tongue, testing him, learning the shape of him. His spicy male scent made her dizzy, and his smooth, salted taste made her mouth water. She wanted to swallow every delectable inch of him. Sorcha almost laughed. It was nigh impossible to fit all of him in her mouth, but she was determined to try. Using her hands and her mouth in unison, she delighted in the moans and coarse words that emerged from his lips as she continued her exploration, licking here and nibbling there, watching to see how his body responded. Every muscle on his stomach clenched, his legs like stone on either side of her. She revelled in her power over him. Heat pooled between her legs as his breathing grew more ragged, his hips rolling upward into her mouth at a faster pace. She knew what it signaled from the last time he'd rocked frantically against her at the river. His release was close. Clamping her damp thighs together, she felt something inside her own body tremble, and sensation rippled through her. It was nothing like the pleasure she'd experienced with him, but her entire body felt tied to his, tethered in some kind of sublime harmony. With a guttural cry, Brandt gently disengaged her from him and moved one hand down to his groin. He drew her up with his free hand until she was splayed over him in his lap, rocking her wet, trembling core against his hard thigh and sobbing with her own unexpected release. A few frenzied strokes later, and he thrust upward, spilling his seed between them with a deep groan of satisfaction. Breathing harshly, Brandt rested his forehead against hers. Neither of them moved for several interminable moments. With a sound of contentment, he wrapped one arm about her, cradling her against his chest and nuzzling his face into the crook of her neck. Sorcha craved the words that such intimacy brought, but she knew it was a hopeless wish. They would find pleasure in each other's arms, but not love. She was ashamed to admit she would rather have that than nothing at all. Chapter 18. Brandt stretched his legs under the heavy sheets and blankets and turned his face away from the bright morning sunlight slanting through the mullioned window. He didn't want to wake up, even though the temptress he'd slept beside all night had been sliding her bare legs along his for the last quarter hour as she slowly rose out of her own dreams. Despite most of the Montgomery Keep's occupants being less than friendly, the bed that Sorcha had finally persuaded him to sleep in last evening had cradled his travel-weary back and limbs with all the tenderness of a pair of angel's wings. Having Sorcha tucked beside him, her rhythmic breath gusting against the hollow of his neck, had only added to the sensation of being transported to heaven. Then again, the hard, pulsing tightness of his erection this morning had a distinct quality of hell. Brandt was trapped between two desires as he lay there in bed, listening to the sounds of a castle rising for the day, chickens clucking, voices out in the courtyard, footsteps passing by their bedroom door. He wanted Sorcha on top of him, rubbing out his need with frantic thrusts of her hips, and he also wanted her away, so that he could stop wanting her so damn much. She was passion incarnate, and she made him yearn with the same ravenous need. All he had to do was think about her, kneeling between his legs, her sweet velvet lips wrapped around his length, her tongue running in slick, endless strokes from root to tip, and another jolt of pressure filled his already straining erection. Damnation! If he didn't get up right now, he'd lose whatever sanity had kept him from spreading her legs and doing the unthinkable. In the light of morning he wasn't quite sure how he'd kept his trousers on all night, the fall buttoned up. But when Sorcha had asked him to hold her as she slept, he hadn't been able to deny her. Not after the pure, raw pleasure she'd given him. And herself, he knew. She'd come apart in his lap, her centre warm and wet through her drawers as she'd rocked against his thigh. It wouldn't have taken much to shift her to the side, drive himself into her, and find pleasure together as one. But then what? Brandt squeezed his eyes shut as he tried to force away the dull ache of his groin. Hell, they were less than a week away from Brodylands. After one more day of rest for Ares, they could be on their way again. With the Brody and her sister, Sorcha would be safe from Malvern, and his promise to Ronan would be met. Brandt would not leave her until he was confident in her brother-in-law's ability and promise to protect her. Only then would he be on his way back to Essex, back to the life he'd led before he'd ever visited that damned fated Common Lands festival. He tried to picture it in his mind. Worthington Abbey and the stables, Pierce Cottage where he lived, quiet and content, and alone. Bits and pieces came to him, but they seemed to float through his mind, refusing to settle into place. Instead, Sorcha's light lavender scent wafted into his senses, and the bright, clear picture of her riding Lockie, galloping in front of him, her long raven hair loose behind her, struck him. He heard her chiming laughter in his memory, saw the bridge of her nose crinkling whenever she smiled. A knock on their bedroom door brought him back to his senses. Brandt shifted himself up against the pillows as a maid swept into the room. It wasn't Morag, but another older woman, and she paid the two of them no mind at all as she went to the windows and pushed the drapes aside, letting in more light. Sorcha rolled over and stretched, her feet tickling Brandt's shins. "The Duchess is waiting for you both in the great hall to break your fast," the maid announced, as she placed a fresh ewer of water and a new length of toweling near the wash-basin. "Thank you," Sorcha said, her eyes tracking the maid as the woman laid out Sorcha's own dresses, now laundered and mended, upon a bench at the base of the bed. Brandt shifted himself away from Sorcha, but didn't get up. It was bad enough his own wife was going to get an eyeful of his uncomfortable state. He didn't need this maid blushing as well.
As soon as the maid had closed the door behind her, Sorcha sat up, clutching the blankets to her breasts. She wasn't unclothed, but the shift she wore was of a fine cambric. When she'd climbed into bed, the torchlight doused and the fire in the hearth crackling low, he'd still been able to see the dusky points of her nipples. His lips twitched in a half-grin. "Need I remind you about the river?" Her chin hitched as a playful scowl pinched her features. Sorcha dropped the blankets and swung her legs over the side of the massive bed. She strode to the bench, collected one of her dresses, and then, with a sly glance over one shoulder, replied, "I don't think we would arrive in time for breakfast if I reminded you of the river." Brandt held his breath as she disappeared behind the privacy screen to dress. Sweet hell, she was going to drive him to madness. He needed no reminder to envision her, emerging drenched from the chilled water, her nipples taut, her hips swaying freely, every stunning inch of her figure outlined. While the sight of her in wet linen had been downright erotic, he'd still had no idea what she looked like fully naked. Brandt frowned, remembering her plea not to remove her shift. He'd forgotten, too caught up in the feel and taste of her to put much thought to it. Now he wondered. He got up, his erection barely constrained by the cut of his trousers, and quickly washed at the basin before throwing on his shirt and boots. By the time Sorcha emerged, dressed, his erection had ebbed, if only because of the frigid water in the ewer. He did not know if he could withstand another chaste night in that bed with her. Hell, he'd never imagined avoiding his husbandly duties would be so excruciating. The annulment was non-negotiable. He needed to give his word, for her sake, to the Brodie laird, that she remained a virgin for her next husband. His stomach clenched with a rush of something unpleasant. Next husband. It wasn't the first time he'd considered the true reason for leaving her a virgin, but it was the first time he felt like punching something hard because of it. "Are you ready?" Sorcha said from behind him. Brandt nodded and palmed the ring he'd given her on their wedding day, feeling oddly tight in the chest as he slipped it onto her third finger. "You should wear this. It's yours." They both stared at their joined hands, though her expression was unreadable. The ring meant little, a hollow symbol of their agreement, but Brandt couldn't help the jolt he felt at seeing it there once more. Releasing her, they left their room, moving toward the great hall. "You've gone quiet again," she whispered as they walked. "Are you reluctant to see Lady Glenross?" Brandt shook his head, but again couldn't speak. It wasn't reluctance to see Roderick's wife consuming him right then, but a different reluctance, one that shot spirals of unreasonable discontent through him. "You will leave her with the Brodie," he told himself. He felt Sorcha's eyes on him as they entered the great hall, but didn't acknowledge her glances. What had gotten into him? One night in a real bed with the woman he'd taken to wife only to see her to safety, and here he was second-guessing their plan. Though in truth he knew it was more than just that. It was something that went deeper than even their attraction to each other. Though he couldn't articulate the words to describe it, he felt it clear to his marrow. She was in his blood and in his bones. He was almost relieved to see Lady Glenross seated at the laird's table, her two familiar eyes rising to meet his as he approached. She was perched in the same chair as the night before. Isla was beside her, but the rest of the benches and tables in the hall were unoccupied. "Please forgive the laird's absence," Lady Glenross rasped, as if her throat ached. Brandt noticed her red-rimmed eyes, and determined the Duchess had been weeping. Sorcha stopped at the chair where Callan had been seated last night and gripped the back of it. Lady Glenross hitched her eyes on Sorcha's hands as she pulled out the chair, her pale brows narrowing into a frown. Isla only smiled at Sorcha's defiance of Roderick's rule, and the Duchess, though still frowning, did not comment. Brandt took the seat beside his wife. "There is nothing to forgive," he replied, his tone clear.
Roderick's absence, though rude, was not unwelcome. Besides that, he'd spent the night in a fitful state, distracting himself from his wife's glorious body curled up against his by thinking of Lady Glenross and all she'd said during last evening's sup. Unless the Duchess ran off in tears yet again, Brandt was determined to wring out some definitive answers from her today.
"His behaviour last night," Lady Glenross began, "was unpardonable. He's a blunt man and doesna take well to—"
"Forgive my interruption, Your Grace, but you needn't apologize for him. There is no one here who will judge you for his actions." A new sheen of tears lit Lady Glenross's eyes as she nodded and attempted a smile. They broke their fast in peace, all the while Brandt noticing his wife's returned appetite. It gave him unexpected relief to see her eating. The last several days had been hard, their meals sparse, and last night she'd barely touched a morsel with Roderick breathing down her neck. When Sorcha sat back in her chair, the mountain of eggs, haggis, and oatmeal gone, Isla laughed.
"Mrs. Hildreth will be happy to ken you liked her cooking, Lady Pierce. Please call me Sorcha. If she set another plate before me now, I'd kiss her on the cheek," Sorcha replied, also laughing. "And will likely need to be rolled from the hall."
Isla pushed back her chair and stood.
"Come, I'll take you to the kitchens for a few oatcakes, and then out for a walk."
Sorcha got to her feet.
"I'd like to check in at the stables to see how Lockie and Aries are, if you don't mind."
She glanced down at Brandt, who nodded, appreciative that she'd thought of his mount. She cared for Aries, and that meant something to him. After she and Isla left the great hall, their arms linked, Brandt turned back to the Duchess. "We need to speak."
"The ring on Lady Pierce's finger," she said. "Where did you get it?"
Her words surprised him with their force. "It was my mother's," he answered. Lady Glenross dragged in a shaky breath, the lines fanning out from her eyes glistening with tears.
"You've kept it all this time?"
"It was all I had of her." This answer seemed only to wring a suppressed sob from her, and she covered her mouth with her hand. "You know who I am?" Brandt hedged. "I'm related to the late Duke, aren't I?" She nodded, the motion made choppy by emotion.
"He was your father."
A burning pain radiated out from his heart, through his chest, all the way into his soul. Monty was not his father. That was what he'd been confessing on his deathbed, after all. Brandt's father was the dead Duke of Glenross. He lifted his eyes, which had fallen to his empty plate before him, back to Lady Glenross. "And my mother?" he pressed. But he knew. The way she gazed at him, those changeling fey eyes that were twin mirrors of his, with so much agony and guilt, gave away her answer before she'd even parted her lips.
"I never dared hope I would see you again," she whispered. "'Twas too painful, too difficult to bear."
It was her. Brandt stared into her eyes, his mother's eyes, and nearly drowned under the rush of the 1,000 questions he'd struggled with all his life. He drew a shattered breath to quiet the ragtag emotions clamoring for space in his head. "You sent me away," he said, the most basic, most obvious statement tumbling out of his mouth first.
"Aye,"
she replied, her hand coming down flat upon the table as if reaching for him. There were 2 chairs between them, though, and Brandt had the urge to stand up and fling them through the air.
"I thought he would kill you,"
she said, blinking back tears. They continued to fall, streaking down her cheeks. "My father?" She shook her head sharply.
"Nay, Robert adored you. We both loved you, Brandel, more than anything in this world, and you hadn't even yet been born."
Brandel? What had she just called him? The answer to that could wait. "Then why send me away?" he demanded, his jaw so tight it ached. "Who wanted to kill me?" Again Lady Glenross shook her head, shutting her eyes as if against a terrible memory. Her voice lowered to a whisper, though the great hall was empty, and on the dais they would have had a clear view of anyone approaching.
I was entering my confinement when Robert fell in the quarry. He had no business being there that day. He'd told me he and Roderick were riding out on a hunt, but Roderick said it wasna so. He had men claim he'd been with them, but there were whispers, you ken, and there had never been any love lost between Robert and his brother. As she spoke, Brandt began to cobble answers together. He wanted to be laird, Roderick did, and Robert had often told me to be wary of his brother, to keep a keen eye on him. Sorcha told me about the rumours, he admitted. Lady Glenross looked at him, her eyes tortured with the secrets she'd kept and the sorrow she'd borne all these years. I thought he'd take another bride, a younger lass perhaps, but Robert was nae sooner in the ground than Roderick was telling me that we were to be wed, that he'd take on my bairn as his own. She paled, her chin quivering as she looked around the great hall, as if checking to be sure they were still alone. But I dinna trust him. Lad or lass, my bairn would be the true Montgomery heir, and Roderick would not hesitate to cut down anyone who stood in his way. But it was that or leave Montgomery forever. Brandt felt restless, his muscles kinking and begging for action. What he wouldn't give right then for Roderick to come walking into the room, to confront the man who had ruthlessly stolen a father, a future, and a family from him. He was not a violent man by nature, but he yearned for justice with a desire that frightened him with its intensity. "So you sent me away with Monty," he said, then corrected himself. "Fersen Montgomery." "Fersen was my cousin, and there was no one else I trusted more. Roderick had everyone terrified. He made every clansman, down to the last child who could speak, all pledge our oaths of allegiance to him. And when one man, one who had been openly suspicious of Robert's death, refused, Roderick ran him through with his sword." The vicious act reminded Brandt of Malvern. His mind leaped to Sorcha, and he fought the desire to stand up and go after her, to see her safe at his side. She was with Isla, and though the young girl wouldn't be much when it came to protection, he knew his wife could protect herself. He also hoped that Roderick wouldn't be fool enough to lay one finger upon a Maclaren. "You didn't have to stay," he told her. "You could have left." "And go where? A pregnant woman on her own, travelling through the Highlands? I wanted you alive and healthy, and Montgomery was the only home I had with midwives I trusted." She smiled at him, a sad, pitiful grin misted by more tears. "And you don't ken Roderick. Even if I had run, he would have hunted me down and killed us both. Nay, I could not put you in danger, my sweet boy. The moment you were born, I had to say goodbye, for your sake." He looked away from her, unable to see her tears and not feel the answering tug at the base of his throat. He didn't want to feel sorry for her. He'd spent so many years hating her, despising her for what she'd done. And yet, within the space of a few minutes, everything he'd thought he'd known about his birth mother had started to crumble around him. "The midwife and the lasses attending the birth vowed to protect you. They spread word you were weak and struggling to breathe, that you had a strange rash and fever. They would not let anyone into the birthing room, and not a soul wished to enter either." She bit her lower lip and looked to her lap, where her hands were twisting a cloth napkin. "A day after you were born, the midwife announced you had passed. They took a bundle from my room, wrapped in layers of muslin, and buried it. They said the laird didna even bother to look upon the wrapped bundle." Brandt frowned, his chest feeling as though a boulder had been dropped upon it. "What did they bury?" Lady Glenross exhaled sadly. "Fersen had come to my room to fetch you in the night. He brought with him a dead piglet. 'Twas similar in size." She lifted her shoulder in a helpless shrug and let it drop heavily. He startled both her and himself with a harsh bark of laughter. "A piglet? You traded me for a piglet?" Wounded eyes snapped to his. "I traded my heart. I would have done anything to protect you, even if it meant losing you.
His mouth flattened out again, the humour gone. In its place settled the weight of empathy. Damn it all! He'd never imagined he'd feel a shred of compassion for the woman who had given birth to him and sent him away. Why hadn't Monty told him? But as soon as the question formed, the answer did as well. Nothing would have stopped Brandt from riding, hell-bent on revenge, into the Highlands, straight to Montgomery lands. Monty had been protecting him. He'd been doing exactly what Katrina, the Duchess of Glenross, and his heartbroken mother had trusted him to do. Brandt tapped his fingers against the wooden grain of the table, uncertain what to say. He'd always had so many questions, but now they were all changing. He leaned back in his chair, numb fingers drumming the table, and perused the hall, the aged stones surrounding him that made up his home. A burst of anger shot through him at the childhood he'd lost. He would have grown up running barefoot in this hall, being read to by the hearth, eating at this very table with people who loved him. Monty had loved him, he had no fault with that. But he'd been cheated of the life that had been owed to him, that he had been born for. All those fears of not knowing who he was and where he belonged came back to haunt him. He was a Montgomery, which meant he belonged here. Or did he? "You called me Brandel," he murmured. She sniffled and after a moment cleared her throat. "'Tis your name. Robert said you would be christened Brandel if you were a lad, and so I asked Fersen to change it slightly, just in case Roderick ever discovered my deceit and tried to hunt you both down." It was why, then, Monty had changed his own name as well, and fled to Essex. The new Duke of Glenross would have had a difficult time finding him there. "Roderick never discovered it, though?" he asked. "Your ploy?" Katrina, his mother, sighed. "Nay." "And you married him?" "'Twas not a choice," she whispered. "He didna give me one. I would have met the same fate as Robert, and you would have nae father or mother. I wanted to survive for you, if one day you came back. Fersen was supposed to tell you all when the time was right." "He tried," Brandt said. "He died before he could." The great hall was silent, the echo of their hushed voices growing fainter by the moment. They were alone, but it wouldn't matter if everyone was still present and listening. Brandt wagered from Roderick's behavior that the Duke already suspected who he was, and if he didn't, it would be only a matter of time, which meant he and Sorcha would both be in danger. At the thought of Sorcha, Brandt's legs itched to stand. "It has not all been a nightmare," the Duchess said, watching him with her heart in her haunted eyes. "I have Patrick and Callan and Isla. They're not like him." Brandt held his tongue. Callan and Isla, perhaps, but Patrick, though he'd appeared to soften for his mother, seemed the very image of his overbearing father. His murderous father, Brandt thought. "But you, my son," she said, even quieter now. "You are the true heir. You have every right to challenge the laird now, and look at you." Her eyes shone with something unfamiliar to Brandt, an emotion he'd seen in the Duchess of Bradburn's eyes whenever she'd gazed upon Archer. He thought it might have been pride. "You're a grown man. You're strong and proud, and so very much like your father, Mograi, my beloved." Brandt's mind automatically shot to Monty, the man he'd called father for 25 years. But it was not Monty she spoke of. It was Robert. Robert Montgomery, the murdered Duke of Glenross. His first thought should have been to avenge his father's name and his own stolen birthright, but instead Brandt's first thought went to his wife. She was not Lady Pierce. She would be Lady Glenross, a duchess and wife to a laird of a powerful clan. Though Brandt had given her a false name, he had sworn an oath to protect her, and that much was still true. But to do that, he would have to take back what was rightfully his. He would have to take back Montgomery. Chapter 19. Tucked away in a cleft in the hulking cliffside, the sprawling Montgomery keep was situated on a ruggedly beautiful piece of the highlands. The bright morning sun shone down upon the grass in the valley, gilding the coarse grasses with golden light and touching upon the fir trees that grew in thick groves on the hillside. Patches of purple heather popped up here and there, and brightly coloured spring wildflowers flourished in the rich, arable soil. Though Sorcha was a Highlander through and through, and Maclaren was beautiful in its own way, there was something wild and untouched about these jutting crags and lush glens that seemed to be just beyond the reaches of human civilization. Its ungovernable nature reminded Sorcha of Brandt. As she walked along with Isla after checking on the horses, Ares was almost fully recovered and would be ready to travel with another day or so of rest. Sorcha couldn't help wonder what her husband was doing. She hoped that in speaking with the Duchess he would find the answers he'd been searching for. Now that he had mentioned it, that morning at breakfast Sorcha had been hard-pressed not to notice how similar their eyes were. Lady Glenross's were the same shimmering brownish-green hue, flecked with hints of gold. In truth, they'd been identical to Brandt's. And Sorcha would know. Those eyes of his had pierced her to her very soul the night before, when she'd sunk to her knees and done indecent things that would make a courtesan blush. But she had pleased him, that she knew. Brandt's eyes had been clouded with desire and passion, and he had splintered apart in her arms, as she had in his. He had trusted her enough to let go, and that had been more satisfying than the release itself. Sorcha wrapped her arms around her middle with a sigh. "Thinking about your husband?" Isla asked with a sly look, as they ambled down a narrow path from the rear of the keep toward the loch that glittered in the distance. Sorcha blinked. "No." "I reckon you were," the girl said with a wicked grin. "You get that faraway look in your eye, and you bite your lip as if you were thinking about him kissing you." Sorcha felt her face redden but kept her mouth shut. She couldn't very well insist she hadn't been thinking about kissing him when she had been, though not exactly in the place Isla had been thinking. Her flush ignited. "I kenned it," Isla crowed. "Although I would be doing the same thing if I were married to a tall, handsome fella too. Your man is easy on the eyes. I've seen the way all the kitchen lasses look at him and twitter." She giggled and rolled her eyes. "'Tis the same way they carry on for Patrick and Callan, though I prefer dark-haired men myself." The candid admission made Sorcha arch an eyebrow. At 15, Isla could be considered as being of marriageable age. Not many men were of the same mind as her own father that 15 was far too young. It was why he'd insisted the betrothal contract with Malvern state she had to be 19 before any marriage banns could be posted. Sorcha grinned at Isla. "Have you a sweetheart, then?" Now it was the lass's turn to blush, but she skirted the issue by segueing into a monologue about being trapped at Montgomery and not having any chance to meet other suitors. "We never have any visitors, ye ken," she chattered to Sorcha. "You've been the first in months, and Papa will not let me go with him to Inverness." She sighed morosely. "I ken I'll have to marry Dougal Buchanan, the smelly, pock-faced lummox." She went off on a tirade, pointing out the benefits of bathing and how the entire Buchanan family saw fit to be covered in mud and muck at all times. By the time they had descended to the north end of the training fields en route to the loch, Isla was red-faced from the exertion and righteous indignation. "Perhaps your father will let you choose your husband," Sorcha offered. Isla shot her a look that suggested she was deranged for even thinking it. "You ken, this from the same man who boasted he would marry his own daughter to a dog." "I suppose you have a point." Isla's brows drew together into a slight frown. "Why do you not have a brogue? You're Scottish, aren't you?" "My mother's English, and insisted on English tutors." "Why?" "Because I was to marry Sorcha broke off and spat to the ground before continuing. "A disgusting, odious excuse for a man."
The marquess you were speaking about at sup last night?" She nodded. "Yes." They stopped at the top of the next small hill, which gave them a full view of the men who were training with swords and bows and arrows. Sorcha's fingers itched for the chance to practice with her bow or even her sword. The only weapons she carried were the dirks lodged in each boot beneath her skirts. She counted about several dozen soldiers on the field and frowned. At Maclaren they had 4 times that number. "Where are the rest of your men?" she asked. Isla shrugged. "Most of them left for work in Inverness and Glasgow in the last handful of years, but Montgomery is well protected, if that's what you're worried about." Sorcha scanned the surroundings, and once more marvelled at Montgomery's defensible position. No attack from an outside enemy could come without adequate warning, and the pass from which they had entered was well guarded. But it wasn't an outside attack Sorcha was worried about. It was one from inside. She did not trust Roderick. While she enjoyed Isla's company and would have liked to get to know the Duchess better, it was not worth the risk to outstay their welcome. "Do you train?" she asked Isla, who was watching the exercises with a wistful look. Her copper eyes widened. "With the men? Nay, 'tis not proper." "Who says?" Sorcha tossed back. "I trained with Maclaren soldiers from the age of 3. It's a fact that I can fight better than most of them. How else will you be able to defend yourself?" She eyed the lass. "You can't wait for a man to come to your rescue. If I had, I would have been dead." "Is that how you got those?" Isla asked, her eyes darting to her scars. "Yes." She raised a self-conscious hand and then dropped it. "I'm sure you've heard the story, and it's true. I fought off a very angry and very hungry mother wolf with 2 daggers. Sorcha bent to retrieve one from her boot. "Much like this one." Isla reached for the dirk and ran her thumb gently along its razor-honed edge. "'Tis sharp. I keep them oiled and ready, so that they can pierce through leather and hide," she said. "I used to be able to snare a rabbit at 40 paces, though I'm far better with the bow now. I can teach you to throw the dagger if you like." Isla's eyes lit up. "Truly?" Sorcha faltered, realizing that they would be leaving within the next 2 days, but she nodded firmly. "Here, why don't we start with your first lesson? See, you grip the blade like this, with your thumb and forefinger, nice and tight." She demonstrated, being careful not to touch the edge. "Pull back and then throw. You can also toss from the hilt, but you don't get the same heft." Drawing her arm back, she let the dirk fly a few feet away to sink into the dirt. She retrieved the dagger and handed it to Isla. The dagger skidded across the grass on her first few tries, but by the third it sank blade first into the soil. Sorcha cleaned the dirk on the grass and then gave it a wipe with the hem of her dress. She held it out. "You can keep it." "But 'tis yours," Isla stammered, staring at the dagger with a comical combination of longing and restraint. "I cannot possibly accept it." "I want you to have it." She reached down for the second matching dirk. "And I'll keep its twin. That way we will always know the other is safe." Sorcha was unprepared when the girl flung her arms around her neck and nearly didn't get the blades out of the way in time. Though she had 2 older sisters, they had both married and left Maclaren by the time she'd been old enough to appreciate having female siblings. Embarrassed, Sorcha flushed with pleasure as Isla pulled away to examine her new gift, holding it up to the light and marvelling at the intricately etched designs in its jewelled hilt. "I promise I will keep it clean and practice every day." Sorcha smiled. "What we really need is a proper target, like the ones down there." She indicated the thatched human-sized targets that some of the men were shooting at with bows, and started down the hill, only to stop when Isla grabbed her arm. "We canna," she blurted out, fear clouding her expression. "'Tis not allowed." "What's not allowed?" "Lasses on the training fields," she said. "'Tis too dangerous." Sorcha's laughter drew the attention of several soldiers, but she didn't care. It was the most ridiculous thing she'd ever heard.
Then again, such a rule did not surprise her from the way the laird treated his own wife and daughter, as if they were nothing but glass pawns to be moved and abused at his whim. She rolled her eyes and shook her head. From what she was seeing happening down on that field, the men could do with a proper lesson. Excitement coursed through her veins at the thought of getting her hands on a sword, and Sorcha made up her mind. She winked at Isla.
"Come now, surely a wee hellion like you isn't afraid of the puny rules."
Isla stuck out her tongue and tucked her dagger into a loop at her waist.
"I'm not afraid to bend the rules, but I am afraid of my father's temper, ye ken."
Her mouth curved into a smile and then widened with unrestrained glee.
"Though he left early to visit the southern holdings, and is not due to be back until sup. Once we're down there you can try your hand at the bow as well," Sorcha told her. "I'll wager you'd be a natural."
She hesitated, not wanting to invite ugly consequences upon the girl.
"Are you certain? I don't wish to force you or cause trouble." "Aye, Papa'll be mad as piss when he finds out, but by then 'twill be too late." "You can blame me," Sorcha said with a laugh. "Insist that the beast of Maclaren coerced you." "You're not a beast," she replied softly. "And 'twill be just as much my fault as it is yours. I'll face the consequences gladly for a lesson with the bow."
Sorcha was struck speechless by the girl's sense of fairness. She couldn't imagine how someone so innocent and mild-tempered could have been born from the seed of a man such as Roderick. She was lucky that she seemed to favour her mother, in temperament at least. As they turned down the path that led toward the fields, Sorcha eyed the lass skipping happily beside her.
"Does your father often get angry?"
Isla slowed her pace, her face conflicted. It was clear that she didn't want to speak ill about her father, but it was also clear from her fearful expression that he was a man of capricious temper. Sorcha suddenly felt sick to her stomach.
"He doesn't strike you, does he?" "Once or twice, though I deserved it," she said, ducking her head in shame.
Sorcha stopped so swiftly that Isla nearly tripped over her own 2 feet. Rage coursed through her blood in hot, violent sweeps that any man, a father no less, would beat upon his harmless, innocent daughter. She put her hands on Isla's shoulders.
"You didn't deserve it, do you hear me, Isla Montgomery?"
The girl's eyes widened.
"You're brogue. 'Tis back." "Only when I'm angry," she said with a grim smile. "Dinna fash, Lady Sorcha."
Isla shrugged with a battle-worn look that was far too old for her tender years.
"'Tis only a lash or two. My brothers have faced worse at his hands." "Are they like him?"
Knotting her fingers in the folds of her skirts, she shook her head.
"Callan would not hurt a fly. Papa used to tell him that he was as soft as a lass's arse, but 'twas Patrick who bore the brunt of it. One time our father made him stand out in the fields during a storm because he was afraid of thunder. He was a wee 5-year-old.
She pursed her lips.
"And that's not even counting the whippings and the beatings. They were men, he used to say. They had to toughen up. Callan would weep, but Patrick would never shed a tear. That's why he seems so stoic. He kenned over the years to control his emotions. Not to cry, not to laugh, not to be afraid, not to feel anything at all. 'Tis the safest way."
She broke off as if she had said too much, her face colouring with a ruddy mixture of shame, sorrow, and vexation.
"Safest?"
Sorcha prodded gently. The bleakness in Isla's expression made Sorcha mute.
"In Montgomery, if you care about anything, 'tis taken from you. That's why Callan never gets to visit the holdings. 'Tis punishment, the laird's way of control."
She shrugged again. This time she seemed beaten.
"And 'tis the reason I will be betrothed to the Buchanan."
"I am sorry," Sorcha whispered. Isla pushed a bright, forced smile to her face and linked arms with her as they crossed the last stretch of ground.
"You are lucky you were able to marry for love. 'Tis clear how Mr. Pierce feels about you every time he looks at you." "No, he doesn't," She trailed off, unsure of what she was going to blurt out, and then said it anyway. "Love me." Isla threw back her head and chortled. "Are you daft? The man practically has sheep eyes every time you open your gob. To him, when you walk into a room, the stars fall from the heavens and all the angels weep in your wake." With a bark of laughter, Sorcha chucked the cheeky girl in the arm. "Your head is stuck in the clouds, lassie. Shouldn't a lass be allowed to dream? 'Tis the only place we are free, after all. Women are naught but chattel. Peace is to be bartered for the sake of the clan. Love is not and will never be part of that." She wagged a finger at her. "And dinna think I do not see your sheep eyes as well, mooning after him." Sorcha was struck by her perspicacity, but saddened, too, that a girl of her age would be so cynical. Then again, having a father like Roderick would make a child age quickly. "Oh, I am not moony. Now come, let us show these lads what real women are made of." All the men stopped what they were doing as they approached the training grounds. Some of them looked angry, others surprised. Others were slack-jawed, their eyes instantly drawn to her defining scars. Sorcha strode up to the man who appeared to be in charge, a brawny soldier with a shock of tangled brown hair that looked like it hadn't been brushed in weeks. "I require a sword," she told him in a tone that communicated it was not a request. His mouth fell open, and he laughed. "Lassie, if 'tis a sword you require, I can most certainly indulge you, though the sport I had in mind, 'tis of a more pleasurable nature, ye ken." Sorcha rolled her eyes, well accustomed to bawdy talk from Maclaren soldiers. Isla was not, from her wide-eyed expression. "Curb your tongue in front of your lady," Sorcha berated him. "And I'll tell you what. Give me a sword, we'll spar, and if you win, we'll leave. If I win, you'll allow us to try our hand at the bows and arrows." The man frowned as his gaze flicked to Isla. "The laird will nae like it." "We won't say a word." Sorcha arched an eyebrow. "Or is it that you're afraid to be bested by a woman?" He laughed again, but it had a nervous edge to it. Her scars weren't the only part of her reputation that preceded her. Her skill would have, too. But she wasn't worried that he would refuse, not with his pride on display before all his men. She almost felt sorry for him. "Someone give the beast a sword," he growled. Isla sidled toward her. "Sorcha, are you certain this is wise? He's twice your size, and he's one of the laird's strongest men." "But I am the infamous beast of Maclaren," she said with a grin, palming the sword and relishing the weight of it in her calloused palms. "Now pay attention." Gia, she'd missed the feeling of being in a fight. Her blood pulsed hot as she took up position, her sword held high. Her foe stared blankly at the hefted sword before he came slashing forward with a sideways thrust. Sorcha danced out of the way, swinging her sword backward to slap flat-ended on his rump. A spattering of laughter burst through the gathering crowd. She could have cut him, but this wasn't a real fight. Shouting, he rushed her again, only to have the satisfying sound of steel meeting steel echo through the air. Sorcha parried again in the downswing, sparks flying from the force of her strikes. She whirled out of the way of a forward lunge, and spun back to deliver an attacking lunge of her own. The tip of the sword cut through leather and wool, scraping along the breastplate her opponent wore. Sorcha could have continued thrusting and parrying for hours, but they didn't have much time at the fields, and she wanted to show Isla a thing or two with the bow. With 2 decisive steps, she caught the man behind the knees and took him to the ground. The point of her sword swiftly followed to rest at his throat. To her surprise, the crowd broke out into cheers. Pulling the sword away, she reached out her arm to the man, and was surprised once more when he took it to haul himself upright. "You fought well," he said with a grudging half-bow. "I suppose the rumours of your prowess are true." He smiled, and the dimpled effect on his face was startling. "As it turns out, you also wield your sword better than I do." Was that an apology? Sorcha's mouth almost fell open in shock. It did fall open when he turned and bowed in Isla's direction.
"My Lady Isla, apologies for my careless words before."
"Of course, Geordie." And suddenly they were swarmed by the men who wanted to know more about her skills and how the warriors trained at Maclaren. She answered them one after the other, and was made to blush when one of the men, a handsome black-haired Scot with the bluest eyes she'd ever seen, remarked that he'd heard she was hideous when she was nothing of the sort. His overt flirtation and blatant interest made her laugh. "Back off, Fergus, you clot-head," Isla said, shoving him in the shoulder. "She's married."
"Och, more's the pity."
No one but her brothers, and more recently Brandt, had ever complimented Sorcha before. Though she basked in the attention, there was only one man whose notice she craved, and that, sadly, was the man who held the title of husband. And he was set on dropping her off like a sack of potatoes to Brodie lands. She scowled. Perhaps she should be focusing on bonny Scots like Fergus, who wanted to pay her compliments. Handsome Montgomery's aside, she'd promised she would show Isla how to shoot a bow. They marched over to the archery markers. Several of the men followed, including Geordie and Fergus. She felt conspicuous as she grasped hold of a bow, testing its tautness and flexibility before drawing an arrow from the nearby quiver. She did not shoot, but handed the bow to Isla, who gaped at her. "This should do." "Now?" she squeaked. No better time than the present. She showed her how to hold the bow and set the arrow, and Isla mimicked her motions. "Keep your left arm straight and set your sights down the length of the arrow. Now carefully, draw your right arm back until the feathers touch your cheek." She nodded as Isla did as she was told. "Good. Notch the space between your thumb and forefinger under your chin. Release when you're ready. Aim for the first bundle." Where they stood there were 3 bundles tied to stakes in the ground at varying intervals. The first was the closest and would be the least difficult. Sorcha stepped back just as Isla let the arrow fly with a loud twang. It flew through the air and landed just to the left of the target. "I missed," she said, crestfallen. "But not by much. Try again." This time she let Isla do all the steps by herself. "Don't rush it. Time it with your breath. Inhale and release on the exhale." The arrow lodged scant inches from the target's center, and Isla looked as pleased as could be. She shot a few more arrows, each of them hitting the bundle at various points, before she turned toward Sorcha. "Now 'tis your turn." Isla's command was supported by shouts and whistles, the loudest of which was from Fergus. Sorcha blushed and took the proffered bow. She reached for an arrow, running the stiff fletching through her fingers. As she prepped the bow, the hairs on the back of her neck rose. Somehow she knew Brandt was watching. She could feel the familiar rolling press of his stare. Glancing over her shoulder, she scanned the crowd of soldiers, but did not see him. The feeling did not abate. Perhaps he stood at a window at the keep, though it would be hard to see from this distance. Exhaling, she raised the bow and nocked the arrow. Brandt had seen her skill on the battlefield. She did not need to impress him, though she wanted to more than anything. Aiming the arrow, she released it. "You missed!" Isla shouted. "Look again." Sorcha grinned and pointed to the very last thatched bundle, well over 100 yards away. The arrow was lodged at its dead center. "'Twas chance," someone called out. Sorcha raised an eyebrow and lifted the bow again, more confident now. She let the arrow fly, and it knocked the first arrow clean out of the target. The sensation of being watched deepened. She didn't know how it was possible, but she could feel Brandt's pride from wherever he was. It caressed the back of her neck with the lightest of touches. "What if the target's moving?" Fergus asked, his blue eyes bright with admiration as he slung an arm over her shoulder. "All the better," she replied, stepping out of the semicircle of Fergus's arm, and swung the quiver to her back. Geordie tossed a small burlap sack into the air as hard as he could. Sorcha grabbed an arrow, following its flight and speed with her eyes before releasing. The arrow smacked into the bag in mid-air. Loud whoops filled the grounds as Fergus flung another upward to soar into the sky. She took it down with the same effortless ease, and the cheering grew. Suddenly loud, controlled clapping interrupted the fracas. It was not frenzied with delight. No, this was cold and purposeful. Every head turned to see the scowling laird atop a giant horse with his unsmiling son at his side. A few other mounted soldiers stood in grim silence a few feet away. Most of the men scattered like leaves in a windstorm. Sorcha noticed Patrick's gaze flick to Isla, concern glimmering for a brief moment, before his features took on the look of stone once more.
"What have we here?"
Roderick thundered. Sorcha could feel Isla quail beside her, and she bristled. "A bit of sport, your grace," Sorcha said, releasing the bow and quiver from her grip. "Nothing more. Lady Isla agreed to accompany me so I would not get lost."
"Perhaps you should have remained in the keep where you belong."
She frowned at his acidic, patronizing tone, but managed to keep her own civil. "At Maclaren the women train with the men, and it's not unusual for ladies to take the air on occasion."
Roderick's gaze went pointedly to her scars. "And look at where that got you. Taken the air, and you got your face torn off for it."
A gruesome smile stretched his lips.
"Who kens what kind of predator you can find out here, eh? You'll want to be careful, Lady Pierce, or you'll again find yourself as prey."
The insidious hint of threat left Sorcha cold as his reptilian stare moved to his daughter.
"Get you behind Patrick up to the keep. Your disobedience will warrant the strap, you ken."
Sorcha's eyes widened at the open promise of punishment. She wanted to hold Isla back as she moved to climb up behind Patrick. Her face was pale, though to her credit she did not show any emotion. Hell, this was her fault. But Sorcha held her tongue, knowing that any response would only make it worse for Isla. Challenging the laird and his brutality in front of his clansmen would not be a wise course of action. She did not say a word until he wheeled his horse around and rode away. Patrick did not follow immediately, but trotted his horse toward her.
"Up to the keep, Lady Pierce. The laird is right. 'Tis dangerous for you."
Sorcha wasn't sure if it was a warning or a certainty. "I'm so sorry," she said to Isla. "'Twill be all right," Isla whispered. "Some of it is only bluster." But not all of it, Sorcha knew. Isla had confessed as much earlier. Foreboding settled upon her skin as though she'd walked into an unexpected web of spiders. Spiders that spun their sticky threads and waited for spoils. Shivering slightly, she rubbed her arms and began the long trek back to the keep. Chapter 20. It wasn't until later that evening, once the sun had lowered behind the craggy hills that fortified Montgomery land, that Brandt returned to the keep and the room he shared with Sorcha. He'd spent the bulk of the day on foot, walking the undulating terrain around the fortress, visiting the stables for an unnecessarily lengthy visit with Ares and Lockie, and learning the layout of the rooms and corridors inside the keep itself. All in all, he'd made a day of avoiding both his mother and his wife. Never before had he worked so hard not to think about women. How was it, he mused for the near 100th time that day, that he had lived a quarter of a century without ever finding himself so frustrated and confused about the female set that he wanted to pull his hair out at the roots, when in less than a fortnight now he'd been subjected to the full spectrum of torture, both mental and physical. On the one hand there was Lady Glenross, his mother, a woman who had never had a face in his imaginings before, and whom now he saw so clearly. All his life she'd been a nameless person to hate, to be furious with. He'd been so certain that his mother was a cold, uncaring witch of a woman. How wrong he'd been. Everything was changing now that he knew the truth. Everything he thought he'd known had shattered, and ever since breaking his fast that morning, Brandt had been waiting for the pieces to settle into new order. With each step he took as he roamed the keep and the lands, he was reminded that he wasn't just a stable master. He wasn't a bastard at all. Every inch of this gorgeous, intimidating land was rightfully his, and his mother wanted him to reclaim it. On the other hand, he had Sorcha, his wife, his beautiful, intoxicating, blood-boiling wife. She had been the one who had consumed his mind most of the day. Brandt had left the great hall after his hushed conversation with the Duchess, his mind reeling, his pulse unsteady. He'd needed air and distance from the unexpected burden of truth laid down at his feet. At the top of one knoll, rolling down toward the training fields, he'd had a clear view of the Montgomery men training there, as well as 2 slim and skirted ladies. He should have known his mighty Athena would have finagled her way into the center of a training session among Scot's warriors. Brandt had quelled his initial alarm at seeing her among those men when they'd stood back to watch her instruct Isla with a bow. The young girl was his half-sister, he knew, but he hadn't been able to think about that. In that moment, he'd wanted only to watch his wife's strong, trim arms as she helped Isla knock the arrow and aim. The curve of her neck as she cocked her head and waited patiently for one of her pupil's arrows to drive home. And when she had taken up the bow herself, even with the distance between them, he'd imagined he could hear the sound of her breathing. He'd felt the steady and calm focus of her aim, as though he were right there at her side. The cheers and whistles the Montgomery men had rained down upon her when she'd proven her skill had given him the oddest burst of pride, too. When the tall and burly dark-haired Scot had thrown his arm around Sorcha's shoulders, the burst of pride had become something else entirely. Brandt had clenched his fingers into balled fists, wanting only to charge down to the group of men and rip the Scot's arm from its socket. But that would have meant facing Sorcha, and she'd have no doubt seen his troubled expression. He hadn't been ready to speak about any of it yet, and besides, she'd looked so light and happy showing off her skill. Had the flirtatious Scot tried it again, Brandt wagered Sorcha would have stuck him with her dirk. Brandt had left then, listening to the cheers in the distance as his wife had done something else spectacular. Easily done, he thought to himself as he now entered their bedchamber. She was spectacular, and not just with a weapon in hand. As his eyes coasted over the chair in which he'd sat the night before, with Sorcha massaging his muscles so reverently before coming to kneel before him, Brandt thought of several more ways she'd surpassed his expectations. "There you are," came her voice from the far corner of the room. He closed the door behind him and prepared himself. He had to tell her what he'd learned, and what he'd decided to do about it. "I've been looking for you all afternoon," Sorcha said as she came out of the shadowy corner. Her arms were crossed over her chest, and she seemed to be holding herself tightly. Awareness prickled up his spine, and Brandt's eyes narrowed in on her. "What's wrong?" he asked, every last thought and worry of his own fleeing. Why had she been hiding in the corner? "We must leave," she said, adding, "as soon as possible." Brandt crossed the room in a few swift strides and took her by the shoulders. "Tell me what's happened. Are you hurt?" God damn it all to Hades, what the hell had he been thinking, wandering around the fortress and grounds all day? He should have found her and made certain she was safe and still with Isla. What kind of fool protector was he, to not keep an eye on his own charge? And here of all places, where Roderick ruled with an iron thumb. "I'm not hurt, Brandt," she answered, shaking her head. He'd been so obsessed with everything Lady Glenross had divulged that morning, so torn about whether to stay and stake his claim, or leave and deliver Sorcha to the Brodie as promised, that he hadn't even stopped to think. "Was it that warrior?" he asked, the dark-haired man from the training fields leaping to the forefront of his mind as his grip tightened on her shoulders. Sorcha frowned. "Which warrior?"
He put his arm around you.
Brandt answered, the hot sparks of a simmering frenzy igniting in his stomach. He'd find him. He'd thrash him to within an inch of his life. He'd break his bloody arms. Her pinched expression smoothed out, and a smile touched her tense lips. "You were watching."
"I left too soon,"
he replied, grating out the words.
"What did the bastard do?"
"Nothing," Sorcha answered, her smile now a full-fledged grin. She even laughed, the husky sound striking him right in the groin. "Not a thing." Brandt loosened his grip.
"Then why are you so eager to leave?"
He took a glance around the room, the deep purple and blue shadows of dusk having crept in.
"And why are you hiding in here?"
It would be time to go to the great hall soon, and he'd thought he'd find her getting ready. Her smile faded. The confidence and fire he'd come to expect and admire in her had paled. "It's the Duke, Roderick. I don't trust him, Brandt." He peered at her, a new lance of guilt digging into his chest.
"You saw him today?"
Brandt had not. He'd been told the laird would be away until sup, and had been glad to hear it.
Sorcha nodded.
"I angered him by bringing Isla to the training fields." Her lower lip quivered. "I fear he's punished her." He released Sorcha's arms to avoid leaving accidental bruises. He wanted to throttle the Duke, not her.
"And you?"
he asked, his voice barely audible.
"Did he touch you?"
If he had, Roderick would suffer. On his life, Brandt would see the man dead before nightfall. Sorcha must have noticed the threat glowing in his eyes, too, because she swallowed hard and shook her head again. "No," she answered. "I don't believe he'll harm me that way. It's Malvern. What if Roderick has summoned him? There was something in his eyes today that made me nervous, Brandt. He looked all too pleased with himself." Brandt nodded slowly as he turned toward the window overlooking the fields. He'd wondered himself if Roderick was allied with Malvern, but the notion that he might have been off summoning him instead of riding out to Montgomery Farms had not crossed his mind. "You're right to be wary of him. He's dangerous," he replied, and nearly laughed. It was an absurd understatement. "The man is a murderer." Behind him, Sorcha drew in a sharp breath. "Do you speak of the late Duke of Glenross?" Brandt crossed his arms and turned away from the window, his eyes coming to rest on the inky-haired beauty who had become his unerring compass. All day he'd spent wandering alone, lost in his own mind. Not 10 minutes here with her now, and Brandt felt grounded to the very floor, rooted to wherever she happened to be standing. He wanted to tell her everything, and so he did. He unleashed it all, everything Lady Glenross had revealed that morning. All the while Sorcha stared up at him, her lips parted in awe, her expression shifting with every new confession. "I should have found you earlier," he finally said, guilt wriggling back into place. "It was selfish of me to stay away, wrapped up in my own troubles." Her eyes flashed with temper. "Selfish? Don't be an idiot." She reached for him then, her arms no longer limp with shock at her sides. The reprimand, paired with the gentle grip of her hands curling around his wrists, made him laugh. But Sorcha wasn't in the least bit amused. Her stare remained unyielding. "You are the true Montgomery laird," she whispered, "the rightful Duke of Glenross." The expression of fear he'd seen her wearing as he'd come into the bedchamber slammed down into place again. "Magia!" She blinked back sudden tears. "You're going to challenge him?" "He murdered my father," Brandt said. "He would have killed me." "He still could," she replied, her voice rising. "When he discovers who you are." "He already knows," Brandt cut in. "He must know." And if that were the case, summoning Malvern would only help his situation. The marquess wanted Brandt dead, and so did Roderick. Men became allies when they had a common enemy. In this case, him. "Then what are we waiting for?" Sorcha asked, turning around and rushing toward the bench at the foot of the bed. Their packs were there, their laundered clothes and all of their supplies and weapons. They think we're heading west, not north. We'll wait until everyone's at sup, and then we'll take Lockie and Ares and—
I'm not leaving, Sorcha. She dropped the pack she'd just lifted and turned to stare at him in incredulity.
You can't, Brandt. Malvern wouldn't have fought you fair back in Selkirk, and neither will Roderick. Challenging him is unwise.
He went to her, the tension rolling off her in near palpable waves. She was afraid, and that was an emotion he hadn't seen grip her before. His brave, fierce warrior would never let a pathetic thing like fear unsettle her. He cupped her cheek, needing to touch her and calm her. All day he'd felt upended and astray, but not any more. Here with her, he saw his path clearly.
I'm wounded, wife. Do you think so little of my skill?
He asked, attempting to make her smile.
Of course not, but I don't think you understand. If he opposes your claim, a challenge for lairdship is a challenge to the death,
she said, her voice breaking over that last word. She rubbed her cheek into his palm, as if seeking the comfort he offered. She sighed.
I know you're strong. I know you can fight, but if I lose you—
She didn't finish her thought, and she didn't need to. The worry was written all over her. I understand what it would entail, he said, his thumb caressing her skin. I can't run from this. I won't leave my mother and Isla to suffer the brunt of Roderick's rule any longer. They were already living in a prison, his mother's sacrifice so many years before to keep her infant son safe from harm had never fully come to an end. He had to see it through now. Roderick would never forgive her for what she'd done, and she'd pay the price in flesh. Sorcha closed her eyes, and he could see she understood. And if Roderick has summoned Malvern, like you fear, it will be only a matter of time before he tracks us north, to Brodylands. I will do anything in my power to keep you safe. Brandt's thumb grazed her lower lip. To protect you. Her eyes opened, and he was relieved to see a glimmer of her usual stubbornness.
If you die trying to protect me, I'll never forgive you, Brandt Pierce, or Montgomery, or whatever your bloody name is.
He wanted to laugh, but she wouldn't give him the chance.
You've already sacrificed too much for me. If it weren't for my stupidity in Selkirk, Malvern wouldn't even know you existed. He certainly wouldn't be hunting you. We've already gone over this, Sorcha. I should have left. I should have gone back to him and seen the marriage through.
Her eyes dropped from his, and she stared into his chest. He could see her mind whirling, her thoughts forming in their deep blue depths. He knew exactly what she was thinking, that she could still appease Malvern, even now, if she returned to him. Don't, he gritted out. Don't even think it, Sorcha. I would only come after you. And he would. He'd ride through hell and fight until his last breath before he let her surrender to the bastard. He brought his other hand up and cradled her cheeks, his fingers pressing firmly into her skin. You will never be his. Chapter 21. The second those damning words left Brandt's lips, another deluge arrived, begging to be released. Words he hadn't wanted to think, let alone say. But just as everything he'd believed about his birth mother had been turned over and reordered, so had everything he'd believed about himself and what he wanted. Brandt had thought he'd wanted his peaceful, orderly life at Worthington Abbey, and the solitude and freedom that came with being a lifelong bachelor. He'd been so damn convinced that he'd be able to leave Sorcha with her sister, say goodbye, and be on his merry way home. How had he not seen his world crashing in on itself? "You are mine," he whispered, his breath coming in staccato bursts. His body pulsed as she touched him, the hesitant press of her hands as she skimmed them up his forearms, feeling more like a pair of anchors in rough waters. Her eyes were guarded, and she had every right to be. He'd been a bore. Tonight, right now, you are my wife.
You do not want a wife,
she said, her nails scouring along his skin and stirring up an agonizing heat within him. I've changed my mind.
She turned her lips into his palm and kissed him. "Then don't push me away, Brandt." He couldn't have stopped touching her if the horns blew and bells tolled, signalling an attack on the keep. Brandt angled her chin and kissed her, the brush of his lips gentle but earnest, and when Sorcha answered it, parting her mouth and dragging the tip of her tongue over his lower lip, Brandt let go. His tongue clashed with hers, twisting and stroking as their kiss evolved into a battle of possession. She pushed against him, her breasts coming flush against his chest, and her hands winding into his hair with frenzied tugs. Brandt was the first to relent. He stumbled back a few paces, his wife's trim body surprisingly powerful. Or perhaps she only weakened his resolve. He couldn't resist her, not when she looked at him as though he was her axis, or when she kissed him as though someone might yank him from her at any moment. All Brandt wanted to do right then was please her, comfort her, give her every damned thing she'd ever wanted. And what she wanted was him. The thought alone sent a torrent of lust through him. Brandt filled his palms with her tight curves, starting with her hips and rounding down over both firm buttocks. "God, you feel perfect," he groaned, his lips trailing along the slope of her neck, tasting the salt on her skin. With an instinctive thrust, Sorcha rolled her hips forward, grinding against his burgeoning arousal. He sucked in a breath, the aggressive advance of her body against his doing nothing to quell his desire for her. If anything, it made him even harder, and ready to give her exactly what she wanted. He laughed into her mouth, their tongues gliding together and apart, then joining again. He'd be a damned liar if he tried telling himself this was only for her. Never had he felt so unhinged for a woman. Never had he wanted someone with such blinding desperation. "Did you just laugh?" she asked, her voice breathy, distracted. Brandt nibbled down her throat and into the hollow of her neck, his fingers climbing up to knead her heavy breasts. He pressed his thumbs over the peak of each one, straining even through her chemise and bodice, and heard her gasp. "Purely maniacal," he replied, rubbing hard, insistent circles over her nipples. Sorcha threw back her head and arched her back, seeking more pressure. "I'm crazy to have fought this for so long." She made a murmuring sound of agreement, slivered through with a moan. With a grunt he hooked his fingers under each shoulder of her bodice and tugged. Her hands covered his, stalling him. "No, Brandt, wait." "What is it, love?" She hesitated for a beat, as if unsure of what to say. "Leave it be." He recalled her reticence at the river and her insistence on remaining in her shift. Was she self-conscious of her body? Her innocence made him smile. He feathered gentle kisses along her collarbone. "I want to see you." She huffed a tiny breath. "No, you don't." Brandt blinked, his eyes focusing on her tremulous blue ones. Fear and self-disgust warred in them, hinting at secrets. "Tell me." "The scars there," she whispered, unable to hold his gaze. "They're worse than the others." She swallowed hard. "Far worse. I'm afraid you'll be revolted." "You are more beautiful than any woman I've ever seen, Sorcha. Scars or no scars. Trust me when I say that whatever lies beneath this gown will make little difference. I would desire you if you had the body of a potato." Laughter glimmered in her eyes, and after a moment her hands fell away. Sorcha closed her eyes, her breathing becoming shallow when Brandt dragged her bodice and her stays to expose her to his view. His heart climbed into his throat, though he wasn't revolted. Far from it. The fullness of her breasts, tipped by dusky, petal-smooth nipples, rushed into his hands. But they weren't equal in appearance. A ragged patchwork of glistening scar tissue traversed the flesh from her shoulder, across the entirety of her left breast, and across her upper ribs. Shiny pink gouges marred the creamy skin, puckering the flesh in uneven lumps. The wolf had not let her escape unscathed. In fact, the scars on her face were the best of it. His heart bled. "Oh, God, love, what you must have suffered. Don't feel sorry for me. she whispered, unwilling to look at him. "Just kiss me, Brandt."
"Sorcha," he said softly as he brushed his thumb along the point of her chin. She took a shaky breath before lifting her eyes to his. The vulnerability in them speared him. He'd never seen her so uncertain. No words, however reassuring, would be enough. Brandt leaned forward, his lips trailing down the column of her throat before kissing each breast reverently. The salt of her skin was as heady as the finest whiskey. His fingers cupped her mangled flesh, his thumb gently stroking the misshapen welts, before he laid his tongue to each one. She arched into his caresses, seeking more, and he gave it. "Does this hurt?" he asked, squeezing gently. Her eyes flicked open.
"No, not physically."
Brandt stalled. She meant in other ways. While she distinctly held the scars on her face as a marker of strength, these she viewed as a deficiency, a blemish against her femininity. No wonder she'd sought to remain clothed. Her next words confirmed his thoughts as she turned her face away.
"They're hideous."
"Someone has told you this before," he said, understanding striking him like a blow to his midsection. She closed her eyes, her dark lashes a shroud against what he presumed to be a painful memory.
"Just a few boys, when I was younger and didn't know to bathe with my drapes drawn shut."
He wanted to throttle them, these nameless, faceless peeping toms. Though she sounded blithe, Brandt sensed effort behind it. "Who were they?"
"Boys from a neighbouring clan. I fancied one of them, or at least I thought I did."
And he'd broken her heart, her spirit, with whatever thoughtless comment he'd made. Brandt wouldn't ask her to repeat it. No, he needed to pull her away from it. "The sun must have addled your brain today, Your Grace, if you worry I am anything at all like those spying gits." Her startled stare caught his.
"Your Grace?"
"Aye, my Duchess." His hot, possessive gaze swept her, his body stirring at her lush, fierce beauty. The terrible scars did little to detract from the svelte perfection of her long limbs, her flat, muscled stomach, and the sweetness he knew lay between her thighs. Instead, they branded her as a fighter, a woman of fury and strength and passion. Brandt was mad for her, all of her. He kissed her again deeply, and then met the blazing, sapphire gaze that had captured him from the first. "Sorcha, you are perfect, every part of you, every scar." He kissed her ravaged cheek, every freckle. He kissed her nose, every lovely, unique thing that makes you, you. He nuzzled the space between her breasts, his hands and tongue finding the taut silk of her nipples once more. "And especially these. You taste like ripe, succulent berries." She arched against him, her breathing quickening.
"You're certain they don't repel you?"
Brandt grinned and directed her palm to the bulging fall of his breeches. "Does it seem like I'm repelled in the least?" He groaned when her fingers closed around him, and he gathered her into his arms. "God, I can't believe I waited this long."
"You could have taken me on the river rock,"
she whispered, her fingers rising to pluck at the hem of his shirt, and, mimicking him, scraped her fingers over his nipples. The sensation, paired with her heady, bold talk, awoke the basest of desires inside of him. His erection pulsed and hardened. "I could have taken you on our wedding night," he rasped, joining in as he continued pushing the top of her dress farther down, the chemise caught in the quickly disappearing fabric. "Tell me the truth, my sweet. You would have given yourself to me even then, wouldn't you?" He lowered himself, his tongue and teeth and lips exulting over the newly bared skin. He snagged the waist of her drawers on the way down, and knowing neither of them wanted to move slowly or with caution, took those down as well. His tongue circled Sorcha's navel as he bent onto one knee. "Tell me," he insisted, wanting to hear his warrior wife's bold words, needing them. He lifted her foot and set it on his thigh, opening the most private part of her to him. He touched her silky thatch of curls and ran one finger along her heat. "Say it, Sorcha. Tell me what you would have let me do to you." Her eyes were hazy with want, her cheeks and breasts flush with a longing for him. Paralyzed with desire, she moved her lips wordlessly. Brandt pushed his finger into her wet heat, and she moaned, tightening her thighs to grip his hand. But she let out a disappointed cry when he retreated. "Tell me," he repeated.
I would have let you fill me," she said, her voice weak but clear. "I would have let you touch every part of me, kiss every part, take every part that was yours to take. God, Brandt, your tongue is wicked."
Fill her. That was what he wanted, to pour himself into every part of her body, to breathe with her, feel with her, make her his. This woman, a stranger less than a fortnight ago, now called him to her with a voice he recognized deep in his heart and soul. "It is yours." He set his mouth to her, sliding his tongue where she desired it most.
"Brandt!"
She gasped and clutched his hair in 2 fists as he licked and sucked at her dewy flesh. She tasted just as she had before, like a blazing Highland summer sunset, hot and sweet. He clung to her, devouring her with long, needful strokes.
"And I am yours,"
he heard her say as the blood rushed through his ears, swirled down into his acute arousal, and made him dizzy with need.
"I am yours."
Sorcha's head fell back on the bed as her limbs turned boneless beneath his hands. Brandt had taken her down this road to pleasure before, but something was different. It wasn't in the way he touched her or the feel of his mouth on her skin. It wasn't in his words, though something had changed, something profound and unqualifiable. It had been in the tender way he'd kissed her ugly, lacerated flesh, loving her as if she were perfect and unscarred. She'd never imagined willingly baring herself to anyone. But with Brandt, she'd done what she had feared most. She'd trusted him with all of her, the worst of her. He hadn't told her he loved her, but he had said she was his and that she was his wife. The change she saw was in his eyes, in the way he looked at her, as he was now from the juncture of her thighs, while his mouth did indecent things. His hands cupped her buttocks, lifting her hips as his lips continued their tender onslaught. Their eyes met and held, and what she saw swirling in their hazel depths made Sorcha's body come apart with the force of a shooting star. Possession, dominion, surrender. Pleasure broke through her veins in igneous waves, cresting and swelling, until her entire body felt limp. And still Brandt didn't stop, prolonging the bliss with each decadently punishing stroke of his tongue. The shattering pulses wound through her, making her body arch like a bow, even while it felt like her bones had turned into strings of gossamer.
"Brandt,"
she called out weakly, and only then did he relent. Her husband inched up her sweat-dampened body, kissing her stomach and each rib, nipping gently at her breasts. She focused on him, on his handsome face, and those glittering eyes that seemed more golden than green. Sorcha never put much faith in Scottish fairy tales, but right now she would swear that he was indeed part summer fae.
"How did I ever find you?"
she whispered. "With a kiss," he murmured, taking the peak of one breast into his mouth and drawing on it gently. Flickers of sensation spread from the flesh caught in his mouth to her still trembling core. "With your courage," he said, switching to the other breast. "With your fierce heart." He turned his head sweetly, as if to listen to the heartbeat that pulsed erratically beneath his ear. Sorcha wound her fingers into Brandt's soft hair, the tenderness of his words wreaking more havoc than his touch. But his words faded as he resumed his efforts, busying himself with teasing her breasts to hard, aching points. Sorcha took in a breath as she felt the thickened girth of him on her thigh. She was ready. She wanted to take him into her, for him to fill the emptiness inside. Lifting her feet, she ran them along the backs of his and reached down, her hand closing gently around him. He groaned at her touch, his teeth closing over one nipple with more pressure.
"Brandt," she said, "I need you." He moved higher to take her lips in a soft, sweet kiss, and then surprised her by detaching her slack grip and rising up onto his knees. "First, I plan to explore every velvet inch of this property of mine." "Property?" She gaped at the beautifully erect sight of him, but wasn't allowed to fully appreciate it, for in the next second her husband gripped her hips and flipped her onto her stomach. "Yes." He leaned over and bit her gently on the shoulder. "You belong to me." "As you belong to me," she breathed, her voice partially muffled by the sheets. "Yes." It was the only word he said before she felt the hot surfaces of his palms run the length of her back to the indent of her waist, to her buttocks, kneading gently there before resuming their slow return journey. "God, woman, you are exquisitely formed." His voice sounded thick, as though he were having difficulty breathing. Her voice pulled low with what remained of her concern. "Even with my scars?" "Especially them, my brave Highland lass." His fingers traced the filigree of the welts that curved around her ribs down to the rise of her buttocks, making her shiver. She'd never known that the bloody things were so sensitive, but when Brandt's mouth replaced his fingers, she almost fell apart in his hands. She made to turn so that she could pleasure him as well, but he held her firmly in place. "No, I want you to enjoy it." Her wicked lover proceeded to do as he'd promised, exploring every single inch of undiscovered territory with his hands and lips, mapping each and every contour of her. By the time he turned her over, Sorcha was a whimpering mess of aroused frustration. Her entire body tingled and ached with need. "Brandt, please," she begged, and he acquiesced, settling himself between her parted legs. His face was strained too, as if his explorations had cost him more than he'd expected. She'd hoped to entice him with a little more grace, but she wanted him with a desire that could not be contained. She clutched wildly at his shoulders. When he positioned himself at the apex of her thighs, Sorcha almost wept aloud at the head of his erection, nudging the swollen, wet folds of her entrance. "Mugrai," she gasped. Brandt's forearms were corded with muscle as he held himself above her, his hips making small tantalizing circles against her, pressing in more deeply each time. Sorcha tilted her hips upward in a desperate attempt to take in more of him, but Brandt's control was absolute. "Sorcha," he commanded hoarsely. "Look at me." She did, and when her eyes connected with his, he pushed into her. She gasped and dug her fingers into the unyielding muscles of his back. They were hard like the rest of him, like the rock-hard length anchoring her body to his. Sorcha had taken him into her mouth. She knew his size, but still nothing had prepared her for the breath-stealing thickness of him as he filled her, completely, fully. Struggling to accommodate him, she shifted, feeling her passage adjusting to his girth, and gasped as white-hot sensations streaked through her core. "Are you in any pain?" he whispered, his voice wrenched tight. "I can stop." Sorcha blinked, her useless brain catching up to the question. It didn't hurt, not like a blade strike or a tumble off a horse. It felt uncomfortable, more like an odd pressure than any real pain. She shook her head and shifted again, rocking her pelvis into his. More pleasure spiked through her. That felt better, she decided. She wanted more of that. "No, it doesn't hurt. And no, I don't want you to stop. What comes next?" He chuckled. "My sweet lass, everything comes next." And then Brandt started to move, retreating almost all the way. Her eyes widened as he slid out of her. The sense of loss was tangible, until he moved forward to fill her again, and ripples of pleasure at the lubricious friction began to gather and build. He watched her carefully, and when he slid his hands down between their bodies to caress the sensitive bud of flesh nestled in her curls, she moaned her approval. No longer passive, Sorcha felt her body begin to respond to her husband's long, penetrating strokes and his nimble fingers, Again and again he withdrew and filled her, his pace quickening and her own desire mounting. His back felt slick underneath her palms as she arched upward to meet every thrust. Sorcha could see his passion building too, in the tight clench of his jaw and the dilation of his beautiful eyes, and she was so busy studying him that her release took her by surprise. Mind-numbing, overwhelming surprise. "Oh!" she cried, her legs tightening around his hips as pulse after pulse of pleasure swept through her. Giving in to the drugging bliss that saturated her senses, her inner muscles clenched around him, holding him tight in the warm clasp of her spasming flesh. "Oh, God, Sorcha, you feel so good, I can't—" He was hanging on to his control by a thread. "Let go, Brandt," she said, touching his cheek. "I won't break." His voice was a growl. "I don't want to hurt you." "You'll never hurt me." Desperately, Brandt pounded into her, intensifying the waves of pleasure cresting within her, until his entire body seized. With a harsh cry, Brandt joined her in bliss, groaning his own release. Neither of them moved for several minutes, their breathing harsh in the silence. He rolled them onto their sides, his body still intimately joined to hers, and cradled her close. She smiled shyly. "So that's consummation." "Yes." "It's not what I expected," she blurted out with a blush. Brandt's brows drew together slightly as he lifted a damp curl out of her face. "Was it not pleasing?" "You most certainly pleased me, husband." Sorcha drew a breath, feeling her cheeks heat more, and decided to blurt it out. "It's just that, well, I saw a stallion and a mare, consummating at Maclaren once, and, well, I guess I expected when you turned me onto my stomach that it would be so." She trailed off miserably, her face on fire. "Don't you dare laugh," she warned, seeing her husband's twitching lips and the humor twinkling in his eyes. He bit his lips. "I'm not laughing, I swear." "You must think me a goose." "I think you're adorable." "Adorable is for puppies," she grumbled. "I'm the feared beast of Maclaren. Trumpets blare and knees quake at my approach." Brandt drew her close and kissed her nose and then her lips. "Fierce, then. Glorious. Magnificent. I do like those." Laughing, she rewarded him with a kiss, and it didn't take long for their chaste kissing to turn into something else completely. With a shock, Sorcha felt the part of him that was still inside her surge to life, and she met his amused gaze. "Is that normal?" she asked. "For some men, yes." He nipped at her jaw. "And I'll tell you a secret, my innocent little wife. A man and a woman can come together the way you saw with those horses as well, though it's not typical for a lass's first time." Assailed by such a barrage of wanton, thoroughly lewd thoughts at such an animalistic coupling, Sorcha blushed as she felt him move within her again, growing and lengthening with every breath. She wondered whether he was thinking of those very same things. Meeting Brandt's eyes, every inch of her warmed at the blatant desire she saw burning in their depths. Apparently he was. And as it turned out, the desire was very, very mutual. Her husband liked it when she told him what she wanted, so, screwing up her courage, she licked her lips and ran her hand boldly over his tight, bare arse. "Will you show me?" He gave her a lusty smile. "That will be my pleasure, my lady." Chapter 22. The woman lying beside Brandt snored gently in her sleep. He smiled. She would be mortified and would likely argue that she'd never, not once, snored, but he quite liked the contented little sounds. They were the breaths of someone who was caught in the cradle of a deep, satisfying slumber. And the new Lady Glenross had indeed been satisfied. He'd made sure of it. She slept on her stomach, one arm flung above her head, the other draped loosely over his hip as the morning rays from the rising sun crept over the window-sills. Glossy curls of thick ebony hair were strewn across the lithe expanse of her back, of which he had kissed every delectable inch, including the many scars that traversed it in a heartbreaking tapestry. There was no part of her body that he did not intimately know. The silken skin of her nipples, her lean, strong legs, her sweet, pliant thighs. Unsurprisingly, Brandt felt himself growing stiff. If it were up to him, he would keep his wanton wife in bed all day. Last night had been eye-opening in more ways than one. Not only did her lustful passions match his, but Brandt had come to the slow realization that she was his match in every other way as well. Hell, he didn't know if what he felt was love, but he did know that the thought of being without her left a gaping darkness inside him. Perhaps that was how love felt, like light in a darkened room, or that first sliver of sunrise chasing away shadows. Love or not, there was no way he was turning her over to the Brodies. No, Lady Sorcha Montgomery belonged to him, as did this keep and the entire clan. She was a Montgomery now, the wife of a duke, not the wife of a stable-master, and Brandt wanted to keep it that way. He shifted, gently disentangling himself from her sleepy embrace, hoping not to disturb her, but warm fingers drifted over his bare hip bone. His glance slid to meet an awake and curious blue gaze. "Do you always think so heavily when you awaken?" she asked, her voice still husky with sleep. "You have grooves just here." She drew the pad of a fingertip between his brows. "Were you watching me?" he asked with a smile. She blushed, her finger inching down his nose to press against his lips. "It's my second favorite thing to do." "Oh?" He drew the tip of her finger into his mouth and sucked gently. "And what's the first, Lady Glenross?" Her blue eyes instantly darkened with desire and then widened. "I don't think I'll ever get used to that name. In my heart I'll always be Lady Pierce. That's who you were when we first met." Brandt bit gently, and her eyes flared in response, her words going breathy. "And now you're a duke, or you will be." He released her finger from its wet prison. "And you'll be a duchess." "It never mattered to me, you know," she said. "Who you were. You're everything that I hoped for when I prayed for someone to save me from Malvern." "Prayed for someone?" he teased. "As I recall, my lady, you had a solution well in hand." The light fled her eyes. "You speak of my trickery." Brandt lifted her by the arms and draped her body over him. "I speak of your kiss," he whispered, pulling her head down to his. "And the way your sweet little tongue did this." Smiling, he darted his own into her mouth and kissed her soundly. It didn't take much coaxing for her to respond, and by the time their mouths parted, she was straddling his thick erection, her sapphire eyes glazed with desire. "Are you not too sore?" Sorcha blushed. "A little, but not enough to want to stop." "You are insatiable." He laughed and took her lips again, filling his palms with her breasts and kneading gently. She wasn't the only one. He too couldn't seem to get enough of her. Just when he thought he was satiated, his body rose anew, clamouring for more. Brandt had made love to her twice more over the course of the night, though gently, but now she took charge, undulating her hips in a way that made him blind with lust, and when she finally slid down onto him, he almost lost himself then and there. His devilish wife set a maddeningly slow pace, as if relishing the friction and every voluptuous thrust. She watched him with those intent eyes, already understanding what pleased him and what drove him to distraction. And when their movements grew more frantic and they joined in blissful release, Brandt could only clutch her close, words escaping him yet again. Words that he should have told her, words he should tell her. But Brandt remained silent, holding her close and letting his body say what his mouth could not. An hour more passed before they were ready to rise, wash, and dress. Brandt did not want to miss Roderick at breakfast. There were things that had to be said, and truths that had to come to light.
It would not come as a surprise if the Duke already suspected the truth himself, what with Brandt's uncanny resemblance to his late brother and the fact that he had his wife's eyes. But Brandt knew that Roderick was not a man to be underestimated. He'd been laird for as long as Brandt had been alive, and was indubitably cunning. Sorcha slipped her fingers into his as they walked from their chamber to descend the stone staircase to the breakfasting hall below. It felt good to have her at his side, to know he could depend on her strength and her counsel. He'd told her what he'd planned to do in the wee hours of the morning, after their bodies had been satiated to the point of exhaustion. They'd lain spent in each other's arms, unable to stop touching as they'd spoken about the future. "You won't be going to the Brodie," he'd told her. Her heart had been in her eyes. "I won't?" "No," he said, "and I'm going to challenge Roderick as the rightful heir." "Is this truly what you want?" she'd asked. He'd thought it over for a long moment, there in the quiet of the dawn hours with his wife curled against him. Other choices were still open to him. He could go back to Essex, to his old life. He would not give Sorcha up, so she would have to return there with him. Archer's influence would protect her from Malvern should he follow. But what kind of life would it be? Brandt was wealthy, and she would want for nothing, but she would still be the wife of a mere stablemaster and horse-breeder. He was the son of a duke, she was the daughter of one. Sorcha deserved the life she was meant for, and he wanted to give that to her. He wanted to give her everything. "Yes," he'd replied finally. "I want you, and I also want Montgomery." "Brandt, I would be happy in Essex." "I know," he'd said, and kissed the protest from her lips. "But you belong in Scotland, and so do I." Now as they stood on the threshold, she squeezed his hand. He kept their palms joined as they made their way to the table. Roderick was there with his family, though today 2 of his men stood at his back. The big older one, Fagin, and his lackey, Seamus. Roderick's stare speared Brandt, and then fell to their linked hands. Brandt saw the way his eyes narrowed and turned calculating. The man missed nothing. Patrick lifted his eyes from his plate, but offered no greeting. Callan and Isla smiled thinly before dropping their own gazes as if to avoid the censure of their father. Brandt glanced to his mother, but did not linger. She seemed drawn, her hands fisted together in her lap. For a moment, Brandt wondered at the conversation before he and Sorcha had arrived. Everyone seemed unnaturally tense. "A word, laird," Brandt said. "In private?" Roderick waved a patient hand. "Whatever you need to say can be said here." "In front of your men?" he asked. "This is a family matter." The glare Roderick levelled upon him would have made a lesser man quail. Brandt did not. Bullies did not scare him, especially bullies who were cowards at heart and murdered innocent men for their own gain. The Duke's mouth pulled wide in a smile. "Speak then, for they are not family, and neither are you." The opening was there. Brandt took it. "Actually, as it turns out, I am family. I am your nephew." It grew so quiet in the hall that the sounds of the sparrows chirping in the field were clearly audible. "I'm the son of the man you claim fell to his death so many years ago, the man you called brother." Roderick's face did not change. In fact, no emotion crossed it whatsoever, which made Brandt suddenly uneasy at the Duke's complete lack of empathy. "Go on. Surely you have a point with your blabbering of ancient history." The pain that slashed across his mother's face nearly undid him. His mouth hardened. "Regardless of whether it's ancient history, as you say, I am still the son of Robert Montgomery, and I challenge your claim as the rightful Duke of Glenross and Laird of Clan Montgomery." The resulting noise was deafening. Patrick shoved his chair so hard that it smashed to the floor behind him. Isla clapped her hands to her mouth with a small shriek, and Callan had started laughing. Whether it was from amusement or delirium, Brandt did not know. He felt Sorcha sidle closer. The only 2 men who hadn't moved were his mother and the laird. The men at his side had drawn their weapons, their faces scowling. "What the hell is the meaning of this?" Patrick roared. "You're not a Montgomery. Aye, you have the look of my uncle, but that doesn't give you the right to come forward with any claim." "Easy, lad," Roderick soothed, and spread his thick arms across the width of the table. "'Tis not the first time false heirs seeking a fortune have made themselves known. A man must have proof, ye ken." He eyed Brandt. "Have you any proof of your extravagant claims?" Roderick's stare was lazy and confident. He did not expect to be contested. Brandt nodded and reached for his wife's hand. He brought it to his lips and kissed her knuckles before removing the ring on her finger. She didn't say a word, but her eyes communicated everything he needed to know. Her support, her trust. He took both gladly. "I have this, a Montgomery ring, and—" "You could have bought that at any county fair," Patrick interrupted, "or stolen it from someone in the keep. It means nothing." Brandt continued as if his half-brother hadn't spoken or accused him of thievery. "And I have my mother." Patrick scowled, not understanding. "Your mother? What sort of deception is this? Who is your mother?" But the laird understood. His furious gaze, promising all sorts of dire punishments, swung toward his wife as she rose from her seat in a slow motion. Not a soul in the hall moved as Lady Glenross lifted her chin regally. They hushed, waiting to hear what she had to say. "I am," she said in a clear, proud voice. "This man was born Brandel Callan Montgomery 25 years ago, and is the only son of Robert Cameron Montgomery, the late Duke of Glenross." Her plaintive gaze swung to her slack-jawed children, but stayed with Patrick, who looked like he'd eaten a toad. "He's your brother." The Duke's hand snaked across the table like a serpent about to strike. Brandt swung his fist down so hard to intercept it that dishes clattered to the floor. "Don't touch her." Each word was snapped with barely leashed violence. It was all he could do not to slit the man's throat and bathe the stone floors in his traitorous blood. But the light touch of Sorcha's fingers on the small of his back held him in place. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Callan usher Isla from the hall after an urgent glance from their mother. Roderick stormed to his feet, snarling. "You dare order me about in my own keep?" "It's not your keep. It was my father's," Brandt said evenly. "And my claim stands." As it was, Brandt had the proof needed to show his legitimacy, including the word of his very alive mother. But Brandt knew Roderick would not give up what he'd stolen without a fight, by any devious means necessary. And Brandt did not plan to be near any dangerous cliffs if he could help it. "Very well," Roderick hissed. "A challenge 'twill be, 2 days hence." Brandt's gaze narrowed as Sorcha's fingers dug into the muscles of his back in warning. 2 days was enough time for any number of things to happen, including being murdered in his sleep. "It will be now, unless you are afraid, lad." "Of you?" the Duke scoffed. "Assassinach runt." Brandt smiled. "I assure you my mother will attest that my blood is as Scottish as yours." Roderick bared his teeth and nodded to Fagin. "Fetch my sword." "Father, this is preposterous," Patrick said, his pale eyes flashing. "Let me accept the challenge in your stead. Let me fight this usurper." For a moment, a calculated look flicked across Roderick's face. "You could if you were laird." The swift, quiet statement came from Sorcha. "It's Highland law. Only the laird must prove himself worthy of rule." She squared her shoulders, her voice carrying far and wide. "As the daughter of the Duke of Dunranach, I swear it to be so." No one said anything for a long moment, before Roderick turned and whirled out of the room, flanked by his men and followed by his glowering son. Brandt also followed, but stopped first to check on his mother. He pressed a kiss to her brow. "I know that must have been hard for you. Thank you for standing up for me." She lifted a slender palm to cup his jaw. "I should have stood up for you all those years ago. I shouldn't have let you go, son." Her voice broke on the last word.
"No," he said quietly. "You did the right thing. He would have found a way to kill us both." His mother hesitated as if she had more to say. "Dinna blame Patrick," she said. "He has tried to do the right thing his whole life. He has a great capacity for love, but so much of it has been buried out of necessity." Brandt had a keen understanding of that feeling. He'd buried his heart long ago, and until it had been found by Sorcha, he'd almost forgotten its existence. Brandt had grown up with Monty, and though he hadn't been his true father, when compared to being raised under the thumb of a man like Roderick, he couldn't argue that Patrick had likely had the worst of the lot. "He is my son as much as you are," she whispered, and in her glistening eyes he saw her fear, that her two sons might come to blows as enemies. Brandt hoped they would not, but at the moment he could concentrate on only one fight. As he made his way out to the courtyard, he felt the weight of his decisions pressing upon his shoulders. If he failed, his mother would bear the brunt of Roderick's rage. So would Callan and Isla. He wasn't too worried about Patrick, who seemed to have inherited his father's survival instincts, but they wouldn't be the only casualties. Brandt's gaze flicked to his wife, who walked beside him with the carriage of a queen. If he died, she would be sent off to Malvern. Brandt couldn't fathom the brutality she would suffer at the man's hands. No, he could not fail. Just before he walked out into the courtyard, Sorcha pulled him into a narrow alcove before the front doors. "You'll be careful, won't you?" she said, her blue eyes full of concern and no small amount of fear for him. "Yes," he smiled. "I won't die, if that's what you mean." "That's not what I meant," she said with an indignant look. But he kissed her into silence, deeply, passionately. She clung to him, her eyes bright and lips rosy and glistening. "I'll be careful, Mograi." Her smile was as bright as the Scottish sun. "Gaelic?" "I'm a fast learner," he said, kissing her again, this time swiftly before heading for the door. He looked over his shoulder with a mischievous grin at the woman who had made his fledgling heart beat again. "That's one of the two words I know." "What's the other?" "Amadan." The bloom of embarrassed colour across her cheeks made him laugh. "That was before I knew you," she called out. "And I only ever called you idiot once, maybe twice." "We'll discuss that later, in private." He was rewarded with another becoming blush that made him want to wrap her in his arms and make a mad dash for the stairs. Brandt didn't think that Roderick would appreciate being kept waiting while he ravished his wife. Brandt's humour stayed with him until he descended into the crowded courtyard. A path cleared for him to the middle where Roderick stood, sword in hand. Someone handed Brandt a sword, which he examined for nicks and cracks in the steel and hefted for weight. It would do. No sooner had he nodded than Roderick rushed toward him with his own sword leading the charge. Brandt managed to fend off the strike, his blade clashing into Roderick's. The Duke was strong, and though fleshy from a life of excess, he still had enough bulk to bolster a heavy swing. They struck and parried, feinted and thrust, each of them trying to find weakness in the other. Where Brandt was faster, the Duke was bigger, and the duel continued as the crowd watched in rapt silence. But Brandt was also younger by a full score of years, which gave him a marginal advantage. After another bone-jarring round, his muscles sore, and a shallow gouge on his forearm seeping blood, he noticed that the Duke was beginning to tire. A thin sheen of perspiration coated his brow. Brandt was tiring too, which made his window of opportunity smaller. He had to end this sooner rather than later. He spun in with his sword, but miscalculated as Roderick leaped aside, his sword coming down hard toward his shoulder. There was no time to avoid the blow. It was either risk his neck or show his back. He chose the latter. Brandt managed to lurch out of the way, but not before the tip of the sword traced a path of hellish flame down his upper right shoulder, and then whipped upward to carve its twin up the side of his ribs. His body was on fire. He could smell blood thicken the air, and dully, from somewhere behind him, he heard a scream.
Roderick grinned. "Dinna concern yourself about your lady wife," he said. "Malvern will take good care of her."
They circled each other. Though Brandt was bleeding, Roderick had not escaped unscathed. He was limping and holding one arm close to a few bruised ribs. Brandt knew that Roderick was clever. He wasn't about to do something stupid by not paying attention. He drew a deep breath, ignoring the stinging pain of his separating skin and the burn of open tissue beneath. Sorcha's salve would fix him, once he'd thwarted Roderick. Brandt could sense her in the courtyard, and though he couldn't see her, he guessed she would be standing beside Lady Glenross near the steps.
"Mayhap I'll let the men have a turn with her first," Roderick drawled. "Malvern won't mind, ye ken. After all, he lets that animal Coxley do what he wants." His grin was ugly. "What do you think they're going to do to her?"
Brandt set his jaw. "Are you going to fight or blather on like an old woman?"
"Speaking of old women, mayhap I'll even let them have your worthless mother."
Brandt felt a muscle leap to life in his cheek. Sorcha, he knew, would fight tooth and nail to the last, and with her skill and tenacity she might even be able to escape. But not his mother, and the image of any man attacking her made him sick with rage. The Duke pounced upon his weakness like a wolf upon a lame rabbit.
"Do you ken, she came crawling to me like a tavern whore when your father died. She begged me to take her, like the dog she was."
Brandt didn't know where his torrent of strength came from, only that he was propelling forward and then colliding with his uncle. With a howl of rage, he swept the Duke's feet out from under him and followed down with the top of his sword. He hovered over the man, grunting with exertion. It would have been so easy to slip the steel through his throat, but Brandt could not kill his uncle in cold blood.
"Do you yield?"
he growled. Roderick's eyes overflowed with humiliated venom, but he nodded, knowing he was beaten.
"Aye."
Brandt stayed where he was, poised above his uncle, and exchanged a long look with the quietly waiting Fagin. After several tense moments, Fagin nodded. The battle, and clan loyalty, had been fairly won.
"Restrain him and escort him off Montgomery lands," Brandt commanded. "Yes, laird." "He's not your laird," Roderick hissed. "Do you want your laird to be the seed of a weakling who couldna even fight for his life?"
He laughed cruelly, madness glinting in his eyes.
"The poor sod would not lift a hand against me, not even when he knew he was going to die. You remind me of him. You have his weakness."
"Empathy is not weakness," Brandt said. "You don't understand it because you have none. Your brother believed in the best of you, and you killed him for it."
"Aye, he was not fit to be laird."
The admission hung thick and heavy in the courtyard. And then a keening wail rent the air. It seemed to come from the depths of his mother's body, even as she shoved through a stunned crowd to slap Roderick in the face.
"You bloody bastard! I kenned you killed him!" she screamed.
His answer was calm.
"Of course I did. I wanted what he had, you and the clan."
"You're not fit to call yourself a Montgomery." She slapped him again, but not before Roderick wrenched free of his captors and wound a tight fist into her blonde hair. He brought her up to his face before wrapping his other hand around her throat.
"I am a Montgomery, you deceiving bitch, and you're still my property to do with as I see fit. Death will suffice for your disloyalty."
As his mother's eyes dilated and her mouth slackened, Brandt prepared to tackle the man, but a blur dashed past him with a roar that shook the hills. He blinked. It was Patrick. With a wild yell, he pushed his mother into Brandt's arms and shoved his father to the ground. Straddling him, Patrick pummeled him with his bare fists, grunts punctuated by growling sobs. No one moved, until the only sound in the courtyard was one of bones meeting wet flesh. Handing his mother off to Sorcha, who stood nearby, Brandt moved forward, his hand going to his half-brother's shoulder.
"Patrick, enough."
The younger man slowed and obeyed, his face contorted with pain. Brandt knelt beside him. "All will be well, my brother, I promise." They stood together,
and Brandt indicated for Roderick to be restrained once more. "Give him a horse, and take him to our borders." He eyed his uncle, who had one eye swollen shut and a puffy lip. "You are never to return. If you do, you will be killed on sight. Is that clear?" He and Patrick watched as Fagin led Roderick away, and after a while his brother turned to face him. Confusion and horror warred over his features, but something else shone there too. Relief. It was an odd thing to see. Brandt frowned. Patrick had been groomed his entire life to be chieftain. There was no reason that he would want to willingly give it up. And despite his claims, Brandt was still a stranger. "Do you wish to challenge me?" Brandt asked softly. He was wounded and bruised, and any future duel would have to wait until Sorcha's magic salve could do its work. His brother's conflicted eyes met his, and Brandt sucked in a breath. Patrick's gaze flicked from Lady Glenross to Brandt and back again. She held out her hand to him, love, gratitude, and pride shining in her eyes, and he kissed her knuckles. Finally Patrick nodded. "If my mother says it to be so, then you are the true heir by succession. My own father stole that which was not his. So, until you have an heir of your own," he glanced at Sorcha, who stood with his mother, "I will remain your heir and the next in line." He inclined his head in a somewhat stilted way, as if uncomfortable with showing any emotion. "Your Grace." Relief shook through him, and his sore limbs were suddenly heavy with exhaustion. "Good," Brandt said, clasping his brother by the shoulder, "because I'm going to need your help." "You have it," Patrick said, as they walked back toward the keep where Callan and Isla were waiting. News of Brandt's victory and their father's defeat would have travelled like wildfire through the clan. Brandt wasn't worried his half-siblings would be upset over their father's banishment. In fact, he suspected they would show the same relief and approval as Patrick. "Aye, and you will need my help as well." Brandt eyed him, detecting an odd note in his voice. "Why is that?" "My father sent an invitation to Malvern to fetch his bride 2 days ago." Patrick's face was grim. "He and his army will be here inside a week." Chapter 23. Sorcha had never sweat so much in her life. As she stood in the courtyard of the Montgomery keep, the noon sun beating down on her and the rest of the men as they skirmished in pairs, she wondered at the unnatural heat of the spring day. It wasn't out of the ordinary to have an early May swelter, but this one had an oppressive edge to it. It made her feel a stone heavier, and it seemed every man and woman in sight was walking and moving a little bit slower too. It could have been the heat, or, she reasoned, it could have been the knowledge of an imminent attack on their clan and keep. Fergus's broadsword came sweeping at Sorcha's head, and she grunted as she blocked it and then struck back before her opponent could take another stab. Her blade came down near his hilt, knocking it from his hand entirely. The Scot stared in wonder at his sword, lying on the muddied ground. He then broke into a wide grin. "Impressive, Your Grace," he said. "You won't be smiling like that when it's one of Malvern's men knocking your weapon away," she replied. He propped one dark brow and nodded, accepting her censure humbly. "Pick it up," she said, this time a little less brusquely. She'd offered to work with the men, teaching them some of the fighting skills she'd learnt at Maclaren, and it had been no small feat that these men had accepted. It wouldn't be wise to shame them for not being entirely up to snuff when it came to battle. "When an enemy blocks your strike, swivel toward your opponent's sword arm," she said, a bead of sweat rolling off her brow and stinging her eye. The strikingly handsome Scot she'd been training with the last quarter hour frowned. "Toward my opponent's sword?" "Aye, my brother Ronan taught me that. Your enemy will have to turn in order to swing at you again, and you'll gain a moment to prepare." A few other men had overheard her and mumbled their agreement, and then they started clashing swords again. In the fields,
Another grouping of men were practicing with bows and arrows, and yet more men were out reinforcing the main gate and setting up hidden watch posts in all directions leading into Montgomery Keep. They had a natural defence system in the keep's positioning among the craggy hills, but more defences would not be unwise. Sorcha had seen Malvin's men in action before, and they were brutish fighters, a high challenge for even Ronan and his men. There were a handful of vicious warriors here, like Fagin and Seamus, but for the most part the Montgomerys had never been put to the test. Most of the men had never fought a life-or-death battle, and now because of Malvin they would. Because of her. She'd led Malvin here. She was the reason these men were about to put their lives in danger, and as their new laird's wife they would never complain or turn away from the fight. But that didn't make her feel any better about the situation. In fact, it made her feel only guiltier. "You should take a break, Your Grace," came a feminine voice from behind her. Sorcha turned from Fergus to see Brandt's mother sitting in the shade of a yew tree. Its branches were low and long-reaching, and many of the men had hung their shirts upon them as they trained. For that reason alone, there were many lasses, both young and old, who'd come outdoors to do their washing and mending. And then there were some shamelessly gaping at the men's sweaty torsos as they swung their swords. Katrina had a long length of faded plaid in her lap, and she was using a pair of shears to cut out long rectangles of the fabric. Sorcha nodded to Fergus, who bowed his head and went to find another partner. "What are you doing?" she asked Brandt's mother as she stepped out of the direct sun and into the shade. "Bandages. They'll be useful for the surgeon should Dr. Kinnick need them." A lump plunked down like a stone in her throat. Should Dr. Kinnick need them, it would mean Montgomery men were bleeding, that some might have been killed. It was a bitter pill to swallow, the knowledge that she had brought this upon them. But it was done now. Malvin was coming, and it was the least she could do to help them be prepared. She looked over to where Isla was practicing her archery with Patrick and Seamus. They would need every able-bodied fighter if Malvin breached the keep, even the women, and Isla had shown a natural ability for the bow. She could help from a vantage point of relative safety. Several other Montgomery women had volunteered to learn, and it had floored Sorcha at how loyal they were to the son of their previous beloved laird. She glanced to Brandt's mother. Their loyalty was largely due to Katrina, she knew. The lady in question patted the grass beside her. "Sit for a minute," she said. "I really should help," Sorcha said. "I'm sure Fergus will appreciate the time to soothe his sore pride," she replied, with an arch of an elegant eyebrow. Sorcha peered over her shoulder to where Fergus was demonstrating some of the new moves he'd mastered to a few Montgomery soldiers. Considering he'd spent most of the morning on his arse, he had picked up the techniques well enough. The man was a fast learner. She'd give him that. And he was easy on the eyes, if the sighing of all the Montgomery women around them was any indication. There was nothing quite like the sight of a man in a kilt, wearing not much else, while covered in sweat and swinging a sword. Although Sorcha appreciated that Fergus was a handsome man, he wasn't the one who made her pulse race. No, that would be the man on the other side of the training field, also swinging a sword. Her very virile, very indefatigable husband. She didn't need to see him without a shirt to have her wits scatter. A secret smile touched her lips. She'd seen more than enough of his beautiful naked body earlier that morning. With that shameless thought, she felt her cheeks burn, along with other unmentionable parts of her. Unlike the other Scotsman, he wasn't shirtless, a fact for which she was very grateful. She didn't much like the idea of other women gawking at her husband. But they did anyway. Sorcha had to admit Brandt wore a kilt well. When he'd asked that morning for her help to don the Montgomery plaid, she'd understood how momentous an act it was for him. So had his clansmen. Glimpses of his strong thighs were visible above his boots, sinewy and thick with muscle, with each twist of his lithe body. His handsome face was flushed with exertion,
his powerful arms swinging his broadsword with deadly grace. He moved like a dancer on the battlefield, with calculated finesse, much like he did everything else, including love-making. Her knees trembled slightly.
"I was in labour with him for 3 days,"
Katrina said softly, following her stare. A rush of heat scoured Sorcha's skin. Christ tossing a caper. She'd been caught ogling her own husband by his mother. She composed herself, though her face felt like it was on fire.
"Was it a difficult birth?"
Katrina patted the grass again, and this time Sorcha sat. The promise of learning anything about Brandt was too good to pass up.
"The delivery was quite easy, but the hours leading up to it were not."
She smiled in memory.
"The midwife wanted to force the birth by attempting to turn him, but I told her that the babe would come in his own time when he was ready. And he did."
Her fingers shook over the shears.
"I held him for only a scant few minutes, but I could already tell what kind of man he would be. He wasnae sleepy, and he didnae wail. As a babe he was so alert, so focused and quiet, observing everything around him."
"He hasn't changed," Sorcha said, smiling.
"Stoic to the core. I already kenned that one day he would be a great laird."
Katrina's voice broke slightly.
"I only hoped that by sending him away I would be giving him a chance. I still dinna ken if I made the right decision."
Sorcha reached for Katrina's hand and squeezed.
"You did. If you hadn't, your son would have met with an end much like that of the late Duke's. You saved Brandt by letting him go, and now he has returned as you had hoped."
The Duchess smiled sadly.
"Not quite as I'd hoped. I didn't expect that Roderick would force me to remarry so quickly, and to him."
She glanced apologetically to Sorcha.
"Forgive me, I am sure you didn't want to hear such things." "No, I do,"
Sorcha said, guessing that Katrina had never spoken to anyone of what had happened. She'd kept it all inside for so many years, harbouring the secret, silent hope that one day the son she'd given up would return.
"Did he give you a choice?"
"Yes," Katrina said.
"To stay as his Duchess, or leave, though it wasnae a choice. Not really. I could have gone back to my father's clan in the south, but if Brandel returned to Montgomery, how would I have ever kenned? In setting him free, I had closed my own cage."
Her agony was a tangible thing.
"So I married Roderick, even though my heart would always belong to another. I'm sorry. 'Twas the bid I made," she said. "I hoped and prayed for Brandel to return. I love my children, ye ken. But Roderick was not the man he pretended to be. Even I didna ken how deep his hatred of his brother had run all those years. He wanted to erase the memory of him from Montgomery. Brandt told me about the portrait in the gallery, the covered one."
Katrina nodded.
"'Twas all he left of him, although he ordered it draped. I suppose he wanted to appear as if he mourned, but Roderick broke clan alliances and dismantled everything Robert had built. Montgomery became an isolated fortress, and he was its sovereign."
She swallowed.
"We were forbidden to speak Robert's name, to even reminisce of him. Those who did were punished." "Punished?"
She shrugged.
"Whipped, beaten, humiliated. I was the worst transgressor, of course. But the pain was worth it. I couldnae let my husband's memory be erased from history. My children ken their brave, kind uncle."
Sorcha felt a pulse of rage course through her veins. Any man who beat defenceless women deserved a special chamber in hell. But not everyone thought that way, she knew. There were still many clans who believed it was a man's right to do as he wished with his wife, including the marquess to whom she had been betrothed.
"I truly wish Brandt had not let him go, for it would give me great pleasure to smash my fist into his cowardly face."
She had not agreed with her husband's decision to release Roderick. He was too dangerous of a man to be on the loose with an axe to grind, and he would no doubt run to Malvern, if indeed they were allies. But perhaps that was what Brandt hoped for. He wanted a chance to face him on the battlefield should Roderick return.
"I cannae regret my choices. My son has returned, and I've been blessed with Patrick, Callan, and Isla. Sorcha wanted to chase the sadness from her eyes. Marriage to a man like Roderick could not have been easy to bear. Montgomery had not only become Katrina's prison, the Duke had become her warden. She wanted to turn the Duchess's thoughts to happier times. "What was Brandt's father like? Is he much like him?" "Robert?" Her eyes brightened, and Sorcha nodded. "I see a lot of Robert in him. I see his strength and his patience. I also see his dry sense of humour." "Dry would be a kind way to put it," Sorcha laughed. "What about horses? Did the Duke like those? Brandt seems to have a way with them that I've never seen before." The Duchess's smile overtook her entire face, making the eyes that were so like her son's sparkle. "Oh, that he gets from me. My father raised Scottish racehorses, and I learnt to ride before I could walk. Everyone used to say that we had a mystical hand with them, the fairy's touch. 'Twas my father, his father before him, me, and now Brandt. Callan has a bit of it as well, though he lacks the patience." Sorcha nodded. When people had special gifts in the Highlands, it was often said that they'd been blessed with them from the Fae folk. Brandt did seem to have a magical touch with Ares, and Loki as well. Katrina's eyes fell to the ring on Sorcha's hand, her eyes misting. "Robert gave me that ring the day we wed. It fills my heart to see it on your finger. He would have liked you." She put down the plaid in her lap and reached across for Sorcha's hand. "You're a good match for Bran. I ken it in the way he looks at you." She broke off with a knowing smile. "And the way you look at him. 'Twas like that between Robert and me." Sorcha couldn't help the usual stab of guilt. Though Brandt had made her his wife in every way, and seemed to care for her, their beginning had not been based on trust. It weighed heavily on her. Yes, she was halfway to falling in love with Brandt, and he had found his family, but at what cost? Malvern was not a forgiving man, and these innocent people would all pay the price in blood, because of her. "Your Grace," Katrina began to say. "Please, none of that. You must call me Sorcha." Brandt's mother nodded, her fingers plucking at the plaid. "Your clan. Do they approve of my son, or are they angry you've broken the contract with Malvern?" Sorcha ran a palm over the grass, the blades tickling her skin as she considered how to answer. The truth was, she didn't know how most of them had reacted. Finlay and Evan had been furious at first, as had Ronan, but her eldest brother had almost seemed to warm to the idea of Brandt as a brother-in-law. After all, following the attack on their camp, Ronan had placed his trust in him to take her to safety. That had to count for something, if he was still alive. "Sorcha, what is it?" Katrina asked. "My brother Ronan and his men held off Malvern's attackers, giving Brandt and me a chance to escape." She paused, remembering the last image she had of her brother fighting Coxley. Only one of them would have walked away, and Sorcha's pulse skipped and throbbed with dread, not knowing who it had been. "So they do support you?" Katrina presumed. She nodded. They had, albeit reluctantly. Once her father and the rest of the Maclaren people learned her husband was the rightful Montgomery laird and the new Duke of Glenross, their anger at her impetuous marriage might be somewhat appeased. It all depended on how successful Malvern would be in his retaliation. But she knew, no matter what, she was a Maclaren, and Maclarens never abandoned one another. It was their family code of honour, and it was the sole reason she'd done what she did. She'd learned early on that it was easier to ask for forgiveness than for permission. "I only wish we had enough time to send for them," Brandt's mother sighed. "The Maclarens are famous for their warriors." They would have rushed to the Montgomerys' aid without hesitation. But then, Lord knew what had happened to them over the last handful of weeks. What if Malvern had already taken his anger out on them? Sorcha closed her eyes against the flashing memory of Niall, his arm pinned to the slab of stone Coxley had used as a chopping block. The sensation of delicate fingers touching down on Sorcha's head and sweeping through the tresses at her temple opened her eyes. Katrina looked at her with tenderness. "I shouldn't have worried you. Our men are strong, as well, and they'll defend you with their lives." I don't want any man giving up his life for me, or for the choices I made," she blurted out. "You weren't alone when you married Bran, were you? He stood up beside you and said his vows. You made your choices together, and as his family, we'll stand by you as well." "For the price of a horse for stud," Sorcha wanted to reply. Their marriage had started on all too shaky ground, and recent developments, though pleasant, did not erase that. Nor did it eclipse how she had come to marry Katrina's son in the first place. She'd employed the scheming tactic used by many an English lady seeking to catch a fortune or a title, only the prize had been freedom. What had been meant as soothing reassurance only crushed Sorcha's heart more. If Katrina knew the truth, every last drop of compassion she now saw in the woman's eyes would evaporate. She would instead see the same cold hardness that gripped her chest and stomach whenever Sorcha thought upon her own deceit. She stood, suddenly longing for another skirmish with Fergus, or better yet, someone with more skill, someone who could knock her down a peg or two. Katrina caught her hand before she could move away, though, her eyes drawn into a frown, as if she had somehow heard a piece of Sorcha's thoughts. "We all have our demons, and heaven kens 'tis easier to fight the ones on the outside than the ones that live within us." She released Sorcha's hand, leaving it at that. She couldn't manage more than a small grin at Brandt's mother before taking up her sword and turning to go back into the broiling heat of the sun. She did have her demons. She'd brought them to life when she'd made the split-second choice to trap a stranger into ruining her reputation and then suffering through a forced marriage. Had that choice been a mistake, though? Brandt had brought her more pleasure than she'd ever considered possible. He'd made her feel whole for the first time in years. Sorcha expelled a harsh breath. She wasn't halfway to falling in love with Brandt. She was already hopelessly, irretrievably in love with him. One thing was certain: they would weather the coming storm together. What was not certain was whether either of them would survive it. Chapter 24. He'd made a mistake in letting Roderick go. Sparing his life had marked Brandt as a merciful laird, and after having lived under the rule of one as stringent and cruel as Roderick, the clan's men and women had seemed awestruck by such action. What Brandt didn't yet know was whether or not they also thought him a fool for it. Brandt had spent the last 2 days and nights with the writhing suspicion that the ousted laird would return one day, a force of warriors at his back, and attempt to reclaim his seat as laird and duke by laying waste to all and sundry who opposed him. Every time Brandt closed his eyes he saw the tip of his sword at Roderick's throat. One thrust and it would have extinguished his life, as well as any chance of an unwanted homecoming. He took the well-worn path from the loch to the stables, the cool hand of evening pressing against the back of his neck. He'd taken a quick swim to wash off the grime and sweat from being in the fields all afternoon, and was heading back to the keep to check on Ares. It had been another scorcher of a day, the sun in its cloudless blue sky unrelenting as the Montgomery men and women had trained. Their skills had improved, remarkably so, over the last few days, and Brandt had been relieved to see more clashing steel than swords being knocked out of hands, more arrows flying true than falling short or wide of the hay bales dressed as targets. While he'd been training with them from time to time, he knew he had little to do with their drastic advances. He'd been overseeing fortifications along the keep's outer walls, preparing traps in the hills and woods surrounding the loch and keep, and organizing the different waves of defence the clansmen and women who could not hold a sword or bow or axe could take to avert the enemy. Things like tossing powder explosives, stones, and hot coals from the ramparts. No, the Montgomerys' improved swordsmanship and archery skills were due to Sorcha's hand in the training. His wife had been tireless, dedicating all hours of every day to the task, barely stopping to eat or drink or sleep. Brandt had bid her to rest once or twice, but after a biting retort that she'd rest after they'd fended off Malvin's attack and lived to tell about it,
he'd left her alone. The weight of unbearable responsibility had been bright in her eyes. They were so transparent, those twin blue depths. He could practically see every thought, every emotion in them, and he wondered if she could read him as well as he could her. He feared she could. Perhaps that was why she'd been quietly on edge. Malvern would stop at nothing to see Brandt dead and to reclaim what he believed was rightfully his. It reeked of irony. Hadn't Brandt just fought Roderick for the same reason, for his rightful seat as laird? And he'd won. He'd taken back what was his, and Malvern likely had no doubt he could do the same. As Brandt entered the stables, he felt a physical yearning for his wife, one that had only grown in intensity since he'd taken his place as laird. The need to be with her, touch her, make her his in every possible way. It was how they'd spent the last 2 nights. No words, just giving, taking, coming together and relishing in each other's bodies. Simply being with her was enough, or at least it had been. Right then, as he reached Ares's stall, he felt a pang of loneliness. He missed her voice, her smile. He missed listening to her unleash her temper and her opinions. Sorcha had met him with matching ferocity in their bed the last 2 nights, but now Brandt suspected part of that had been only to ward off conversation. Something was on her mind, and he wanted to know what it was before Malvern showed his ugly face on Montgomery lands. Ares came to the stall door and whickered hello. Brandt rubbed his hand up and down the stallion's snout and scratched his chin. "Your leg's finally healed, you old brute." Thanks to Sorcha. Even during the last busy days, he'd seen her darting off to the stables to check on Ares. It touched him that she cared enough to check on his horse's wound, and it made him doubly awed to then see her pick up a sword and show grown Scotsmen how to properly wield it. She was such a contradiction, and yet so perfectly balanced. She would be an exceptional duchess. The people here already loved her. Brandt ignored the stitch in his heart and took the carrot he'd been carrying in his trousers pocket. He held it up, and Ares's lips closed around the top, gingerly accepting the offering. "Your manners have improved as well." It was entirely possible his wife was the reason for that, too. "He's magnificent." Brandt turned to see Callan exiting another stall. His half-brother, he reminded himself. The fact that Callan had their mother's colouring instead of Roderick's made it easier to look him in the eyes without feeling the need to pick up something to defend himself with. Brandt still felt a bit tense around Patrick. Strange, he knew, considering even he looked like Roderick. "I've never seen his equal," Brandt admitted. Callan approached the stall, his eyes hinged on the beast currently mashing the carrot to pulp. "He doesn't ken how big he is," he said, a smile forming. Brandt cocked his head. "What do you mean?" Callan crossed his arms and leaned against the stall door, watching Ares still. "He's a gentle giant. I suspect he still feels like a foal, despite his size." Brandt was quiet. He'd thought the same thing more than once. Other men looked upon Ares with trepidation, but Brandt knew the animal was more loyal and steadfast than he was truly intimidating. "You have an affinity for horses," he guessed. Callan nodded, meeting Brandt's stare. "Our mother does as well." That didn't surprise him, though he hadn't known. There had been little time to sit and get to know her. Like he and Sorcha and the rest of them, Katrina had been busying herself with tasks of preparation. He hoped for the opportunity to learn more about her and his brothers and sister when the threat of attack had passed. He still couldn't quite believe that he had a family. Monty had been his only family for so long, and even though Brandt now knew the truth, it didn't change how he felt for the old man. Monty had raised him, kept him safe, taught him everything he knew. Brandt admired him more than before, if possible. "Is it odd," Brandt asked, "knowing you have another brother?" Callan laughed. "'Tisn't odd. 'Tis a relief. D'ye ken how many times Patrick lorded it over me that he was eldest? Now he kens what it is to be a younger sibling." Brandt didn't join in Callan's amusement. I can't imagine he likes that very much. Truthfully, I think he's just as relieved as I am, as we all are." Callan straightened up and turned serious. "I'm sure you ken what it must have been like, living with a man such as my father. He left Isla and me alone most of the time, but Patrick was never allowed an inch of space to breathe. The laird kept him close enough to let him see how horribly he treated our mother, and all the while Patrick couldnae do a thing about it. It tore him apart. The evil things he did tore us all apart." Though Brandt had known of the abuse, powerless fury simmered in the pit of his stomach at the thought of his gentle mother at the mercy of his uncle's brutality. "What kind of things?" he heard himself ask, in the casual tone of a stranger. Callan met his eyes, mirrored pain blooming in them. Not counting the use of his fists, he humiliated her at every turn, flaunted countless mistresses, and he burned her with a brand. Burned? With a hot iron? Marks for every time she spoke about your father. Her backside's covered with them, Isla told us. Black dots swam in Brandt's vision, and sweat peppered his forehead. He felt sick at the depth of his uncle's cruel perversions. "Could you not get help?" he asked, his voice raw. "From a vicar, anyone?" Callan shrugged and shook his head. "Who would go against such a ruthless laird? There was a time once when Patrick tried to defend her. He was about 10 at the time, and he suffered for it." Callan's eyes darkened at the memory. "Roderick strung him up in the courtyard yew by his ankles and left him to weather the entirety of a lightning storm." "He could have been killed," Brandt said, repulsed but also confused. Why had Roderick risked his heir's life? "Aye," Callan said. "But he had a spare, ye ken." From that point on, Patrick knew he meant not a thing to our father, that he'd not hesitate to hurt him or anyone else, should he defy him. He truly had been mad with power. Brandt wished, yet again, that he'd been able to see the challenge for lairdship through to the death, as he knew Roderick would have. "Nay, 'tis better now you're here," Callan went on. "And the timing was good fortune, too. Lately Roderick had started to question whether or not Patrick would be best suited as heir." Ares nudged Brandt in the shoulder, seeking another carrot, but Brandt just scrubbed his chin. Why wouldn't he be? Callan checked around the stables, though they seemed to be the only ones present. The rest of the men and women would be gathering in the keep for sup soon. "Patrick doesna spend time with the lasses. He takes notice of them, aye, but he's never taken to one in particular. I suspect 'tis only because he didna wish to submit any lass to the same scrutiny and danger as our mother had been made to suffer." Brandt understood then, and Roderick thought Patrick might prefer men to women. Callan murmured his agreement. "He may have the look of Roderick, but he's not his man. Nay, he's more like you, Sassenach." His brother grinned. "Or should I call you Your Grace?" "You should call me Brandt," he replied, clapping his younger brother on the shoulder. "We should go up to the keep. I don't think they'll begin sup without me. You're their laird. 'Twould be disrespectful to eat before you were seated." Brandt gave Ares a last pat on his neck. "It'll take some time getting used to that." He was laird to an entire clan, the Duke of Glenross, leader of hundreds of people, keeper of hundreds of acres of Highland land. "Wait until Archer hears the news," he thought with a creeping grin as he and Callan strode up to the great hall. Sorcha was seated beside him, his mother to her left. Patrick kept his chair at Brandt's right, though Isla now sat beside Patrick, and Callan had taken the seat to their mother's left. And instead of solemn silence in the great hall, there was a contented roar of many conversations, and even some bursts of laughter. He and Sorcha said little to each other throughout sup. Again he felt her withholding something from him, using her exhaustion as a shield. He let her be. Nothing he wanted to say could be said in the presence of others. After a time and plenty of drink, a handful of older men began to stand and recount past battles, fights they had won and at what cost. The younger men listened with rapt attention, and Brandt could tell the stories were mostly for them, to fill them with pride and hope that when it came their time to battle, They would live to tell the tales as well. When Katrina, Isla, and Sorcha stood to leave the great hall and leave the men to their tales, Brandt itched to stand and follow his wife. But it would have been in bad form, and it would not have gone unnoticed. So he stayed seated, listening to the banter and joining in the cheers at every retold victory. It had been a long time, though, since Montgomery had waged battle. Their reclusive state over the past quarter-century had turned those past warriors into old men. By the time the men had settled down and Brandt stood to withdraw, he felt even more uneasy. The physical yearning for his wife had returned, and he was sorely tempted to enter their shared bedchamber, still the guest room, as the thought of sleeping in Roderick's bed in the laird's chamber made Brandt ill, and lose himself in her once again. Someone cleared his throat, and Brandt realized that Patrick had asked him a question. Callan snorted with a knowing smile, following his stare to where Sorcha had climbed the stairs not a half an hour before, his memory still hinged on his wife's tempting derriere. "What is it?" Surprisingly, amusement also glinted in Patrick's eyes, which was unusual for him. "I asked whether you were satisfied with the preparations on the loch side. I'm not too worried about an army breach in the north shore. 'Tis much too difficult to pass through the quarry, and we need the men on the front side." "Agree," Brandt said, "but we cannot leave it unguarded either. I've ordered a dozen men along the battlements." He nodded to Fagin, who sat at the next table and was listening intently. "Fagin says Seamus will cover that end." Brandt gestured to the seats his mother, his wife, and sister had vacated, and waved Fagin and his men forward. He pushed some of the trenches to the middle and lined up a few of the empty dishes. "If this is the keep, and here's the loch, what's of this area leading into the pass, and this open area here at the foothills?" The men all followed his finger on the table, nodding in unison. Fagin answered, "We have men on either side of it as well as in the hills. Some of our best archers will be here." He jabbed a hand toward each of the front sides of Brandt's makeshift outline. "Our best offence will be for it to seem that most of our men are on the plains here in front of the villages." "Good," Brandt said. "I think you should set extra men here and here." He pointed to where the hills on either side of the loch would be. Patrick frowned. "You suspect an attack from there?" "I've heard of Malvern on the battlefield, and he is clever. It wouldn't surprise me if he sent Coxley to approach from the rear." If Coxley was still alive, Brandt hoped to God he wasn't. "The quarry around the loch is impassable this time of year," Seamus piped up. "Let's not leave it to chance." Brandt stood and surveyed his brothers and his clansmen. "Get some sleep. If luck favours us, we will have one more day to prepare. But if she doesn't, we will need to be battle-ready." "Yes, Your Grace." After the men left the dais and departed the hall, Brandt turned to leave, but a hand at his shoulder halted his departure. "A word?" Patrick asked quietly. "Of course." Patrick looked uncomfortable. "I wanted to thank you for what you did for my mother, and our sister." His voice lowered and shook. In fact, his entire body shook with the force of his choked emotion. "You have my sword and my fealty, Laird." Brandt did not hesitate. He pulled his brother into his arms. He met Callan's anguished gaze over Patrick's shoulder, and felt his own eyes mist at what the admission must have cost his brother, who had been severely castigated for any sign of weakness, any show of emotion. "He'll never hurt any of you again," Brandt said fervently, looking into his brother's pale blue eyes. Oddly, the colour did not make him think of Roderick, perhaps because they weren't inhumanly glacial. No, Patrick's eyes were all too human and all too vulnerable. "I swear it." "Are you not afraid that he'll return?" Callan asked. Brandt lifted cold, determined eyes to his youngest brother and reached out to clasp his arm as well. "Afraid? No. Hopeful, yes. I want him to return, so one of us can kill him." Brandt grinned. "Though if he does, I wager it will be young Isla who will put an arrow through him. She's gifted with the bow." Patrick nodded. Your wife has been a good influence on her. They've been good for each other." That reminded Brandt of Sorcha and his earlier inclinations. Callan burst into laughter at the besotted look on his face, but Brandt did not have the grace or will to look ashamed. He would not be faulted for desiring or loving his wife. "I don't blame you," Callan chortled. "Your Duchess is quite a lass." With a grin, Brandt chucked his brother in the shoulder. "Go find your own." He took the stairs 2 at a time, stopping to catch his breath at the door to his bedchamber before opening it. He was glad that he had, because the sight that greeted him snatched the air from his lungs. Sorcha had just finished her bath and was rising from the water like a river nymph, her skin rosy and glistening. His greedy eyes followed the droplets sluicing from her breasts to her stomach to the sable triangle between her legs. Brandt felt his mouth go dry with a sudden desperate thirst, one he could slake only with her inimitable body. Even with fresh bruises from training discolouring her limbs and hips in darkened swatches, she was stunning, a warrior goddess in the flesh, and she belonged to him. He watched the play of muscles on her strong, lean thighs as she stepped out of the wooden tub onto the length of toweling that Morag must have placed there. Brandt could hear the maid moving behind the privacy screen, but he was too busy ogling as Sorcha dried herself, her fingers drifting over her breasts and her thighs. Morag's presence was the only thing keeping him from crossing the room, picking up his wife, and tossing her onto the bed. Sorcha's eyes met his, and held them as Brandt looked his fill in silence. A visceral current shot between them, hot and bright. Carnal lust shone boldly in those luminous blue eyes, and struck him straight in the groin. He could never get enough of how sensuous his wife was, with those limber legs, mouth-watering curves, and exceedingly passionate nature. She was a hedonist's dream. He was already painfully erect. When she lifted a slender leg to the edge of the tub to chase the droplets with the toweling, he couldn't help the growl that broke from his throat. With a squawk, Morag hurried from the room. His beautiful wife stepped toward him, but before the door closed, Brandt already had her in his arms with his mouth on hers. He groaned at her taste. She was sweetness and honey, light and laughter. She was water to his thirst, and he wanted it all, every drop of it. When he finally lifted his head, Sorcha's lips glistened and her eyes had darkened. The secrets she harboured were still there, but for the moment they'd been eclipsed by the desire sweeping through her. "Husband," she said. His minx of a wife smiled at him and dropped the toweling to the floor. Lust poured through him. She reached for the hem of his kilt and shot him a naughty grin. "My favourite part about kilts is the easy access." When she grabbed gentle hold of his erection through his small clothes, Brandt almost spent himself then and there. He wanted her with a longing that made his brain shrink to the size of a pea, while other parts of him grew larger still. His wife's fingers left him to undo the ties of his smalls. She made quick work of his shirt, and a few galloping heartbeats later he wore only his kilt. He arched an eyebrow at the fact that he was still partially clothed, but she only smiled. Brandt gathered her warm, naked body in his arms, holding her to him. The yielding softness of her breasts pillowed into the hardness of his chest. His thick arousal pressed up through the folds of his plaid into the firm planes of her stomach. She was muscled too, his Sorcha, though everything about her was all woman. The beautiful peaks of her satiny nipples, her slim waist, her firm, rounded arse. Groaning softly, he took her mouth in another kiss, though this was different from the first. There was nothing gentle in this kiss. It plundered, it ravaged, it took. Sorcha dug her nails into his shoulders and dragged her lips from his. "Take me here, now, where we stand," she said, her breathing clipped as she bit her bottom lip. "I couldn't stop staring at you in the fields today and imagining you with me." "How did it make you feel?" "Wet." Brandt didn't need to hear any more. If he didn't bury himself into her, he was going to burst. Reaching down to grasp her buttocks, he hefted her upward and shoved his plaid to the side. Without being prompted, Sorcha hooked her legs around his hips and sank her body onto his shaft. She was indeed quite damp, soft and wet and slick. Their movements were limited, their muscles working frantically as she ground herself down into him using her thighs while he guided her with his hands. It was a ragged, desperate coupling, one with its culmination looming hot and fast. Sorcha! Brandt wanted her to find her pleasure first, but he'd lost all control. So had she. There was nothing but lust and feeling and carnal heat bursting between them. Her eyes were closed, her mouth parted in cresting bliss as her hips slammed into his. And then her body was rippling around his in molten undulations, coaxing forth his own furious release. He swallowed the sounds of her passion with his mouth as he spilled his seed into her and tumbled backward to the bed, whereupon he collapsed. Sorcha sprawled on top of him and gave him a satisfied grin. Well, that was different. For the second time since he entered the chamber, he caught his breath. To say the least, I should wear a kilt more often. Sorcha rolled off him to the side and trailed a hand down his coarsely furred thigh. That you should, my lad. I like the look of your knees. Only my knees, he teased. And other things. Brandt laughed and tucked her into his side, drawing the blankets over their legs. He didn't want to ruin the moment, but he knew that they were both only stalling. He'd wanted to make love to her, but he also wanted to know what was in her head. He grazed one of the fresh bruises on her ribs with the backs of his knuckles. "Why are you pushing yourself so hard?" he asked. For a moment he thought she wasn't going to answer him, that she was going to shove her feelings down to where she didn't have to deal with them. But then her head tipped up, her eyes shadowed. "I owe it to them," she whispered. "To you." "You don't owe me anything." Pain flicked over her face. "I do. I've brought this on everyone. My family, your family." She broke off with a pained gasp, her eyes falling away. "Watching all those children learning to fight today gutted me. They shouldn't have to defend their lives because of what I've brought upon them." A sob shook her frame. "They don't even know the truth, that the Maclarens forced you into marriage." "Actually, I did it for a horse." He tapped her hip. "A very valuable horse, which I still have to collect, by the way. Not that I'm complaining about the other very pleasurable benefits to marriage thus far." She scowled up at him. "Brandt, they're fighting for a lie." "Sorcha," he said gently, grasping her chin. "Look at me." Damp, agonized eyes met his, and Brandt drew his thumb across one tear-tracked cheek. "I love you." Her pupils sharpened, her lips parting on a silent gasp. "You love me?" "More than life. Regardless of where we started, we are here together. I'm here because I want to be, with you. I've found my family because of you. I was able to save my mother, my brothers, and my sister from a tyrant because of you." He kissed her softly. "If you won't hear me in English, I'll say it in Gaelic until I'm blue in the face." A watery smile tugged at her lips. "All that?" "Well, maybe not all," he said, gathering the love of his life close. "Maybe just I love you then. Ha gul agam orsht." Sorcha's eyes pooled with tears again, but a grin was luminous. "Well done, though your pronunciation needs some work. Your tongue needs to roll the vowels." She reached up to cup his jaw, her tongue darting wickedly into his mouth. "Like so." Brandt pursed his lips thoughtfully. "I may be in need of more lessons." "Happy to oblige," his wife replied saucily, and as he scooped her into his arms, the last thing Brandt was thinking about when her sweet tongue took his to task was Gaelic. Chapter 25. Everyone had been wrong as to when Malvern would arrive. Fagin sounded the horns as dawn broke across the skies. They did not have an extra day to prepare. They did not even have the morning. Malvin's army was spotted crossing Buchanan lands to the south, at least 1,000 men, most of them Scots. Sorcha cursed her countrymen, but understood their betrayal in the same breath. Many of their families were starving, banished from land and home, and Malvin would have offered them more coin than they knew what to do with. The scouts had reported that the army flew the marquess's colours, but Malvin himself had not been spotted. Dressing quickly, Sorcha wondered whether he would even show his face. He was not known for braving the front lines with any of his infantry during a battle. No, he stayed in the rear, in relative safety like the gutless coward he was. Brandt hurried back into the room, his face tight. He wore the Montgomery kilt again and looked every inch the laird of his clan. His eyes snapped to hers, opening in surprise. She had worn Montgomery colours too, a sash made from his plaid draped over her shirt and belted over her breeches. He drew her into a swift kiss. "You'll need to stay here with the women and children. They will need you to defend them." Brandt's eyes met hers, his heart in them. "You're the only one I trust with my mother and Isla." Sorcha nodded. She wanted to be on the front lines with him at his side, but she understood his fear. He had only just found his family. She grabbed her husband's shirt by the fistfuls and dragged him to her for another hard kiss. "Don't die." He shot her a wicked grin as they descended the staircase. "I won't. I plan on thoroughly seducing my Gaelic teacher. I've a feeling she finds me bonny." Which would explain why she was smiling when they reached the bottom of the stairs. Her amusement faded quickly. The great hall was filled with pale-faced women and children. Isla and Katrina were at the middle of it, giving instructions and calming those who were crying. There were a lot of tears, and for good reason. Montgomery was about to be under attack, and just days after it had been freed from the bleak rule of a madman. Sorcha hurried to where Isla was waiting and stopped, stock still, as the girl turned to face her. She was dressed in a blue shirt, men's breeches, callans, Sorcha presumed, and boots, but that wasn't what shocked the words from Sorcha's mouth and made her heart constrict painfully. 3 lines of green pigment slashed one half of her face from brow to cheek, much like Sorcha's own scars. "You're the bravest lass I know," Isla said. "I wanted some of your courage." Sorcha was struck speechless. All she could do was take Isla's shoulders in her hands and squeeze, tears stinging at the corners of her eyes. It was unimaginable that another person would look upon her scars as a symbol of bravery, and yet here this lass stood, her war paint mimicking the scars Sorcha had always been made to feel ashamed of. Never again. "We'll take courage from each other," she told Isla, and meeting Katrina's gaze, then several other women standing around them, she added, "We are not helpless women. We stand together, protecting the wee ones and fighting as warriors here, should any of Malvin's men make it through. We are Montgomerys, and we defend what is ours." Heads nodded, grim but resolute expressions transforming many of the panicked faces she saw. Sorcha felt her husband's hand on her waist, and she turned to him, sinking into his embrace. She breathed in his scent, the one her body had already memorized, and ran her palms over his broad shoulders. It was tempting to hold on to him, to cling to him and command that he come through the battle unscathed. But the other women were watching her, and as their lady and laird's wife, she had to display the same courage she'd just demanded of them. She had to be worthy of the painted scars on Isla's cheek and brow. "Say it again," she whispered. Brandt's lips moved against her forehead. "Say what?" "That you love me," she answered. He'd said the words a handful of times before, and they'd caressed her body and soul as well as any part of his body could. She needed to hear them again, and in the privacy of her own mind she admitted why. Because it might be the last time. "I love you, Sorcha," he said, kissing her temple, then her brow. "And I'll tell you as much every day for the rest of our lives. Our very long lives, in case you were thinking any different. She smiled, not surprised in the least that he'd read her mind.
"And I love you, husband,"
she said, and after raising her chin to take his mouth in a fast kiss, she pushed him away.
"Now go, and think only of the fight. I'll take care of things here."
She watched Brandt draw in a long breath, as if drinking in her face to carry with him into battle, and then with a short nod turned to exit the great hall. As soon as he was out of sight, the sounds around her came into focus. The women had begun to plan their own positioning within the cavernous hall. Isla was pointing out the alcoves on either side of the room where the children could crouch and hide for the duration of the battle. Katrina had gathered a group of women to prepare a corner of the hall into a makeshift infirmary, and Sorcha realized the wounded would be brought here as well.
"These tables and benches,"
Sorcha said, seeing the places where the clansmen sat while taking their meals in a new light,
"can be turned on their sides and put to use as barricades."
The women were not weaponless. More than half of them carried bows and dirks. A few had crossbows, and even the children had baskets of stones. The room was a commotion of activity over the next several minutes, as tables were upended and dragged across the stone floors. Outside the walls of the hall and beyond, Sorcha could hear the firing of rifles and the muted crash of swords, along with the muffled shouts of men. As the women positioned themselves behind the tables, and more used the hearth to boil water for cleaning future wounds, she tried to shut her ears to the sounds of battle. But, try as she did, they seemed to grow only closer. Sorcha found Isla instructing two wide-eyed women on the bow, and pulled her aside.
"Is there somewhere else to send the children, should the fight reach this hall?"
Already the youngest of the boys and girls were taking shelter in the alcoves, but Sorcha needed another place to send them, a safer place, should they require it. With a pinched brow, Isla nodded.
"Aye, there is, though it may be a bit tricky, and a risk. 'Tis a number of tunnels leading out to the southern walls of the keep, to the quarry. Callan and I used to play in them during dry seasons, though they're usually half filled with mud and water during the spring. They could be bogged down right now, for all I ken."
Sorcha's relief swelled at the idea of the tunnels leading out. The southern end of the keep would be facing the craggy hills, and in the opposite direction of the current battle unfolding at the north and northwestern sides of the fortress.
"Send 2 women to the nearest tunnel to see if it's passable,"
she said as a rapid volley of musket fire sounded, much closer than before. It did not escape her attention that the tunnels could be a way in as well, but Malvin's men would likely not know of them. Isla nodded and started to turn away when she suddenly jerked to a stop, the flush of purpose and vigor draining from her face. Her eyes had gone wide as saucers, her pupils to pinpricks. A hush clamped down over the rest of the hall, and the small hairs on the back of Sorcha's neck stood on end, even before she turned to see what it was the women were reacting to. She had not yet turned fully, when already her instincts knew, and they were dead on. Standing within the side entrance to the great hall, in the doorway that led directly to the kitchens, were a handful of men dressed in breastplate armor, another scattered handful in leather and plaid. 2 of the men stepped forward, and their faces drove the breath straight from Sorcha's lungs.
"Lord Malvern,"
she whispered, a shock of nausea slamming into her. The marquess's upper lip pulled into a smug sneer. To his right, his man Coxley grinned viciously.
"Miss me?"
he drawled.
"Sod off, Coxley,"
she hissed, even as her heart cinched tight.
Ronan, what had become of her brother?
She ordered the tears threatening her vision to retreat, and to her relief they obeyed. A third leather and breastplate-clad man came forward, and Sorcha's pulse quaked. It was Roderick, his pale blue eyes fixed like bait-hooks on Katrina.
"You traitor,"
he seethed.
"I,"
Brandt's mother returned, holding out an arm to stay Isla as the girl started for her side.
You're the betrayer, Roderick, not I. You've led these men against your own kin."
The man tossed back his head and thundered laughter into the high ceilings. Beside him, Malvern and Coxley stood emotionless, their sombre glares reserved only for Sorcha. They'd used Roderick, she knew, and the ex-laird had willingly allowed it for his own benefit. The half-dozen enemy warriors were unbloodied, though they were not unstained. From their knees down, each man's legs were coated in a dripping layer of mud. They had taken the tunnels Isla had just spoken of, Sorcha realized. Roderick had known of them and had led the way. Malvern would not have breached the keep without his help. "You are my wife," Roderick said. "I own you, Katrina, and you'll pay for standing up against me." With a twitch of Malvern's wrist, his men surged forward. Screams erupted in the hall, echoing off the ceiling and bouncing off the walls as the women rushed to arm themselves. Sorcha's entire body went cold. She held no weapon, nothing but the single dirk at her hip. She'd leaned her sword and bow against one upended table while she worked with the other women to build their barricades. She palmed the hilt of her dirk and readied her grip, slicing at the first Scottish warrior who came at her. Her blade met its mark, carving into his jaw before she whirled to the side and slid the blade along the back of his ribs as well. The leather he wore parted easily, and she heard his cry of pain and fury. Finished with him, Sorcha darted away, sticking her blade into the back of another man's thigh as he was herding two of the Montgomery women toward the alcove where the children huddled and waited. He growled and swiped behind him, but Sorcha had already whirled out of reach. As she moved, she saw Coxley's mammoth form lumbering toward her. She couldn't see Malvern, and she didn't care. At this moment it was Coxley she needed to defend herself against. The man who had bested her own brother. Had he killed Ronan? She ground her teeth and let out a scream of rage as she gripped her dirk and prepared to meet him head-on, his sword at his side. He wasn't planning to harm her, not mortally at least. But before he could reach Sorcha, a small figure whipped in between them, a bow in her hands, one slim elbow pulled back as she nocked her arrow. "Isla!" Sorcha shouted, though her voice was more of a rasping and breathless cry. "Behind you! Coxley, no!" Her warning came too late. Brandt's sister screamed as Coxley's immense arms slammed into her bow, knocking the weapon to the side and out of her hands. The arrow loosed without force and skidded along the stone floor. A body slammed into Sorcha's back and took her to the ground, her knees cracking painfully as she landed, her dirk knocked from her hand and spinning out of reach. She heard Isla scream again, and from the corner of her eye she saw Coxley shoving Brandt's sister against the laird's table, one hand closing around her throat, his knees pressing her into a caged position. A pair of hands grabbed Sorcha's arms from behind, restraining her as she was jerked from the floor and dragged forward. Around her all was screaming and chaos, and for the briefest of moments her faceless captor was knocked off kilter, his hands loosening around her arms. She twisted to make a lunge for Isla, and stopped short at a startling sight. Her sister-in-law held the twin dirk Sorcha had given her days before, the blade buried to the hilt in Coxley's side. The man's body had arched away from her, a guttural cry ripping from his throat. Isla stared in horror at Coxley's face and screamed as she withdrew the dirk, only to plunge it in again, this time higher, in the unprotected gap in his breastplate armor, just below his left arm. From its angle, Sorcha guessed, the tip of it would have lodged right into his vile, black heart. She felt a moment of triumph, and no small amount of relief that Isla had saved herself from such a monster. It was then Sorcha's captor returned, wrenching her arm and spinning her around. She lashed out with her leg, trying to kick his feet out from under him, but he intercepted her powerful kick, jamming his knee into her inner thigh. Bright pain flared, and she crumpled, her captor's hands clutching at her as she writhed for freedom. "You've avoided your fate for too long, Lady Maclaren."
Her limbs went numb with recognition. She snapped her gaze up and came eye to eye with the Marquess of Malvern. "My name is Montgomery. A trifling matter that will be dealt with." He jerked her closer to him, and with a growl tugged her forward. Her feet stumbled, tripping over each other as he dragged her toward the kitchen stairwell entrance. She thought she heard her name being shouted, and as she twisted in Malvern's cruel grip, one of his hands readjusting to wind his fingers into her hair like a barbarian, she caught sight of Isla's dark blue shirt dashing through the melee toward the great hall's main entrance. Sorcha prayed the girl got away to alert the men, but as Malvern slammed her into the walls of the kitchen stairwell, her feet sliding down the steps, his brutish grip on her brought tears of pain to her eyes. "Let me go, you bastard!" she screamed, anger boiling just beneath her fear. "You worthless witch," he replied, his voice unnaturally calm and collected. "Did you truly believe I would allow some dirt-heeled nobody to take a piece of my own property from me? Make me look like a blundering fool?" The stairs levelled out, and she felt the heat of the kitchens, could smell yeasty breads and burning meat. His grip on her hair wouldn't let her so much as look around for any nearby weapon, though she knew there had to be knives about. She swung her free arm in futile lashes, reaching for something, anything, but Malvern only laughed and slammed her hips purposefully into the edge of a table. "You are mine," he hissed. A sharp ache dug into her hip as Sorcha scratched at his face, her nails gouging into his skin. "I am wife to the Montgomery, and will never be yours." Malvern growled and unknotted his fingers from her hair in order to clasp both of her arms together at her back. "Oh, you will be. My men will make you a widow, and then they'll watch as I take what's mine. By the time I've finished with you, you will beg for my mercy, you savage little hellcat." He shoved her through a slim opening between two walls, and then yanked her again to the side, the crown of her head slamming into a low-ceilinged tunnel as the floor sloped down. It hurt less than his promise to make her a widow. The threat coiled like barbed wire around her heart as her feet skidded downward and landed in a cold murk that went up to her shins. A musty odour overtook the kitchen's scents, and a ball of panic billowed in her chest. This was the tunnel they'd used to sneak inside, and now he was taking her from the keep, taking her away from Brandt. Her shoulders smarted with pain at the vicious hold he kept, shoving her forward through the black tunnel, her senses overloaded with the smell of rot and mud now rising to her knees, the muted sounds of their heavy breathing, and the taste of blood in her mouth. She felt the tunnel closing in around her, her hopes sinking, drowning in the rising mud. She could not allow this man, this crazed, power-hungry devil, to win. But how could she stop him? With no weapon, no way to defend herself. And with her husband busy battling the hundreds of warriors Malvern had sent in order to see his reputation repaired and upheld. A spot of sunlight flashed up ahead. They were approaching the tunnel's exit, and what lay beyond it was anyone's guess. More of Malvern's men? What would he do? Throw her down and attack her then and there? Panic threatened to consume her wits as the half-circle opening drew closer. Through it she saw reeds and marsh and low scrubby brush. An idea took hold, a desperate, likely impossible idea, but it was all she had. If she could get on top of him somehow, if she could pin him under the swampy mess and hold him there until he drew the muck into his lungs. At the head of the tunnel, Sorcha heard the shouts of men just outside. Malvern's men? She came to a stubborn halt at the tunnel entrance, jamming her back into Malvern's front. He grunted and moved to push her forward, but Sorcha surprised him by dropping as far down onto her knees as his grip on her arms would allow. She wrenched her shoulders in the process, but her intent proved effective. Malvern stumbled forward, bashing his head on the low ceiling as he went. He yanked her forward, but his grip had unintentionally loosened. Sorcha landed on her side in the marsh, and with every ounce of strength she had left, broke free of his hands and rolled on top of him. More shouting reached her ears, but she ignored it, her hands jamming down against Malvin's chest and thrusting him beneath the thick, marshy surface. Water and mud closed over his face, and Sorcha screamed with the effort it took to keep him there, his big body thrashing underneath hers. She was strong, but not strong enough. Malvin bucked her off, and the next thing she knew, he was on top of her, shoving her down into marshland. Water filled her ears, the cold sting of it rushing up her nose and into her eyes. She clamped her lips, her breath tight in her lungs as Malvin's fingers throttled her throat, holding her down, squeezing. He wouldn't kill her, she knew, but that didn't mean he would be merciful either. Bright spots mixed and popped with black bursts of dots before her closed eyes, and Sorcha knew she had but seconds before her mouth opened on instinct and gulped in water. In that moment she thought of Brandt, heard his whispered promise to tell her he loved her every day for the rest of their lives. A last pulse of fury shivered through her, and Sorcha bucked, one of her knees miraculously free to move. She slammed it up, connecting with soft tissue, and Malvin grunted and groaned. In the next moment all of his weight was lifted from her. Sorcha jolted up out of the water, hacking for air. She blinked and saw a tumult of men clomping through the marsh around her sodden body, her chest heaving to fill her lungs. Malvin was on his back, his arms up in surrender as the points of two broadswords pressed into his neck and chest.
"Move and you die, you worthless piece of English scum."
The voice came through Sorcha's waterlogged ears and struck her with a sobering clarity. "Ronan!" she choked, her eyes landing on the broad back and muscled arms of her brother. He was alive, and he wasn't alone. Beside him her younger brother Niall stood, with his broadsword gripped menacingly in his right hand, the tip drawing blood from Malvin's neck.
"Let me kill him, brother,"
Niall breathed as Sorcha stumbled to her feet. Behind her more men on foot, and wearing Maclaren plaid, were taking care of the last of Malvin's men who had remained behind to stand guard. And cleaving one of the men in half was the Duke of Dunranach. Her head was still swimming, her vision blurred, and her throat ached from where she'd been strangled. And yet Sorcha wanted to sob in relief and joy that her father and brothers, and more of the Maclaren warriors, had somehow converged upon Montgomery Keep in the height of battle.
"As much as I'd like to see you do just that, 'twould bring us only more trouble from the crown,"
Ronan answered Niall, his hand coming to rest on Niall's shoulder.
"We deliver the marquess alive."
Deliver him? Sorcha didn't understand. Deliver him to whom? Niall grunted as he lowered his sword, leaving a shallow wound seeping blood in its wake.
"On your feet,"
he ordered. A few more Maclarens surrounded them in the marsh, including her brother Finlay. He took Sorcha by the arm, his fingers too hard on her bruised flesh, but she didn't mind. This grip was one of support and worry, not cruelty.
"Are you well, sister? Did the bloody bastard hurt you?"
She shook her head, her vision still wobbly. "I'm well," she said, breathless. "Why are you here? How did you know to come to the Montgomery? Or this path through the quarry?" Niall came to her side as Ronan and Finlay led Malvin away at the ends of their swords. More men kept their muskets trained on him as they splashed through the marsh. The water had drenched her boots and trousers, and she started to shiver.
"Sorcha,"
Niall said, his arm coming around her waist as he threw a plaid over her shoulders.
"We'll explain later. 'Tis still a fight at the north wall of the keep and in the hills. Our men are surrounding Malverns, but we need to help secure the main gate and beat them back. We left our horses at the top of the quarry."
She nodded, knowing the time for answers would have to wait. All that mattered was that they were here now, and that Brandt and his clansmen would have the brawn of the Maclaren warriors at their sides. A distant scream tore her from encroaching relief. It had come from within the keep. "The women and children, they're in the great hall," she started to say. Her father strode up to her,
his forehead bloodied, though it only made him look even more fierce. He was a warrior through and through, and had not softened with age. "Go to them," he said, tossing her a bow and a quiver of arrows from his own back. "And protect them. You're better with a bow than all of our archers combined. Niall, go with her." She felt Niall go rigid at her side, knowing her brother felt the order as a dismissal. "No," she said, pushing her brother's arm from her waist. "I can go alone. You need all your warriors with you, Papa, and naught but a few men are back in the great hall to contend with. Go!" She trudged through the marsh, back toward the dark tunnel, thinking only of Katrina and Roderick, of Isla and the children huddling in the alcoves. By then, the women and children might have scattered throughout the keep in escape. Sorcha's only hope was that she'd find Brandt's mother still alive. She gripped her father's bow, knocking one arrow as she plunged back into the tunnel. Chapter 26. Brandt ploughed through the half-dozen ragtag Scotsmen surrounding him with non-lethal strikes. He did not wish to murder his countrymen because they'd fallen for Malvin's gilded promises. Still he recognized that they were mercenaries hired to fight for coin. Malvin's men, who were hardened killers, were a different story. They did not deserve one iota of mercy. Neither did their leader, though there was no sign of him, or Coxley, or Roderick, who Brandt had expected would have returned to Montgomery, swaggering at the marquess's side. A grim feeling of foreboding filled him, one that was suddenly compounded by his sister, racing down the hill in a billowing blue shirt and screaming his name. What the devil was she doing out of the hall, and where was Sorcha? His eyes scanned the courtyard behind Isla, but there was no sign of his wife. Swamped with a coldness that dug into his bones, he rushed to meet her, leaving bodies strewn in his wake. He was so focused on getting to his sister that he almost lifted his sword against his brother, and halted just in time. "Where are you going?" Patrick asked, kicking a Scot in the stomach and plunging his sword into one of Malvin's soldiers. He, Fagin, and Callan were single-handedly fending off the small portion of Malvin's army that had managed to breach the pass and the men defending on the front fields. They were the last line of defence before the keep. "It's Isla," Brandt said, not breaking his stride. "She's not in the keep, which means something has happened." "We'll take care of the rest of these," his brother said. "You go and make sure they're safe." Nodding, Brandt sprinted up the hill behind his brothers, knocking Isla to the ground just as a rogue arrow whizzed past where she'd been standing. Belatedly, Brandt noticed that Isla's clothing was damp, and it suddenly registered that the dark fabric was drenched in blood. "What's this? Are you hurt?" His heart shrank, even as his eyes searched her for signs of injury. Sorcha would have protected Isla and Katrina with her life, and the understanding made his breath hitch painfully in his lungs. "'Tis not mine," she gasped, fighting to catch her breath from the tumble they'd both taken to avoid the arrow. "'Tis the blood of a man named Coxley. Shoved my dagger between his ribs, just like your wife showed me." Brandt grabbed his sister by the arms and drew her upward. "Sorcha, is she alive?" "I think so," Isla said, her eyes widening. "But she was fighting a tall man with pale blonde hair and a cruel face when I ran to find you." Malvin. The very thought of his wife in that sadist's clutches made every hair on his body vibrate in rage. This time, he vowed, when Brandt saw the man, he would not hesitate to put him down like the dog he was, if his wife hadn't already finished him off. He did not doubt Sorcha's skill to defend herself, but she was on her own, and Malvin was a seasoned man of war. "Is he alone? The marquess?" Brandt asked, belatedly grasping that Coxley was no longer a threat. Because of his sister. The small lass he was interrogating had taken down one of the most repugnant men Brandt had ever met. How the hell had he gotten so close to her? "He's with Roderick and some other soldiers," Isla said. "They came through the tunnels." "Tunnels?" Brandt asked with a frown,
pulling her toward him before he decided to make a wild dash for the keep. "The ones that lead to the loch? Usually they're filled with marsh water this time of year, but somehow they managed to crawl through." Malvern and his men must have killed the men Brandt had ordered to be placed on watch, and had found some way down the quarry to use the tunnels Isla spoke of. No wonder they hadn't been at the front leading the army. They'd been sneaking in from the rear. And with Roderick's help, they had managed to brave the keep. If they held the women and children hostage there, the battle would be over. The men would not risk the lives of their families, nor would he, for that matter. Sorcha and Katrina were still in there. A part of him raged that he hadn't been told of the bloody tunnels in the first place, but like Isla said, Patrick and Fagin would have likely assumed them to be blocked and impenetrable. He dimly recalled Seamus saying as much. A scream from the keep had him bolting toward it. Isla kept pace with him. "Go to the stables," he shouted over his shoulder. "You'll be safe there." She shook her head. "I want to help." "Isla," he began, slowing to face her. She cut him off with a resolute scowl. "I killed Coxley, ye ken." Brandt faltered. She did have a point. He couldn't fathom that his slight baby sister had felled a man who was notoriously hard to kill. Then again, it wouldn't be the first time a man had underestimated a woman and paid the price for it. She'd done Sorcha's marks proud. Grudgingly, he nodded and handed her a dirk from his boot. "Stay behind me." Brandt crept up the stairs to the keep entrance with his sister on his heels. He glanced over his shoulder and was surprised to see his dirk held in her confident grip, a fierce look on her face. He almost smiled at the effect of what was certainly Sorcha's influence. He hoped to God that she was still alive, or Malvern would pay with his last drop of blood. Quelling his roiling emotions, Brandt placed a finger to his lips and eased the door open. Light as a wraith, Isla followed. They inched through the shadows until they were near the rounded arches that led into the great hall. The push of voices reached them, wrapped in the soft sobs of children and louder jeers. Peering around the edge, he scanned the hall. There was no sign of Malvern or Sorcha. Children and women sat against the walls, their faces wreathed in terror, but pride swept through him as he took in that they hadn't gone down without a fight. A few soldiers lay prone on the floor, groaning and holding injured limbs. Brandt risked another quick look. Roderick stood upon the dais with Katrina. Brandt counted 7 men with him, 2 standing over the women and children, and the other 5 at his uncle's back. "How many?" Isla asked in a low tone, handing him back his dirk. She had retrieved a fallen crossbow and now held that, along with 2 bolts, in her grip. 7, he whispered. 8 counting your father. "He's no kin of mine," she hissed. "And he has Katrina." Brandt grasped his sword and bent his head over the hilt. The odds were not terrible. He had taken on 12 men and lived to tell the tale. But he'd never fought while someone he loved was so exposed, and Brandt had no doubt that Roderick would use Katrina and the rest of the women and children, however he saw fit, to gain the upper hand. He thought of the way Roderick had branded her and felt fury envelop him. It didn't matter if he had to take down 100 men. He would do what needed to be done. Exhaling slowly, he turned to where Isla squatted beside him to tell her to go for help. But she wasn't there. All he saw was the back of her blue shirt and the flick of Montgomery plaid as she rounded the corner into the hall. Bloody hell. "Father, happy to see me?" he heard her say in a loud, clear voice, and then the unmistakable twang of the crossbow. That was his cue. He lurched to his feet and flung the dagger Isla had returned to him, sending it straight into the neck of the man on the other side of the room. A second dirk from his belt lodged itself into the chest of the man on the right. The man Isla had shot crumpled, and she'd loaded the extra bolt and taken out a second man before the other 2 at the dais rushed her. Brandt leaped in front of her, his sword raised. "Stop!" Roderick's barked command echoed throughout the hall.
and the two soldiers charging him and Isla skidded to a halt. Roderick got to his feet, hefting Katrina up with him. The lazy, insouciant motion of it clawed down Brandt's spine like a warning. A glint of something in the overthrown laird's hand confirmed the premonition. Roderick gripped a wickedly curved knife, the blade of which was pressed into Katrina's side. Brandt lowered his sword. "If anyone is going to kill this interloper, 'tis going to be me," Roderick said, to which Brandt's mother protested with an attempt to pull away and kick at her husband. She whimpered and winced as the tip of the dirk pressed deeper into her flesh. "Is this what you think a powerful duke and laird is, Roderick?" Brandt asked, his breathing coming short at the sight of that dirk and his mother's pain. She was masking half of it, he knew. The stain of blood blooming through her dress proved it, and the sight made Brandt's heart stutter. "A man who turns traitor on his own clan, holds women and children hostage. Funny, I thought the word for those things was coward." Roderick gnashed his teeth and pushed on a false smile at the same time. The effect was blood-chilling, but Brandt wasn't about to let him know that. He kept his eyes steady, his grip on his sword's hilt firm. "I'm simply flushing the vermin from my home and lands, Mr. Pierce," he replied. "With the help of some like-minded men you ken. Lord Malvern is already seeing to your widow." He had Sorcha, then. Where Malvern had taken her, and what he was currently doing to her nearly rendered him blind with rage and fear. "Release my mother," Isla grit out from where she stood just behind Brandt's right arm. He prayed she didn't do anything brash again, like raise her crossbow and shoot. He didn't know how true her aim was, but Roderick would not hesitate to use Katrina as a human shield should he see a deadly bolt flying at his head. "With pleasure," Roderick said smoothly, another macabre grin splitting his mouth. "Though first I'll have this man surrender his title as Duke and Laird to me, or I'll carve her open from hip to breast." Despite his chilling words, Brandt was the one to let out a mirthless laugh this time. "Too afraid to challenge me for it, Roderick?" The man's ice-flecked eyes snapped, and Brandt realized he'd touched a nerve. He pushed on. "You haven't had enough time to recover from the wounds I left you with, I wager. Maybe you should have one of your men here champion you. I'd suggest Malvern's best soldier, Coxley, but it seems your daughter already killed him." Roderick's lips were tight with rage, his knuckles white from his savage grip on Katrina's arm and the dirk with which he'd already drawn her blood. The suggestion that he required another man to fight in his stead, and that his own daughter was more effective in a fight than he, had caused him to shake off his smooth, foreboding exterior, and wear his true one. Callous and cruel, and utterly incensed that his dead brother's son had stolen his title from him. "I will nae just kill you," Roderick said, flinging Katrina to the side so harshly that she landed on the dais, knocking over a chair as she fell. He sheathed his dirk and drew out his broadsword. "I'm going to gut you and hang your innards over the ramparts. Then I'm going to do the same to my conniving wife. I should have killed her while she still had you in her womb." "You like to talk," Brandt said, only pretending that the man's crazed words hadn't made him sick. "I wonder if that's because talking is the only thing you're good at." Roderick charged at him, his sword raised and a guttural cry ripping from his throat. His two soldiers had scattered, and Brandt spared only one moment to be sure Isla had backed away before meeting Roderick's sword with his own. The initial blow shivered through his arms and bones straight to his spine, but he kept his grip, thrusting Roderick's sword away and slicing into his leather breastplate with the same stroke. Brandt parried Roderick's sword as he attempted to flay Brandt's thigh, then warded off a second blow as his enemy's broadsword jabbed at his gut. Roderick clenched his teeth, lunging and slicing at Brandt as if he were possessed by the devil himself. Unhinged. That was the word to describe him. And as their swords clashed again and again, their circle of battle widening out, Brandt began to wonder if he'd misjudged Roderick this time. If, perhaps, he was crazed enough not to tire, as he had during their earlier battle in the courtyard. Madness sometimes gave men impossible strength. They spun toward the alcove where the children and women were huddled, Brandt's shoulders and back beginning to burn from the stalwart bite of Roderick's blade. The children and women screamed and fled in all directions, the commotion distracting Brandt, especially as one young child ran within striking distance of Brandt's swinging sword. He eased the momentum just enough to let the boy pass unharmed, but as he did, a searing pressure in his calf sent his leg collapsing beneath him. "No!" He recognized his mother's anguished scream as he reached for his calf and felt the long shaft of an arrow. Someone had shot him from behind. One of Roderick's men, no doubt, though Brandt didn't have time to see who. He'd expected Roderick to fight dishonorably, though he had not expected to be shot from the back. He raised his sword to fend off a downward blow from Roderick and tried to stand up, when a second glaring pain tore into the back of his shoulder. This time the shooter was knocked down in a barrage of pots, pans, and garden tools as the women in the hall fought back. But it was too late. The damage had been done. Brandt crumpled to his knees. His weapon clattered to the stone floor, and though he managed to duck and swerve out of the path of Roderick's sword, in that moment he knew the turning point in their battle had come, and he was not on the winning side. "I dinna ken what I'll like more," Roderick said, as Brandt pushed up onto one knee, gripping his calf and unable to reach the shaft of the arrow lodged in his shoulder. "To hear you beg for your worthless hide, or to watch you bleed out when my sword sinks into your gut. I'd sooner die than beg you for anything." Brandt spat at his uncle's boots before breaking off the feathered end of the arrow lodged in his leg. He fought through the agony as he pulled the arrow from his flesh. "But if I'm going to die, I'd rather take you with me, like my father should have done." With a burst of inhuman strength, he rose and lunged toward his uncle with the bloody arrow in hand. Roderick didn't have time to leap back as Brandt raised one arm to deflect his sword and stabbed his right fist forward. He'd meant to bury the arrow into Roderick's side, but his injured leg buckled, limiting the force of his strike. Slippery with blood, the arrow slipped and lodged into his uncle's thigh instead. Roderick howled and lifted his sword, his face contorted with rage, and Brandt braced himself for the oncoming stroke. His body was on fire with agony, but he wasn't dead yet. If he could time it just right, he could roll his body into Roderick's legs and throw him off balance. It was a long shot, but he would fight to his last gasping breath. Time slowed as he counted down the seconds. He'd been close to death before, many times, but no other time had he seen his life and those who had filled it with such stunning clarity. Sorcha, Monty, Archer, Katrina, Isla, Patrick, Callan, his family, his world, and his wife, his beautiful, fearless wife. God, it had taken him so long to find her, but it had been worth it. She had saved him in so many ways. If there were anything he wished for, it would be to see her face, to know she was safe. And then he felt it. Nothing more than a whisper of sensation across the back of his neck, but every bone in his body knew her presence. Sorcha. Out of the corner of his eye he sensed motion, heard something hiss through the air, and then a shaft caught Roderick squarely in the chest. Brandt didn't care if his uncle's falling sword sheared his arm from his body. Greedily he turned to see a mud-covered apparition at the entrance of a corridor holding a bow. He blinked. Perhaps he'd lost far too much blood. It felt like her, his wife, but perhaps he'd only imagined it. "Brandt," a voice said. It sounded like her, too. He blinked again as the voice's owner knelt over him. "Gia, he's bleeding heavily." Gentle hands cradled his head. "Macrae," she whispered. It was his wife, Brandt realized dully. She was covered in muck and sludge, but he could never not know those deep blue eyes that filled him with so much hope and love and joy. "You're alive," he murmured, touching her dirt-caked cheek. Sorcha smiled through her tears as she bent her lips close to his ear. "Of course I am. I believe you mentioned something about thoroughly seducing your Gaelic teacher. Wild horses could not have dragged me to Hades." "You're insatiable," he whispered. "For you, always." A loud groan broke the moment between them, and Brandt looked up to see Roderick lying on his side. His glance also took in the forms of his sister and mother standing close by, before it fell back to his uncle. The wound Sorcha had inflicted had not been fatal. It would be, if left untended. His wife was an exceptional shot, which meant she had done it on purpose. Her eyes held his, and she nodded. "His life is yours to take." But before Brandt could move, his mother sank to her knees beside her blubbering husband. She grasped the arrow, and for a moment Brandt thought she was going to break it and pull it out as he'd done with his leg. Roderick deserved to die, but if she wanted him to live, he would leave it to her. She was the one who had suffered at his hands for so many years. Roderick's life wasn't his, it was hers. Hazel eyes, twin to his own, met his, and then Brandt knew. Roderick would not live. With an anguished cry ripped from the depths of her soul, his mother twisted the arrow and shoved it toward her husband's heart. "'Tis for Robert," she said. Blood gurgled from Roderick's mouth as he fought the press of her hands, but she held steadfast, leaning over him with all her strength. "And for your children, and for me." A commotion arose from the end of the hall as Roderick's head dropped back onto the stone floor, and his gurgles ceased. Katrina released the arrow. Her hands bloodied, and Brandt reached for her. The rising clamour seemed to envelop them as his mother took his hand and let him pull her into an embrace. She was breathing heavily, but her sobs had stopped. "It's over," Brandt said to her. He felt a hand on his shoulder, the one with the arrow in it, and sucked back a groan of pain as the arrow was ripped from his flesh. "Didna think you're expecting the pain would make it any better," Callan said. Brandt opened his eyes, practically seeing stars, and twisted to see his brother crouched behind him, the arrow in his hand. More men wearing Montgomery plaid, including Patrick, had filled the great hall as well. Most were bloodied and dirty, and as they gathered around Roderick's body, Brandt saw sombre looks on every last weary face. "Malvern's men are scattering," Callan said, rising to his feet and tossing the arrow down as he looked upon his father's corpse. Isla inched her way forward, gripping the back of Callan's arm. Brandt wanted to flop back onto the stone floor in relief. They'd done it. They had won. "Patrick, Callan," their mother said, dabbing at her eyes as she rose to her feet. "Isla." She took them each into an embrace, as she had with Brandt, and though they didn't speak any words, Brandt knew what was being said. This was their new beginning, a life finally out of the shadow of Roderick's tyranny. Brandt winced as Sorcha prodded at the rapidly swelling tissue of his lower leg. She tore a strip from the end of her plaid and bound it about his calf, before tending to the inflamed gouge in his shoulder. "It wasn't too deep," she told him, pressing the heel of her palm to it over another strip of plaid that she deftly wrapped over his shoulder and under his arm. "But both will need my mother's salve. You'll live, my brave lad." Sorcha helped Brandt stand, his calf and shoulder hot points of throbbing misery, but his wife's fingers, as she clung to him, helped to dull it. He took her chin in his hand and angled her face, wiping it clean with a corner of his own plaid. New bruises and welts marred her forehead, including several others around her throat that had the unmistakable look of fingerprints. His incisors bit the inside of his cheek. "Where is Malvern?"
The man had strangled his wife. If he wasn't already a corpse, Brandt would see it done in short order. But Sorcha only shook her head. "He is no longer our concern," she said.
"What does that mean? Is he dead?" "The Maclarens have arrived," Patrick put in, and Brandt's eyes jumped from his bruised yet beautiful wife to his brother. "They're helping us to drive out the last of Malvern's army." Brandt tested his leg and tried to stand on his own. If he was to meet the Maclarens, he wanted to do so without looking like he was ready to faint dead away. "And Malvern?" he asked again.
"My father and brothers have him," Sorcha answered.
"They had him," one of the Montgomery men said from behind Patrick.
"The dark-haired one named Fergus. The one who'd put his arm across Sorcha's shoulders and flirted with her during training. They weren't the only reasons Brandt scowled at him now."
"What the hell do you mean they had him?"
He limped to where his sword lay and stooped to pick it up. A newfound purpose gave him strength, and that was to see Malvern in irons or dead. Fergus frowned.
"He's a slippery snake, that one. One minute he was there at the edge of the woods, and the next he wasna. He canna have gone far on foot. We'll find him."
"Stay with our mother and sister," Brandt said to his brothers.
"There are women here who were wounded by Roderick's men. I'll deal with the marquess."
He eyed the tall Scot who had spoken.
"Fergus, you and your men, with me."
He glanced over his shoulder to his wife. "Stay with your family." Brandt's scowl deepened as he limped to the bailey as best as he was able. Wounded or not, he'd find the bounder himself and run him through. He pushed open the doors and came to a dead stop. Montgomerys and Maclarens alike were thronged in the courtyard. Several of Malvern's soldiers were clad in irons at the centre, including his very own target. The marquess was moaning on the ground beside his father-in-law. Though Brandt had never met the laird, he could see where Sorcha got her eyes and her fierce demeanour, and where Ronan, who stood at his side, got his brawn.
"We bastard tried to flee,"
the Duke of Dunranach boomed.
"My boy Ronan caught up to him right quick."
"He broke my bloody leg," Malvern whined. Ronan shrugged his big shoulders, mouth twitching.
"He tripped."
"He's lucky he broke his leg instead of his worthless neck," Brandt snarled as he made his way down the stairs. Sorcha appeared behind him, and he hesitated. "What are you doing here? I told you to stay back with your family." "You're my family, you oaf," she hissed. Brandt only laughed. God, he loved her temper. Even her insults felt like passionate promises whispered in his ear. "Just so," he said, reaching back to grab hold of her fingers as they came to the bottom where her father and brother were standing. Ronan smiled, but waited out of respect for his father to speak.
"I led my men here expecting to find my daughter married to a Sassenach stable-boy,"
Sorcha's father drawled, a pair of assessing blue eyes measuring him from head to toe.
"Stable-master, your grace,"
Brandt corrected. Sorcha's fingers tightened around his in chastisement, but he could still somehow sense the smile she held in check.
"Though now I've kenned you're the Duke of Glenross, Laird Montgomery,"
the old Scot went on, his eyes falling to their joined hands. Something hopeful flashed in them.
"I canna say 'tis not a vast improvement of circumstances, your grace, even if you did steal my daughter from beneath my nose."
"She was worth stealing," Brandt said, breathing easier now that her father's fierce glare held a bit of levity. "As far as the former, I couldn't agree more." He made a clipped bow. "Duke of Dunranach, Laird Maclaren, I welcome you to Montgomery, and thank you for your timely assistance."
"Call me William,"
the Duke said, clasping Brandt by his uninjured shoulder.
"And no thanks needed. We always love a bit of sport, didn't we, lads?"
A victorious cheer went up from the Maclarens that was immediately taken up by the Montgomerys. The relief Brandt felt was palpable. His family was safe from Roderick, and Sorcha was safe, at last, from the despicable man snivelling at her father's feet.
Escort the marquess to the dungeons until we can decide what's to be done with him." The last of Malvern's army was rounded up, and shortly after, the sound of hoof-beats reached them, the horn once again sounding. In the distance, a huge regiment of horses was cantering up the road through the training fields, followed by several carriages. Men around him reached for arms, but paused when Brandt raised one hand. He felt his heart expand as he recognized the flag, and the noble face of the man riding at the helm of the contingent.
"Who is that?"
Sorcha asked. "That, my love, is the Duke of Bradburn." He laughed at the sight of the beautiful woman riding beside him. "Along with his wife, the Duchess, if I'm not mistaken." The men in the courtyard cleared to make room for the new arrivals as they rode up. Archer dismounted, his proud face scanning the men and falling to Malvern, who kept his head downcast, his shoulders quaking. He had every right to tremble. The Duke of Bradburn was a powerful peer, and one who had the influence to strip Malvern of everything he held dear. Archer assisted his wife to the ground, and they approached together. Quick introductions were made to the Maclaren laird and his son, who stepped back to give them some privacy. "I dare say Bryn and I missed all the fun," Archer said, clasping Brandt by the arm. Brandt groaned as the embrace pulled his weight onto his injured leg. The Duke gave him a cursory glance, quick silver eyes pausing at his bloody shoulder and narrowing. "Glad to see you're relatively in one piece, my brother."
"Honestly, Brandt," the Duchess of Bradburn, Lady Briannon Croft, admonished with a smile as he kissed her knuckles, "are you ever not injured?"
"I like to keep things exciting." Briannon smirked as her eyes jumped to Sorcha, still wildly mud-splattered from her fight in the tunnels.
"I see that."
Brandt tightened his fingers on his wife's, drawing her forward. "Allow me to present my wife, Lady Sorcha Montgomery, the Duchess of Glenross." He turned to her, allowing the depth of his esteem for his unequalled, battle-weary wife to ooze out of every pore. Brandt didn't care if he looked infatuated. He wanted the whole world to know she was his. "This is His Grace, the Duke of Bradburn, and Her Grace, the Duchess of Bradburn, my dearest friends." Sorcha curtsied to the Duke and Duchess, looking every inch the warrior goddess she was, her face held high.
"It's an honour, your Graces." "A pleasure," the Duchess said, her smile growing warm. If she'd taken notice of Sorcha's scars, she gave no indication of it. "Please call me Briannon, and you must call me Sorcha." The Duchess linked arms with his wife, uncaring of the mud caking her clothing, and they walked back into the keep together. Sorcha shot him a perplexed look as they went, but Brandt could only smile. Archer shrugged, seeing the exchange. "You know Bryn," he said with a resigned shake of his head. Brandt did. The Duchess was strong-hearted and stubborn. She and Sorcha would get along well, or pummel each other to pieces. He had a feeling that it was going to be the former. He hoped. "So did I hear you say your wife is Lady Glenross?" Archer asked, the question of the last name clear as they turned to follow their wives. "And a duchess? What have you gotten yourself mixed up in this time?" "Alas, no diverting fake identities, I'm afraid," Brandt said after a moment. "Apparently I'm laird here, and rightful heir to a dukedom. As it so happens, Monty wasn't my father after all. It's a long story. I'll tell it to you over a pint, shall I?" Archer had never looked so utterly confounded. "Are you telling me you're a bloody duke?" "Ah, don't forget your grace," Brandt said, wagging a finger. "It's only proper." Archer vaulted an amused brow. "Don't get cocky. I learned from the best." He grinned at the man who'd been like a brother to him his entire life. "Not bad for a stable boy from Essex, eh?" "You were never just a stable boy, Brandt," Archer said quietly, his teasing turning serious. "You were always a Croft to me, a true brother. When your messenger reached me in London, telling of your troubles with Malvern, I dropped everything and mounted a company immediately. Bryn insisted on coming to your aid as well,
despite her recent confinement and my foot being well and truly down. Brandt's voice was choked with emotion. "Thank you. You would have done the same for me. You have done the same for me. You saved my neck too many times to count, Brandt." They both knew he was speaking of his risky exploits as the masked marauder before he married Brianon. Archer shrugged. "You led us a merry chase, but we managed to track you all over Scotland. Though, as it turns out, you had everything well in hand." His eyes flicked to Malvern, who was being led away in irons toward the dungeons. "The marquess is wanted for extorting hundreds of thousands of pounds from the crown in false land and tenant fees. I've been tasked with seeing him back to London to be tried for his crimes, if that's well and good by you. He'll likely be hanged." "I'll be happy to see the last of him." Brandt suspected Sorcha and her family would as well. He would do everything in his power to make sure that Tarban Castle and its holdings would be returned to the Maclaren. Archer paused at the top of the stairs, his grey eyes twinkling. "Despite your wounds, it pleases me to see you well and content." The Duke's tone grew grave. "When I learned who you'd taken to wife, I'll admit I had my doubts. She has somewhat of a reputation across Scotland. It has a lot to do with how we tracked you so easily, in fact. The Beast of Maclaren is quite a moniker. But you are, aren't you, happy?" There was no malice in his friend's tone, and the truth was, Sorcha wore the nickname proudly. Beast or not, he wouldn't change one hair on her head, or even a single scar. Brandt heard his wife's low laughter echo through the open doors of the keep, and he smiled. Happy seemed too mediocre a word to describe what he felt, but even he couldn't find another that could do his feelings justice. There was no simple word to describe Sorcha and their relationship, or to encompass the enormity of what he felt for her. With a nod, he looked his best friend in the eye. "She's the best thing that ever happened to me." Chapter 27. The Montgomerys had been starved of boisterous celebration for so long that when they began to rejoice a few days after their victory, no one seemed able to stop. Even the death of the previous laird did not curtail the festivities. A murderer would not be mourned. One feast led into another, one song to dozens more. The great hall was overrun with dancing and singing and booming orations by men who, by the end of each spirited account, had been the very warrior to chase off the enemy and single-handedly save Montgomery Keep, along with the women and bairns and all the unborn babies that would no doubt make their debut in 9 months' time. Sorcha had never smiled or laughed so much in all her life. The clanspeople here had been starved of merriment, just as she had been, and like her new family she could not seem to satiate herself. She and Brandt had welcomed the Duke and Duchess of Bradburn, as well as their caravans of servants and soldiers, along with her own father and brothers, and every last Maclaren who had trekked to Montgomery lands. Ronan, she discovered, had won his fight with Coxley that day in the field, slicing the English brute across the back. Coxley had gone down, and Ronan, presuming the man dead, rejoined his men who were still fending off the attack. After Malvern's men had withdrawn, he'd returned for the body, but he'd found naught but a patch of grass spattered with blood. Ronan and what remained of his men had turned back toward Maclaren to seek reinforcements, and though Sorcha had told him she and Brandt were heading north toward the Brodie, the fortified Maclaren army had the luck of passing by the monastery, where Abbot Lewis informed them of Sorcha and Brandt's change in destination. Sorcha's heart filled at the memory of her brother's words in the hall after the battle, that every last Maclaren warrior has always been, and would always be, willing to die to defend and protect their own. The Maclaren soldiers who had given their lives hadn't just been defending her. They'd been defending other Maclarens who would suffer the brutality of Malvern. "You were the one to set our freedom into motion," Ronan had told her. Because of you, sister, Maclaren is free, and none of the men who stood up died in vain."
The release from the guilt that had plagued her had been almost immediate. She had spent the last handful of days trying not to think on what might have happened had her clansmen not tracked them to Montgomery, if they had not been there at the marsh when Malvern had dragged her out of the tunnel. And Brandt, every time he saw her expression darkening, would take her hand and kiss the ridge of her knuckles, threatening to distract her if she didn't stop worrying. "Is that a promise?" she'd whispered once. "I take my duties as laird quite seriously, Sorcha Montgomery," Brandt replied, a flare of mischief sparking in his fey bright eyes. "And it is my duty to make my Duchess smile more than she frowns." "I've been smiling for days," she shot back, and, feigning exhaustion, added, "I don't know how much more pleasure I can endure." Brandt had leaned closer to her ear, his breath hot on her skin. "Come up to our bedchamber with me, and I'll show you how much more." And he had. Her husband's lips and hands had proven time and again that she had a rapacious appetite for pleasure. For him. Even now, as Sorcha sat on a blanket spread under the courtyard yew, with Rhiannon and Katrina deep in conversation at her side, she watched Brandt with longing. He and Archer, along with some of the Maclaren and Montgomery men, were taking a reprieve from the festivities as they repaired the arch over the water-well, damaged during the siege. Though the spring weather had returned to a more expected crispness, shirts had been discarded, and bare chests were shining with sweaty exertion. Brandt still wore a bandage over his left shoulder and one around his calf, but her mother's salve was doing its job. Neither dressing, nor the fast-healing wounds he'd received along his shoulder and ribs during his first battle with Roderick, took away from his air of strength and masculinity. They seemed only to enhance it. Sorcha knew the contours of her husband's chest and stomach and back by heart, and she imagined running her fingers over the dips and swells of his muscles with mounting desire. Sorcha let her attention drift toward Lord Bradburn, who had clapped his arm around Brandt's shoulders. "Your Duke and Brandt get along so well," she said to Rhiannon. Katrina entered the conversation then. "'Tis true, I cannot tell ye how glad I am my Brandel had a brother in your husband, Lady Bradburn. And now he has more brothers than he knows what to do with," Rhiannon said, the strong Scottish ale she'd been sipping making her voice loud and merry. Katrina and Sorcha laughed, causing Brandt and Archer to look over at them, but they only grinned before turning back to their task. Yes, her husband's family had grown exponentially. In the corner of the courtyard, two of his new family members, Ronan and Patrick, were sparring with their hefty broadswords. The competition was friendly enough, but there was no mistaking the pride each man was bringing to the exhibition. She glanced to where her youngest brother Niall lounged against the stone wall of the keep, waiting for his turn to show off his sparring skills. Callan stood at his left, his mouth moving, and every now and again Niall would break into laughter. Isla had seated herself on a ledge jutting out from the keep's wall to Niall's right, and more often than not, Sorcha noticed her brother's eyes travelling furtively over her legs, which she'd crossed at the ankles and swung playfully. The lass wasn't oblivious to his glances either, Sorcha noticed, especially when Isla shifted her seat to slyly raise the hem of her skirt an inch. A breeze rustled the new leaves on the yew, bringing the sense of roasting meat and vegetables from the kitchens into the courtyard. Sorcha felt as if she'd glutted herself for days on a banquet of food, and that evening she would do so again. The carousing would continue in the form of a wedding celebration. Her mother, the Duchess of Dunranach, was due to arrive with yet more Maclarens by that evening, and Katrina had insisted on a proper reception. She had insisted the water well be repaired and in full use before then, too. Sorcha wasn't the only one ogling her husband as the men worked. Rhiannon couldn't seem to keep her eyes off her duke. It was obvious they were very much in love. They made a handsome couple. Sorcha wondered what their daughters looked like, and made a mental note to ask Brianon later if she had any portraits of them. A whimsical sensation fluttered in the pit of her stomach at the thought of bairns, and her gaze swept to her husband. Brandt had never mentioned them, though he had never taken any precautions during their love-making not to conceive. In truth, Sorcha had never seen herself as a mother. Or perhaps she had never allowed herself to imagine it, because of to whom she'd been betrothed. Though now, with Brandt, envisioning her own family, with bairns who inherited his beautiful fey eyes, suddenly seemed like heaven. Brandt leaned back in his chair on the dais, watching the dancing unfold. Nearly a week of feasting had gone by, and yet no one showed any signs of slowing down. Sorcha's mother had arrived the day before, which had necessitated a new round of festivities and marriage celebrations. Though his wife favoured her father in colouring, Brandt could see where she had inherited her backbone of steel. Lady Dunranach was a slight woman with chestnut-coloured hair. Her eyes were also blue, though not the same vibrant shade as her daughter's, and she was English, hailing from Cumbria, which meant that she and the Duchess of Bradburn had a few acquaintances in common. They sat together at the table, heads bent and smiles on their lips, their husbands engaged in similar conversation. Archer had promised to do what he could to have Tarban Castle and its holdings returned to the Duke, once Malvern's properties were seized. Sipping some excellent whisky that Archer had brought from the Earl of Langlevitt's Dumfries estate, his glance drifted to the throng of dancers. He'd narrowly escaped being dragged to the middle of the hall due to his healing leg, but the truth was, he'd rather watch. Brandt's gaze sought out Sorcha, who was dancing with Ronan. He would never tire of watching her, whether she was swinging a sword, dancing a Scottish reel, or riding him while caught in the throes of pleasure. She lived life with so much passion it astounded him. Even now, dressed in a sapphire gown befitting a duchess, she exuded a vitality that made his blood simmer. Her dark hair was pinned in glossy ringlets away from her face, her scars in prominent and proud view. She had never looked more beautiful. "You get that look on your face every time you're thinking of your wife," Callan said, plunking down on one side of him. Patrick sat down on the other. "'Twas the same look that young Bounder had with our Isla." Brandt's eyes narrowed as Niall escorted Isla back to one of the lower tables for some ale. The two had been getting too close for his comfort as well. "I could give him a wee thrashing," Callan suggested with a hopeful look, but Brandt shook his head. With the amount of testosterone in the hall, any scuffle would turn into a big bloody brawl without much provocation. Sorcha's middle brother, Evan, was spoiling for a fight, since he had missed out on the battle, and Brandt would rather not indulge him. "Isla can handle herself," he said. "What of you two? No lasses to tempt your palates?" Patrick shot him a rare smile, his eyes brimming with amusement as a group of young ladies sighed and stared despondently toward where they sat. "There are so many of them that Callan doesna ken what to do with himself." His brother puffed his chest and winked. "'Tis not my fault the lasses find me bonny." But Brandt noticed it wasn't only Callan getting attention. A few of the women had their eyes on Patrick. Brandt suspected it would take his brother some time to loosen up, without the spectre of Roderick hanging over his shoulder every minute. Patrick leaned in as Callan took his leave once more to dance with a buxom blonde. "I've been thinking that I'll head south with Lord Bradburn when he leaves. Travel for a bit. See London and surrounds. He offered to introduce me to London society." He trailed off uncomfortably. "Now that you are laird, I mean. Before my place was here, but now—" The decision did not surprise him. Brandt expected it was twofold. Patrick did not want to hover as the new laird found his feet, and he also wanted to be free of the ghost of his father, who had chained him to his duty from birth. At least for a time. Brandt understood the inclination. "Go where you must, but know that your place is here, brother," Brandt told him. "This is your home, and it always will be."
"Thank you," Patrick said. "You'll look after Mother, won't you? And the wee lass, too, though I expect that'll not be easy. I dinna ken what's gotten into Isla." "With my life," Brandt grinned, knowing exactly what, or who, had gotten into their sister. "Have you told Callan? I dare say his head might just explode." Patrick laughed, the uninhibited sound drawing a startled glance from their mother. "I'll send for him for a visit, once I'm settled." He stood. "In the meantime, I spot a beautiful lass who needs rescuing from an over-ardent Maclaren." Brandt watched the carousing for a few moments longer and stretched out his leg, wincing at the twinge. It wasn't hurting him, but tended to stiffen after a while. He kneaded the cramping muscle with the heel of one palm. "Is it paining you?" a worried voice asked. He looked up into the gleaming blue eyes of his love, who stood beside his chair. Sorcha's cheeks were bright with flushed colour, and Brandt couldn't help himself. He reached for her arm and drew her down into his lap. "Brandt!" she gasped. "No one's watching," he said with a low laugh. "They're all dancing." "Everyone's watching, including your mother and mine." He kissed her neck, breathing in the fragrant scent of her. "Actually, they look like they're plotting how many heirs they should expect." Guarded eyes, the exact shade of her glittering dress, met his. She swallowed and gathered her lower lip between her teeth. "Heirs? We should probably start thinking of that, don't you think?" "Now?" she said on a breathless gasp. Brandt grinned at her one-word answers. "I love throwing you off balance and making you speechless, though I much prefer doing it with my tongue in your mouth." "Brandt!" But her colour had heightened, and he could feel the clench of her thighs on top of his. He was sure that she could also feel the thickened shape of his arousal, a constant affliction, it seemed, whenever she was near. "I want you," he told her in a rasping whisper, his knuckles skimming down between their bodies to her trim waist. "I want to put bands in this flat stomach of yours. I want to see you become round and luscious and beautiful. I want part of me to grow inside of you." Her mouth went soft and her eyes grew dark at his words. Words he never imagined he'd utter. But everything had changed. He had changed. And it was all because of the radiant woman cradled in his arms. She crawled out of his lap and stood as if he hadn't said a thing, her beautiful face reserved and expressionless. Then she bent and licked his ear, making aching parts of him throb. "Meet me upstairs in 15 minutes and dinna be late again." Her hoarse brogue was a seductive promise that nearly unmanned him. It took Brandt more than the allotted 15 minutes to calm his raging erection enough to stand and not invite ridicule, and another 45 to take his leave. By the time he climbed the stairs to his bedchamber, his body was almost bursting with anticipation. No doubt her punishment for his tardiness would be dire. Brandt opened the door and closed it, his eyes feasting on the sight that awaited him on the bed. His gorgeous wife was naked, and asleep. With a low chuckle, Brandt undressed, climbed into bed, and then proceeded to wake her in the most delicious way possible. He made love to her with exquisite slowness, bringing her to ecstasy with his hungry tongue and hands before allowing himself his own shuddering release. And afterward, when they lay in each other's arms, spent and satiated, Sorcha looked at him with all the love in her eyes, her hands pressed to her belly. "I hope you succeeded." "Me too." "What do you think he or she will be like?" she whispered, as he pulled the blankets over them and drew her back into his chest. Brandt curled his body around hers in a protective embrace, one arm tucked beneath her breasts. He kissed her bare shoulder. "Strong, brave, fierce." "With your eyes," she said. He drew his fingers through her long glossy locks that felt like satin in his fingers. "And your hair." "Your quiet reserve," Sorcha added. "And your humility." "Your love for life, your courage." She tilted her chin toward him, and Brandt took her lips in a soft, sweet kiss.
"They'll be loved, won't they, any children of ours?"
"Without a single doubt. And even if we didn't have this tremendous extended family of ours placing wagers on my manly prowess as we speak, any child would be cherished and adored by the two of us." She laughed, and he stroked her cheek. "I love you, Sorcha, and I will treasure any child made out of that love."
"I love you too."
Brandt held her close as sounds of the revelry from below stairs drifted up to them. But there was no other place he preferred to be. Montgomery was a place. Worthington Abbey had been a place. The circle of his wife's arms would always be his home. He knew that now, and for the first time in all his 25 years, Brandt's sense of restlessness eased. Sorcha shifted in his arms, turning to face him.
"I forgot to tell you about my dowry. My father brought the documents turning the land over to you."
"I don't need any land."
"You'll want this one," she said. "It's rich in a vein of Cairngorm crystals, remember? Scottish topaz. It was why Malvern wanted his hands on it so badly."
It could have been chock full of diamonds for all Brandt cared. Mesmerized by the feel of her velvet skin, he stroked his fingers along her arm, dipping to the curve of her waist and the sensual rise of her hip. "I already have the most precious gem of Maclaren lands in my possession, albeit it's one in the rough." Sorcha poked him in the shoulder with a mock scowl, but her voice was small when she spoke.
"It's true I am rough around the edges. I'll never be like Lady Bradburn. She's so refined and elegant. I feel like a fumbling lummox beside her. Are you sure I'm what you want?"
"Too late to change your mind now, Your Grace," he said with a wolfish grin. "And only a true Highland lass will do. You and your horse." She pouted prettily.
"Ah, I see. This is about Lockie. I should have known."
"Aye, he's mine." His grin widened. "And you're mine, you ken."
"I ken," she said, smiling at his play.
"And I happen to like your ages." To make his point, he dragged a slow finger up over her hip bone. "These, and these," he said, moving to the point of her elbow and up each rib before filling his palm with her scarred breast. Her nipple tautened to a tight peak between his thumb and forefinger. "And especially these."
"Brandt!"
Her voice was a breathy moan.
"The real question is," he said, "whether you're willing to be my lady."
She threw one limber thigh over his and dragged her fingernails lightly over his chest.
"What does that entail?"
"A certain amount of compliance." Sorcha licked at her lips.
"You mean submission?"
"More like surrender." Brandt shifted to crawl over his wife's body. Lifting his weight upon his elbows, he hovered over her, his hips poised over hers. He circled lightly, eliciting a delicious sound from her lips as his unyielding hardness met her pliant softness. Of the most pleasurable kind. His wife grinned and wrapped her long, strong legs around him before thrusting her hips upward and over to flip him on his back.
"I'll surrender to anything as long as you're here by my side."
Her wicked laughter filled the room, and his heart.
"Or beneath me, as the case may be."
They'd been her words the first time they'd made love, but now they were his. "I am yours." Epilogue. 3 years later, September 1822, Worthington Abbey, Essex. Screams of bloody murder filled the gardens at Worthington Abbey, making every last hair on Brandt's body stand on end. Good Lord, 6 children could make a bloody racket. The Duke of Bradburn's estate grounds had been awash with chaos the last week, ever since the house party had gotten under way. 5 days, to be exact. 5 long, strained days. Brandt sat back in his chair in the gardens and rubbed his temple, a snifter of whisky gripped in his other hand as he caught sight of his son, Rabbi,
and the Bradburn heir, Brandon, Brandt's godson and namesake, toddling along on matching chubby legs while being chased by their hapless nannies. It wasn't that he was not overjoyed to be in Essex again. It was only his second time returning to his childhood home since he'd become the Montgomery Laird and Duke of Glenross. The first had been to arrange for the transfer of his stables. Lockie, as he'd imagined, had made a fine addition, taking well to Rosefire, the mare he'd had in mind for breeding. He and Sorcha were well on their way with a third foal, a colt who had the makings of a champion. His precious horses aside, he'd also had much to oversee the last few years in the Highlands, helping to turn the settlements and farms Roderick had long neglected into profitable livelihoods again, and earning the respect and trust of his clansmen. Despite his true Scottish roots, he was still a Sassenach to many, mostly because of his clipped English accent. But he hadn't made an enemy yet, and Sorcha assured him it would take only another decade or two before they started to admit they liked him. It also wasn't as though Briannon's guest list had been filled with names he did not recognize. No, this wasn't like the ostentatious Tor house parties that the old Duke of Bradburn had been accustomed to holding when Brandt and Archer were lads. This was a reunion, with he and Sorcha, along with the Viscount and Viscountess Northridge, and the Earl and Countess Langlevitt, all in attendance for the next fortnight. People Brandt truly liked and cared for, and not one of them someone with whom Brandt felt the need to make hollow, pleasant talk. His discomfort over the last 5 days had nothing at all to do with his surroundings, and everything to do with his wife. From his seat he watched Sorcha and Lana, Lady Northridge, strolling through the arbour, one of his wife's hands pressed against the curve of her lower back, while another pushed a pram. Lana guided a second pram as they walked an idle pace. The cut of the dress Sorcha wore attempted to conceal the swell of her stomach, but the heavy afternoon breezes were not only rustling the rose shrubs and shaking the trellis, they were also gusting against the yellow fabric, shaping it around the full expanse of her rounded, very pregnant abdomen. The doctor in Montgomery had been certain by his count that the babe would not come for another month or two at least, and so Sorcha had insisted on attending the reunion to celebrate the Duke of Bradburn's birthday. Briannon had been planning it for so long, she'd argued, and who knew the next time all of them would be able to converge at the same time? He'd relented, unable to deny his lovely wife anything she wanted so desperately that she'd promised not to sit a horse or lift a bow or tax herself in any way. But they had barely arrived in Essex when Brandt saw the faint frown etching her brow, and the heavy, shadowed look in her eyes. It had been a little over 2 years since she'd last entered labour, hours later delivering a dark-haired, hazel-eyed boy that Brandt had instantly fallen head over heels in love with. They'd named him Robert William, Rabbie for short, after both grandfathers, and since then he and Sorcha's lives had revolved around him. But 2 years had not been long enough for Brandt to forget the way his wife had looked a day before she'd gripped her stomach and announced it was time, the frown etching her brow, the shadowed look in her eyes. And now 5 days had passed, and every day she grew more reserved, quieter. "Just keep drinking," came the advice of the Earl, sitting beside him. Langlevitt smirked into his own snifter of whisky. "I was in your very shoes months ago." Considering the Earl's twin sons, John and Gregory, currently nestled inside the prams Lana and Sorcha were pushing, were 6 months old, Brandt figured his concern was as transparent as water. Langlevitt's wife Irina, enjoying a well-needed respite in the chair beside her husband as her sister Lana took her nephews for a quick turn about the garden, chucked the Earl lightly on the arm. "Nonsense, Henry. Lady Glenross will have an easy time of it when her babe decides to arrive. Don't worry His Grace unnecessarily." The Countess's labour had been long and difficult, Brandt knew, and from what Sorcha had imparted in whispered confidence just the other night, Langlevitt had admitted to Irina that he'd been afraid he'd lose her. But she had come through, and their infants had been hale and hearty, though Brandt thought he saw a remnant of worry ghost across the Earl's eyes as he gazed at his wife. Birthing was no easy or assured thing. Healthy in body and mind, Sorcha had done well with Rabi, and Brandt couldn't stand to consider any alternative with this second babe. Still, she looked exhausted and ready, but it wasn't time, and that was what scared him most of all, because if the babe came early, it portended complications. Foretelling due dates wasn't an exact science. Even Rabi had come a few weeks after he'd been due, which had been another of Sorcha's arguments to travel to Essex. "I wonder only if we should have stayed put in Montgomery with her being so close to her time," Brandt replied, as a new burst of screeches erupted from the dogwood trees directly behind him. "Your wife is healthy," Grey, Viscount Northridge said, catching his soft comment as he resumed his seat across from them and reached for his refilled snifter. He'd disappeared a quarter of an hour earlier to check on his youngest, 8-month-old Thomas, who was sleeping inside, while his wife walked with Sorcha and the Radcliffe twins. Grey was followed by Archer and Brianon. "And the fresh air and walking will do her good." Langlevitt snorted. "Is that your professional opinion, Dr. North?" North was Grey's nickname, just as Archer was known to his friends as Hawk, courtesy of one of his lesser titles, the Marquess of Hawksfield. Grey grinned. "With 4 children of my own, I'm clearly the most virile of you lot, so yes, it is indeed my expert opinion." His sister Brianon's eyebrows shot up into her hairline. "Grey, such talk is entirely inappropriate. What will the servants think?" "What they've always thought, Bryn dear," he replied with a long draught from his glass. "That we're shocking ton." "Speak for yourself," Archer put in, sitting with a relaxed sigh and stretching his legs out in front of him. "I am the epitome of blue-blooded English decorum." Brandt couldn't suppress his snort. Archer had disdained those aristocratic roots of his, until Brianon. Each of the men here, in fact, had been changed in some integral way by the women they'd married. And Sorcha, God, she had changed him the most of all. He'd been rootless, wandering, and adrift in his own head until she had grounded him, tethered him. He'd found peace because of her, peace in who he was as a son, father, brother, husband. He glanced at Archer, his oldest mate. Brandt had even become a worthier friend for it. In a word, Sorcha made him better. He was torn from his thoughts by a volley of delighted squealing as Rabi and Brandon ran at full tilt toward the table, looking for sweets left over from the afternoon tea they'd all enjoyed in the garden. "Papa!" his son squealed and climbed up into his lap. "Pog!" Brandt smiled at the demand for a kiss. Katrina had been teaching him Gaelic, and the boy was a quick study. Brandt looked into eyes that were mirrors of his own, and kissed his son's pudgy, dirt-smudged cheek with a loud smack, making Rabi giggle. The young English nanny hovered, clearly rattled that her young charge had disturbed the adults, which was frowned upon in most aristocratic households. Brandt did not mind. In Scotland, Rabi had the run of the keep, and drove his doting grandmother, along with everyone else, to madness with his antics. "Getting into trouble, are we, lad?" he said. "Best we listen, I ken, Papa," Rabi said. Brandt would never get used to the feeling of wonder that overtook him whenever he looked at the miracle that he and Sorcha had created. Rabi yawned and rubbed his eyes, clearly in need of an afternoon rest after all the excitement. Brandt kissed him again before handing him off to the waiting nanny. "It's time for your nap, too," Brianon said to Brandon, who had immediately gone to his mother. She kissed him, watching as the nannies took them back to the manse. "They grow up so fast," she murmured, "don't they?" The Duchess's hand fluttered over her midriff, and a secret smile crossed her face, one that Brandt was not the only one to notice. "Bryn!" Irina shrieked, her mouth falling open. "You'll not—"
Brianna nodded, blushing, her hands grasping her husband's.
"Yes, though not very far along."
"What wonderful news!" Lang Levitt said, and lifted his glass. "Congratulations, both." Grey smirked at his sister's announcement. "See? The Findleys are virile. Fertile, I mean." He laughed, narrowly escaping one of Brandon's wooden soldiers that Briannon launched at his head. "It seems that more celebrations are in order." Grinning at Archer, he clapped his brother-in-law on the back. "If you need any advice, Hawk, on how not to lose your sanity with 4 children, you know where to find me." As if on cue, Grey and Lana's nearly 4-year-old son, Oliver, and his 2.5-year-old sister, Kate, darted in front of the group, each of them screaming and laughing. A moment later the reason why came roaring out of the dogwoods behind them. Their older sister, Sophia, now 8, had donned one of the masks her cousins had brought down from the Worthington Abbey attics in order to act out a play during tea that afternoon. The hairy beast mask was a ghoulish-looking thing, and she was clearly enjoying scaring the wits out of her younger siblings. Archer and Briannon's daughters, Clara and Philippa, nearing 4 and 5, followed on her heels, clearly frightened but determined to imitate their daring older cousin.
"Come now, girls, take pity on the young ones," Briannon called out.
"Sophia!" Lana called from where she and Sorcha had stopped strolling.
"You'll give them nightmares for a week."
"Have you heard the news?" Irina asked excitedly as her sister approached to hand over the sleeping twins to the unobtrusively waiting maids. She went to check on the babies, cooing over them gently.
"Bryn's expecting."
"How lovely," Lana said, taking Sorcha's arm to help her into the chair beside Brandt.
"Lovely news indeed,"
Sorcha said with a slightly discomfited smile.
"Though I wish for the sake of all mothers that pregnancy was less everything."
The women laughed and nodded. Brandt wouldn't know. He didn't think he, or any man for that matter, had the strength to withstand such an ordeal. Archer, North, and Lang Levitt seemed to be of the same opinion as well. Anyone who said that women were the weaker sex was sadly misinformed.
"Less long, less painful, less swollen," Irina said.
"Less hungry," Lana added.
"Less thirsty."
Briannon grinned.
"Less grumpy, less messy."
Brandt leaned over to stroke his wife's hand, threading her fingers through his. Tired blue eyes met his, and though a reassuring smile touched her lips, he saw a quick spark of pain. Her teeth sunk into a lower lip as her hand gripped his with terrible force.
"Oh!"
Sorcha breathed, her eyes going wide. Her expression alternated between agony and mortification.
"Speaking of less messy," she whispered, "it seems the latest Montgomery has decided to make an appearance."
Everyone jumped into motion at once, and a flurry of servants appeared at Briannon's decidedly unladylike shout. Discussion broke out as to the best way to get Sorcha back to the Abbey, and whether she should remain in the chair. Someone else gave an order, in an authoritative tone, to fetch Dr. Hargrove, the long-time physician who had already been summoned to Worthington Abbey by the Duke in advance of their arrival, as a precaution. He had delivered nearly all of the children in residence, with the exception of Sophia. "But it's not time," Brandt heard someone say, and realized that it was his own baffled voice.
"Time or not, Your Grace,"
Irina told him, her violet eyes sparkling.
"Your bairn, that is the proper Scottish term, is it not, is coming.
Now, are you going to sit there all day or get up and do something?" Brandt snapped out of his shock and stood. He leaned over and scooped his pale wife into his arms. He met the shocked gazes of the servants who had been about to lift the chair and the impressed stares of the other men. "I'm stronger than I look." Even fully pregnant, Sorcha weighed nothing in his arms. He would walk to the ends of the earth this way if he had to. By the time they reached the house, an airy room on the first floor had already been prepared. He deposited her into the wide bed, kissed her clammy forehead, and was instantly shooed from the room. Bewildered,
He stopped a rumpled-looking Dr. Hargrove on his way into the suite.
"It's too early, isn't it, for the babe to come?"
"It will be fine, Your Grace," the doctor said, but Brandt thought he detected an odd note of worry in his voice. Brandt clutched the man's arm, his nostrils flaring.
Please don't let...
He trailed off, the awful words clogging his throat. There was no way he could articulate his fears, no way he wanted to, but the onset of Sorcha's labour was way too early.
"Please do whatever you can,"
he finally said in a hoarse whisper. Dr. Hargrove nodded.
"Of course."
Brandt sank to his knees on the plush rug and remained there long after the door closed. After a while, he felt strong hands helping him up and leading him down the corridor to a study, Archer's study. A glass was placed into his hand, his body pushed into a chair. He sipped through the unnatural lethargy that had taken hold of his limbs, felt the burn of whiskey sear a path to his roiling stomach.
"She's in good hands, Brandt."
Archer's voice he registered dimly.
"The best,"
Langlevitt agreed.
"It's too early,"
Brandt whispered, staring into his drink for answers that weren't there. He set the glass on the table.
"I have to be with her."
A firm but gentle hand rested on his shoulder.
"Sit."
Brandt looked up into the eyes of his most trusted friend, a friend who he wouldn't hesitate to smash to bits if he kept restraining him.
"You won't do anyone any good going in there," Archer said. "She'll be in labour a while yet."
Brandt shook his head. Rabi had come right away once the pains had started. Chances were this one would as well, if there were no complications. His heart lurched.
"She's my wife."
He swallowed convulsively, his eyes stinging.
"You don't understand. I can't lose her."
The hand on his shoulder squeezed.
"I do understand. We all do. We've all been there. She'll come through it, Brandt. She and your babe. I had every confidence in Dr. Hargrove with Bryn and her weak lungs through 3 deliveries. He delivered Langlevitt's twins and most of North's brood. He is the best doctor in England. Do you understand? Nod if you do."
With a shuddering breath, Brandt nodded. Archer released him, but pulled an armchair close and sat. "Now drink up and tell me about your sister Isla's wedding." Brandt blinked, his desperate mind grasping at the suggestion with the ferocity of a starving pauper given a crust of bread. Isla had recently married Sorcha's youngest brother Niall. The 2 18-year-olds had eloped. Though the pair had clearly been interested in each other over the last handful of years, the union had come as a surprise, mostly due to Isla becoming pregnant out of wedlock. Niall had escaped from being thrashed to within an inch of his worthless life by Sorcha, who had also been 4 months pregnant at the time. And then Niall had disappeared, taking Isla with him. They'd gone to Inverness, whereupon they'd gotten married. And all hell had broken loose, especially after the rushed nuptials that no family member on either side had witnessed. Both his and Sorcha's mother had been devastated to learn of the wedding after the fact. Niall had copped a well-deserved thrashing off his own older brother Ronan for getting Isla with child in the first place, and Isla had not escaped scot-free. The tongue-lashing she'd received from Katrina had echoed all over the Highlands and would be remembered for years. A proper wedding celebration had been planned at Maclaren on Brandt and Sorcha's way back to Montgomery from this visit to Essex. By the time Brandt had finished recounting that tale, plus a few more about Sorcha's brothers and his own half-brothers, Callan and Patrick, his mind had calmed somewhat. To his surprise, more than a couple hours had passed, and he felt pleasantly numb, though he suspected that had to do with the bottomless glass of whiskey resting in his fingers.
"Isla is headstrong," he said, swirling the amber liquid, "but she'll make a good mother, and Niall will make her a good husband, if he can get his head out of his arse."
He sat back and chuckled. "I don't remember any of us being so stupid at his age." Archer laughed. "You have a selective memory."
They were all laughing when a knock came at the open door. Brandt leaped to his feet.
"Begging your pardon, my lords," a maid said with a curtsy, "but Dr. Hargrove sent me to summon the Duke."
"Which one?" North joked, but Brandt was already off and running. Brandt took the fact that the maid was smiling as a good sign, but he still ran pell-mell down the hallway. He pushed open the door and stood on the threshold. His glorious, beautiful warrior of a wife sat propped against a mound of pillows in the bed. The room had been cleared to give them some privacy. Sorcha's face was glowing, and she held a small bundle in her arms.
"Come meet your wee daughter, Lenan," she told him.
His heart exploded in his chest when he approached and kissed his wife. A daughter. A tuft of bronze hair covered her crown, and her face was perfect, though she was indeed wee. He frowned. "Is she supposed to be that small?"
"For her claymore, yes," his wife said with a smile. "But she'll grow. Would you like to hold her?"
Sitting beside her on the edge of the bed, he took his daughter gingerly, her fragile body tiny in his big palms. Her eyes fluttered open, and they were a brilliant blue, just like her mother's. She studied him so alertly, so fiercely that Brandt couldn't breathe. A laugh bubbled up in his throat. He shouldn't be so shocked. After all, warrior goddesses gave birth to only miniature warrior goddesses. She settled in his arms, as if determining him to be of no threat she couldn't handle, and went back to sleep. A shriek cut through the moment as Rabbie burst into the room like a whirlwind.
"Pure!" he shouted. "Papa, pure!"
Brandt smiled at the Gaelic for sister Katrina must have taught him. "Aye, Mokrai, your sister has arrived." Rabbie climbed up onto the bed and snuggled into Sorcha's side, his hazel eyes wide at the infant cradled in his father's arms. Brandt felt his wife's hand fall upon his arm. He glanced at her holding his son, so much happiness brimming in her beautiful blue eyes that it made him speechless. Brandt felt full. He was surrounded by love and laughter, and so much hope for the future. He had no words, only action. He leaned over to take Sorcha's lips in an achingly tender kiss.
"Pog, Pog!"
Rabbie chanted, leaning in to plant his own wet kisses on their cheeks. Laughing, Brandt nuzzled Rabbie's neck to his son's chortling delight, and his heart swelled impossibly as his son placed the gentlest of kisses on his baby sister's head. Brandt gathered his family close, kissing both his children, and then his wife again, slowly, sweetly. He had an endless supply of pogan, it seemed, enough to last forever. "I adore you, my fierce Highland lass," he whispered. Sorcha grinned.
"Not as much as I adore you, my handsome, stalwart Scot."